Welcome, everybody, to Umineko.
Alright, we're back.
Yep, we had skipped.
Since Tuesday, right?
Yeah, because we were doing Slay the Princess on Tuesday, and so we skipped Thursday.
Yeah. Let's see. I wasn't typing quickly enough. Get this done during the music, so a second. There we go.
And, yeah, my full model now, with the goopy hair and all.
Let's see. Let me pull up your screen now. Your stream, rather.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Oh, it already got invalidated. Fucking captioner. How
Wow.
dare.
Yeah, definitely how dare. That is quick.
That was very fast. Alright, let me hold out my screen anyway. There we go.
There we go. New captioner.
Make it happen this time. There we go. Cool. All right. And people on my end may notice that I also have a thing down the corner now, and this is a bit of art of my avatar that Mal commissioned.
Yep. So that is by Capitech. Do I have a shout out for Cappy? I should, but that doesn't mean I've actually bothered. I did not, so...
It's true.
Yeah, let me...
Yeah, just post a link. Post a link. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'll steal the link from your chat and then post it in mine too.
Yeah. So Capitech.
You know what? I'm gonna take my hair down and then put it into the same height of ponytail as my avatar. Hold on a second. Just for funsies. Because I usually keep my hair a little lower than that. There we go. Excellent. So on this one, I requested that my hair be kept in a ponytail in this because this way, it doesn't matter which side of the screen I'm on. I can just mirror it and it'll be fine, or what have you, because there's no identifying marks on either side. From this angle in real life, if I had my hair down, my entire face would be hidden.
Mm-hmm.
You alright over there, Mel?
Yep, I'm doing good. Just pulling up a couple things, and then
Right on.
let's see here.
Just making sure. Do you have to load from in-game?
Yep.
That's weird. But you know what? Fair enough. Yes, again. You're absolutely correct.
Let's see, load it up, and let's see. Okay, yeah, I saved over all of them just so I wouldn't be confused. Welcome in, Bedwards.
Yeah, I was about to say. I had to unmute myself because I was blowing my nose.
And yeah, got multi-chat working and everything.
Hell yeah. There we go.
Alright, so for the...
Capture took it as bad words instead of bedwards. Excellent.
Let's see, so for the time being, I put aside whether a 19th person existed, and announced our theory that the goal of the culprit might have been to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph. Well, you're probably at least half right. Uncle Hideyoshi seemed to be extremely interested, but Aunt Natsuhi said it was ridiculous and dismissed it.
そう考えるとあの怪しい手紙も納得がいくっていうもんや。
Of course, if you think about it that way, even the letter from yesterday makes sense.
その動機はなかなかええ線をいっとると思うで。
That motive seems to fit pretty well with the facts.
マリアちゃんに手紙を渡したのが誰かはさておきな。
Setting
I don't have a
aside,
toothpick. That's upsetting.
setting aside whoever it was. Oh, CJ! Thank you for the raid.
Hi, welcome.
Welcome in. Yeah, so
That's
we
good
are.
timing.
Yeah, we are doing Umineko episode 1. Oh, let me see here. Yeah, let me see if I can fix that for you, Shan, because... Gosh dang Nightbot being too ambitious. But yes, thank you. Welcome in, Shan. Welcome in, Sophia.
Right, 1 second. I gotta clear my lungs of all this fucking phlegm. 1 second.
Yep. Yeah, thank you very much for coming in. Like I said, we're on
Spicy.
Umineko episode 1. So this is a murder mystery story. 6 people have already been murdered.
What are we, like, halfway through the first thing?
Yeah, we're about halfway through to maybe 2/3 of the first episode.
Is that the same stream title you had last time?
Oh, I did not hit done on that, did I? No, I did not. There we go.
Whoops. Yeah, there we go. Making sure I sent all the announcements myself. There we go. We're good.
All right,
Trying to double check.
CJ, yeah, you go get food. Food is important. But thank
We're
you.
okay, Phoenix.
But thank you for the raid.
This fucking cat.
Yeah, Cat has 2 cats, Ember and Phoenix.
Ember is sitting beside my tablet right now, but he's not yelling at the moment. And Phoenix, on the other hand, is on my bed and he's yelling real loud.
Let me turn on mod view just so I have that up in case Nightbot gets ambitious again. I can fix it right away.
Yes, my boys are very, very loud. They're very talkative, aren't you, buddy?
Yep, very chatty.
Ember also likes to fucking lay on the damn cable, the power cable of my tablet, and I'm always concerned that he's gonna end up like breaking something by putting so much pressure on the socket. Stop playing on the cable, fucker. There we go. Sometimes I have to like pick him up and like bodily fucking scoot him over.
Yeah, that be cats. Beatrice exists. This is Maria. She's a very neurodivergent mood.
I feel like her ooh is a little like different than it usually is.
Even though she was puffing up her cheeks in that cute way she'd been doing yesterday, I couldn't think of it as cute. If I poked fun at her, it might suddenly transform into a creepy laugh.
Maybe don't make fun of people, Valor.
There is no... Oh, that's you.
Yeah, there is no hidden gold.
ですが、その存在を盲信する犯人が、それを私たちに解かせて、横領を企んでいるという動機は、なるほどと頷けるものがあります。
However, if the culprit is blindly sure of its existence, and if they're trying to make us solve the riddle before snatching the gold away for themselves, then I will agree that it makes sense.
Wow, you are
Stuck an extra word in there.
Yeah, you are still on hiding that gold.
Yeah, I mean, I expected as much, honestly. Makes sense.
I mean, yeah, fair. Yeah, if it is about the gold, saying she knew the gold existed would kind of make her a target. Oh, okay, so it decided to capitalize the T in target, like Target.
Yeah, right. Fucking captioner.
しかし、ならばなぜ、後宮家の主要な人物ばかりを最初に殺したのです？
However, if that were the case, why would they start by killing those most highly ranked in the Ushiromia family?
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense if they were trying to snatch up the gold to kill the people who might have the most hints. You would honestly start with one of the kids or something to try and, like, put a fire under their asses, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you wanted to be, you know, starting real small, you would actually start with one of the servants.
Well, some of the servants got.
Well, two of the servants, yeah. I forgot Goda existed for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough.
謎を解か
I
せ
also
る
forget he exists
金
all
蔵
the
さんに
time.
近しい人物を先に殺すことは得策ではないはずです。
I see your point. If they wanted to make us solve the riddle, killing those closest to Kinzo doesn't sound like a good plan to me. Yeah, Nancho's got it.
そうね。
Oh, would you stop with the mocking tone?
Yeah, I was about to say that too.
Yeah, she is very much like the older, sophisticated character who just constantly mocked people with her tone, and it gets old. Great character, just I would not want to know this lady, ever.
Yeah.
Her husband's cool, though. Like, I would honestly be fine with knowing him under certain circumstances.
As long as isn't these circumstances.
I mean, yeah. Get me far away from this family. And this mansion. That's true enough, and if
They'll
we're...
live in the woods and mumble in the mud and rock language to Beatrice.
Yeah. And if we're
I'm
going with that
right here.
argument...
I'm inviting you into my lap, buddy.
Wouldn't it have been quicker to threaten father in the first place? I don't know what
I don't know
you could
that threats would work on Kinzo.
Yeah, I don't know what you could threaten that man with. He's going to die within like 3 months or so.
Granted, that's what they said last year too, but still.
Yeah, like, but still, he's very much on the end of his rope. And, like, say what you will about him, he's very single-minded.
Awful man, but he's got that fucking Dark Souls character determination.
Exactly. It's like, yeah, that guy wouldn't go hollow. You'd want him to, but...
Hi, Ember, yes.
You'd think it'd be faster to ask the person who wrote it rather than try to force us to solve it. Yeah, like, I legitimately don't know if any of that would work.
確かにその通りや。 もっともお父さんが並大抵の脅迫で口を割るとは思えんが。
You've got a point there. Still, I think it'd take more than your average threat to make father spill the beans.
金蔵さんをよく知る方なら、金蔵さんが並大抵の脅しには屈しない
Yeah, you
こ
little
と
fuck.
をよく存じているでしょう。
Anyone who knows Kinzo well would probably realize that he won't bow to ordinary threats.
これだけの財産を持つ後宮家を背負われる方です。
He's the man who bears responsibility for the Ushiromiya family and all its vast wealth.
今日まで様々な攻撃や脅迫にさらされてきました。
He's been exposed to many threats and attacks in the past. Yeah, probably.
それらすべてに打ち勝ってきたからこそ、今日の繁栄があるのです。
The family only prospers today because he was able to overcome all of them. It's your very handsome
それ
buddy.
に関しては私も同感だぜ。うちのじい様が脅されて何かに従うなんて、ちょっと想像もつかないぜ。
That's freaking right. I can't even imagine our grandfather obeying someone because of a threat. Yeah, again.
You slap me in the face with your tail? Get out of here. Like right across the jaw.
Of course. But yeah, basically everyone agrees that Kinzo would not yield to a threat like that. Awful person, but yeah.
ジェシカ、言葉遣いがはしたないです。
Jessica, watch your language. I don't think she swore. She's just being a little rude.
Yeah, at the very least, if she swore in the Japanese, they should let her say fuck in the translation.
Yeah. It's always like fucking pathetic, I think, when pathetic and weird when people like translate stuff to be like less severe than it usually is, or adapted to be less severe.
Yeah, it's like
Stop being a coward.
the biggest one, of course, is fucking Naruto.
Yeah.
That guy's throwing a bastard and a damn it, like, all the time in Japanese, but they translate it to believe it.
It's completely unrelated, though.
はい。
Yes, Mom.
ならこういう発想はどうだろ
In that case, what about this idea?
う。いや、これもぶっ飛んでるか。
Now wait, is this one also way out there?
If you have to ask, Battler.
Yeah, if you have to ask. So I am reminded. I could very quickly add the image.
No, we need to do the content warning thing.
Oh, yep, content warning.
I just don't remember the command in your chat. There we go. Okay, we grab that and there.
You'll be presented with an image for a minute here.
Oh wow, this is very close up.
Yeah, let's see. There we go. That's what it is in OBS. Because I just dragged and dropped it so I could... move it. This one is also done by Cappy. I'll at least be using these in thumbnails for the YouTube video.
Yep. Oh fuck! I need to separate. Slay the Princess out of the VOD and put it on YouTube.
Oh, you haven't done that yet?
No, I forgot.
Yeah. Slay the Princess was very good.
Just genuinely excellent, my exact kind of storytelling.
Yeah, I knew Kat would love it, which is why I gifted it to them. I couldn't hesitate. Outdoor ideas are like bows and arrows. It might be hard to hit with, but it's a great weapon because you can hit enemies far away. They say most people who have died in battles were killed by arrow wounds. Do they say that? But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
That's actually true as well. If you die in battle, it's probably from an arrow, because like you're getting fucking pelted by arrows the entire time, and without like a shield wall or like a testudo formation or something like that, you're basically exposed the entire time.
Yeah.
And Japan, as far as I know, did not use very many shields. They do have a word for shield. It's tate, but it's more like a pavis rather than a traditional shield.
Yeah, they didn't do the whole shield wall routine very often.
Which is kind of weird to me, because like they definitely had the materials for it. They just didn't, for whatever reason. I don't know why.
Yeah,
it's contrary to popular belief, like metal shields are very rare. Usually you just have like wood or wicker with backed by leather or laminated or something. Or both, for that matter. You might have like a metal rim or like an iron boss on the center, that's what that little fucking round thing that juts out from the front is called. It's called a boss.
Might have something to do with like certain Buddhist beliefs in that, you know, using animal products.
Maybe.
So sometimes, you know, some groups in Japan wouldn't use them. So you kind of go back and forth on that. And so it slowed down the possibility of a shield wall, and then by the time that we got a lot...
They used shields during the Heian period, but that was like the 11th and 12th century sort of deal.
Yeah, and then by the time we got like advanced metallurgy and, you know, access to global markets, we were already moving on to muskets. In a battle, you can't just shoot off one arrow. You shoot a whole bunch of arrows at once, pushing forwards towards the enemy troops with a wall of them. You keep shooting over and over. Create a wall as you push forwards towards the truth.
犯人が隠された黄金が狙いってんなら、俺たちに解かせるのは効率が悪い。
If the culprit is after the hidden gold, forcing us to solve the riddle wouldn't be very efficient for
謎
them.
を作った本人に答えを聞く方が手っ取り早いさ。
It'd be much quicker and easier to ask the person who made it in the first place.
じゃあさ、これはつまり。
In that case, the question is...
すべて、じいさまに当てたメッセージってことじゃないのか。
Is this all a message directed at grandfather? Which I think is a correct conclusion to come to if you're thinking a human element. In other words, these murders were a threat made against grandfather. He didn't tell the culprit where the gold was, his family members would be killed off one by one. Not sure if he'd care.
Okay. I think I see the actual reason here. It's because knights, or the equivalent of knights, which are samurai, were horse archers rather than like dueling people, like rather than lance and shield like they were in Europe. They were, you know, horse archers. So most infantry was comprised of spearmen. Of course they were, because they had to counter horses. And using a shield and a bow on horseback is kind of impossible. So, you know, using pikes is also kind of difficult to use with a shield. So, of course, they would use the Pavis version, the Pavis-like tate instead.
Yeah, that does make total sense, you know. Basically, you're mostly infantry, so you're kind of betting more on your mobility for dealing with other archers.
That makes sense. Okay.
What if we weren't the only ones being forced to solve this riddle? What if grandfather was too? you think about it that way, it explains Grandfather's mysterious disappearance. The culprit has already attacked Grandfather. Then, judging by the state the 6 corpses were left in, he should have been left on display somewhere with that horrible makeup added. I would be very curious what the actual Japanese is on how they're describing the faces as makeup.
Yeah, that's...
Despite that, we still haven't found him. So does that mean Grandfather has been kidnapped and is being held somewhere?
No, I don't think so, but, you know... How could...
まさかそんな
You weren't saying, how could... God. Finish your sentences!
Asterisk giggle, asterisk giggle, asterisk.
面白い話じゃない
Hi, Amber, yes. Hi,
That
Mother.
sounds interesting.
つまりお父様はどこかに監禁されていて
So Grandfather's being confined somewhere.
黄金のありかを話さないと次々に殺人を繰り返すぞと脅されているわけ
And the culprit's saying will be killed off one by one if he doesn't tell them where the gold is. See, the thing is, I don't know if Kinzo would care.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Granted, I guess it works as a threat to show, yeah, I'm willing to kill high-profile people.
That's not gonna do anything for fucking Kinzo.
Yeah.
その話のどこが面白いのか理解に苦しみます
It pains me to imagine how you find that interesting.
Aunt Natsuhi glared at her, but Aunt Ava just smiled calmly.
この時間になっても姿を現さない以上、おじい様が事件に巻き込まれているのはほぼ間違いないと思います。
Since we still haven't seen him after all this time, I think it's almost certain that Grandfather's gotten caught up in the crime.
それを思えば、バトラ君の仮説も無視することはできないんじゃないですか。
If you think about it, you can't just ignore Battler's theory, right?
ジョージは黙ってなさいそもそもお父様っていついなくなったのかしら
Be quiet, George. In the first place, when did Father actually disappear?
最後にお父さんの姿を見たのは誰や
Who was the last person to see Father?
多分私でしょう今朝主人たちの姿が見えないと騒ぎになって
Sure, keep talking, Nazi.
お父様
I
の
didn't
主
want to
催にいる
narrate
かもしれ
anyway.
ないという話になり
It was probably me. This morning when we didn't know where my husband and the rest were, we discussed the possibility of them being in Father's study.
私がお部屋にお伺いしてそこでご挨拶をしました
And I went to check his room and greeted him there.
そういえば書斎の鍵をずっと借りっぱなしですね
Come to think of it, I've been holding the key to his study this whole time, haven't I?
源氏これは返しておきます
Genji, let me return this to you.
Aunt Natsuhi pulled out the gold key and handed it to Genji. Looking at the key, Aunt Ava giggled.
ねえ源氏さんどうせ警察はお父様の部屋も徹底的に捜査すると思うわ
Hey Genji, I'm sure the police will inspect Father's room thoroughly.
何を隠していてもどうせ暴かれちゃう
If there's anything hidden there, it'll just be exposed
だから
anyway.
ちょっと早く今この場で話してくれてもいいんじゃないかしら
So maybe it'd be better if you just told us about it right here, right now.
Ava, I don't think there's really much in the study aside from like books on like occultism and magic and shit, and then like a bunch of absinthe, like a whole fucking lot of absinthe. Like there's not really that much going on in there. What are you talking about? Sorry, I should enunciate a little better for
シンプ
Genji.
ルな話よお父様の書斎はその鍵がなければ外から入ることはできない密室よ
It's simple. Father's study is a closed room with no way in or out, Except for that key, right?
その定義の確認をしたいの。
I want to verify whether that's true.
お父様の部屋には入り口が一つある。
There is one entrance to Father's
あと
study.
は窓？
What about the
他に
window?
出入り口は？
Any other entrances or exits?
ありません。中に入る
There are none.
入り口しかありません。
There is no way to get in except the entrance. Fucking capture invalid link. How, like, why? Why is this happening?
Yeah. And just to check, are you keeping it in a window by itself?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Alright. Well, I'll do it
It's
again.
on screen at all times. There we go.
秘密の隠し扉なんかがあったりはしないのね。
There we go. Okay, it's working.
You're sure about that? There isn't some secret hidden door or anything?
お父様が不在である以上、後ろ宮家の最高序列者は私よ。
Since Father isn't here, I am the highest ranked member of the Ushiromiya family.
その後ろ宮家の当主代行として聞いているの。
I am asking you as a representative of the Ushiromiya family head.
それを理解した上で答えなさい。
Remember that when you answer me.
あの部屋には入り口以外に他に出入り口は？
Are there any ways in or out of that room other than the main
お
entrance?
父様の最高の側近だったあなたは知っているはずよ。
As Father's closest aide, I'm sure you would know. Natsuki looked a little offended at the part about the highest ranked family member, but she kept her mouth closed for the time being and waited for Genji's answer. Couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. How was she going on and on about hidden doors?
カノン君も熊沢さんも知ってるなら教えてくれない？
You too, Canon, Kumasawa. If you know, won't you tell me?
あるならあるって言ってくれた方がいいの。
If there is one, it'd be better if you said so.
じゃないと今からある人がとても追い詰められることになるわよ。
Otherwise, a certain person might be driven into a corner in a second.
隠し扉があると仮定されたら、私の話はすべて水の泡。
If we assume that there is a hidden door, then my argument comes to nothing. Aunt Ava didn't specify which person was about to be driven into a corner. But following the flow of the conversation, I had to feel that she was referring to Aunt Natsuhi.
母さん、何の話？
Mother, what are you
George,
talking
think.
about?
You use the brain. Use your brain. I'm sure it's not for
ジョージ
decoration.
は少し黙ってなさい。
George, stay quiet for a bit.
どうなの？
What do you say?
源氏さん、
Genji?
カノン君、
Canon?
そして熊沢さん。
Or Kumasawa?
隠し扉はあるの？
Is there a hidden door?
ないの？
Or not?
源氏さんはお父様が書斎を改造した時、施工業者の監督をしていたはず。
Genji, when you remodeled Father's study, you must have overseen the construction.
知らないとは言わせないわよ。
I won't let you say you don't know.
そのようなものは親方様の書斎にはありません。
There is nothing like that in the master's study.
間違いなく片翼の場所を許されたカノン君。
You're sure? What about Canon, one who's allowed to wear the one-winged eagle?
はい。間違い
That's
なく
right. I'm sure.
親方様の書斎に隠し扉などありません。
There is no such hidden door in the master's study.
熊沢さんは？
いえ、私も聞いたことがありませんよ。
No, I haven't heard of such a thing.
お父様と親交の深い南條先生は？
What about Dr. Nanjo? You've had close relationship with Father.
私もそんなものは聞いたことがありませんな。
I've never heard of something like that.
結構。
Very well then.
じゃあいい？
So are you ready?
話を始めるわよ。
Let me
と
begin.
ってもシンプルな話なの。
It's very simple. Everyone tilted their head doubtfully, wondering what Aunt Ava was starting to talk about so proudly. Aunt Ava laughed triumphantly as though she were about to reveal a secret only she knew.
お父様を最後に目撃したのは夏
Natsuhi,
日姉さんよね。
Natsuhi was the last person to spot Father, right?
詳しい時間は忘れちゃったけど、今朝の9時前くらいのことだと思ったわ。
I forget the exact time, but I think it was a little before 9 in the morning.
姉さん、覚えてる？
Natsuhi, do you remember?
私、あなたがお父様の書斎からちょうど出てくるところに出くわしたわよね。
Ran into you just as you were coming out of Father's study, right?
ええ、覚えています。
Yes, I remember.
それが何だというのですか？
What does that have to do with anything? I love how Beatrice's music's playing during this.
Mm-hmm.
そして次に姉さんがお父様の書斎を訪れたのは
And when was the next time you were in to visit Father's study?
兄さんたちの遺体が見つかってからよね。
That was after we found the bodies of Kraus and the rest, right?
それを報告しに書斎に上がり、そこで私と一緒に不在を確認したわ。
Together with me, you went up to the study to report that, and we discovered that he wasn't there.
ところで姉さん、
By the way,
その
Natsuhi,
時お父様の書斎に入ろうとして気づいたことはなかったかしら？
at that time when you went to enter Father's study, did you notice anything?
気づいたこと？
Notice anything?
何のことですか？
What are you talking about? Did she forget to lock the door, maybe?
ああ、ゴミを拾ったでしょう。
Come on, you picked up some trash, right?
畳んだレシートを。
A folded receipt.
確かにそんなゴミを拾った気がします。
I do seem to remember picking up some trash.
それが何か？
How is that relevant?
そのレシートは私が飛行場に着く前に寄った売店で飴玉を買った時にもらったものよ。
I got that
You were
receipt.
carrying around receipt for candy? What?
I got that receipt when I bought some candy at a store before arriving at the airport. I guess that dress might have pockets?
I guess, but also why were you carrying around a receipt for candy? Like in the 1980s, I would assume like no more expensive than like 30 or 40 yen for
Oh yeah, no.
for like a candy bar.
Well, you know, you get a receipt, you stuff it into your pocket because you're gonna throw it in the trash later, and then you never do. Is I guess what's being posited here.
Yeah, but like usually I end up like tossing it in a trash bag that I keep in the car, sort of deal.
True, but they went to, you know, they probably like took a cab or something.
Yeah, it's like it was like a full day after that. Why was it still in your pocket? Why were you wearing the same clothes as you wore the day before?
Aunt Ava pulled a small bag of candy out of her handbag.
ああ、あの時に買った飴のレシート。
Ah, the receipt from that candy you bought back
お母
there.
さん、そのレシートの話が何と関係あるの？
But mother, what does that receipt have to do with anything?
ジョージ、もうちょい黙って聞いとってや。
George, stay quiet and
No,
listen
like
for just
George
a
has
bit longer.
some real like important questions here. Like, what the fuck does a damn receipt have to do anything with this? What? Come on.
Uncle Hideyoshi's expression was a little strict. Apparently he understood what Aunt Ava was getting at.
本当にこれは気まぐれよ。
Really was just a whim.
何かを予見してたとか、
Definitely didn't foresee anything.
ましてや夏日姉さんを罠にかけようとか、
Or
そんなのじゃ断じてないんだから。
or try to set up a trap for Natsuhi or anything like that.
実はね、そのレシート、
Actually, about that receipt,
姉さんがお父様と最後に会って出てきて、そこで私と会ったでしょ？
Natsuhi, you remember bumping into me right after the last time you saw father, right?
その時、書斎の扉に私が挟み込んだものなのよ。
At that time, I wedged this into the door to the study.
Yeah, but why would you do that?
どういうことですか？
Like, I thought that's where she was going with it, but it's just like, why would you do that?
I guess to see if their father ever actually did leave?
Yeah, but it would also fall if Genji entered the room or something.
let's see, so...
Like, you can't guarantee that means, like, Ginzo left the room, you know? All it means is that the door opened at some point.
Yeah, so they were looking for him for breakfast, I do believe. If I remember right.
Yeah. I remember that, yeah. And, like, he told Natsuhi that she had the one-winged eagle in her heart.
Which, out of context, very thoughts and prayers.
Yeah. I mean, in context, it's still thoughts and prayers. Like, you could just, like, change the rules and let her wear it. You know?
Yeah.
Like, you can do that. You are the head.
Yeah, but I guess part
if
of
there
it...
were elders of the family still around, like, they would be here right now.
Yeah.
But they're arts. They're not here, so, like... Have to assume that he dissolved, like, the Elder Council or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. So, what does that mean?
つまり夏日おばさんがそのレシートを拾うまで
Are you saying
ドアを
no...
開けていない
Are you saying no one opened the door until Aunt Natsuhi picked up that receipt?
ちょっと待ってよ、エヴァおばさん。
Wait a second, Aunt Ava.
レシート挟むなんてバレバレだって。
Putting a receipt in would be obvious.
じいさまが外出した時に気づいて、面白がってもう一回挟み直した可能性も。
It's possible that when Grandfather opened the door, he noticed it, found it amusing, and stuck it back in the door. Jessica hurriedly argued back.
That is true. That's also very true.
Yeah,
But also the way that Eva, like, said it, that she picked up some trash, was just that it was laying in front of the door when she got there, like, picked it up and went, what the fuck, and then opened the door.
She still didn't really know what this all meant, but she realized that whatever it was, it would raise suspicions about her own mother.
もちろんバレないようにレシートは小さく折りたたんだわ。
Of course, I folded the receipt up very small so no one would notice it.
でもね、レシートが落ちるところを仮に見たと
Yeah, Eva could also be lying.
扉のどこの高さの部分に挟み込んであったかは正確にはわかんないんじゃない
And also, if you folded up the receipt very small so no one would notice it, how the fuck did you, how did Natsuhi notice it? Woman? You are not very smart.
But even if you assumed that he saw it fall, he would have no way of knowing how high up the door it had been stuck, right?
私は夏日姉さんが鍵を取り出している間に確認したわ。
I checked it while Natsuhi was taking the key
レ
out.
シートが挟み込まれた位置は寸分の1ミリの違いもなく私が挟んだ場所だった。
The receipt was still stuck, not 1 millimeter away from where I put it.
なぜそんな子供じみたいたずらをされるのか理解できません。
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Natsuhi. Like, she's a 50-year-old woman. What the fuck is she doing sticking receipts in doors and shit? With no, like, and this is before she had any reason to suspect anything. Like, I can't understand why you would pull such a childish prank.
大方、
Yeah, like, what the fuck?
私の部屋の扉にいたずらをしたのもあなたでしょう。
I'll bet you were the one that did that prank on the door to my room, too.
No, I think we'll assume it's the murderer at this point, Natsuhi.
Yeah. I'm gonna assume that one's the murderer.
夏日さんの部屋の扉
The door to your room?
不愉快な話だったので話しませんでしたが。
It was unpleasant to
It was
talk about.
unpleasant-
Oh,
wait,
yep,
wait,
that's
wait.
you. Yep.
It was unpleasant to talk about, so I never mentioned it.
今朝目が覚めたら扉の外側にあのシャッターの落書きと同じと思われる赤い塗料でいたずらがされていたのです。
But when I woke up this morning, there were the signs of some prank on the outside of my door with what was probably the same red paint that was scribbled across the shutter. Lady, that was blood.
気持ちの悪い
That's blood. It's not paint. That's blood. There were some unpleasant marks as though someone had been tearing at the door.
なんやその話
Wait, what's this?
なんで今まで黙っとったんや
Why'd you keep quiet about this till now? A lot happened after that, Hideyoshi.
Yeah, you found 6 fucking bodies right after that. Like, come on. Like, at first it was just like, what the fuck? That's weird. And then, like, stuff starts happening and you go, oh shit, there's more important things to happen. My apologies. Since so many horrible things occurred since then, I had completely forgotten about it until this moment. Yeah.
知らないわよそんなの。
I don't know anything about that.
私がしてるのは姉さんの部屋じゃなくてお父様の部屋の扉の話よ。
I'm not talking about your door, but the door to Father's room, right?
姉さんがお父様がいるのを確認してから私と一緒に不在を確認するまでの間あの扉は一度も開かれてないのよ。
Between the time he confirmed that he was in his room and the time we confirmed that he wasn't, that door wasn't opened even once.
扉を使わずどうやってお父様は外に出たのかしら。
How did Father get out if he didn't use the door?
You're not gonna like hearing this, Ava. But magic. That's how it happened. Magic.
But also, why would we believe you?
Yeah, also that, yeah. Yeah, a new creation called Windows. I mean, man is like 70 years old. I doubt he could. 70 years old and in poor health, so I don't think he can easily climb out the window. But that doesn't mean someone didn't climb in, knock his ass out, and fucking carry him out. So. I don't know that. That's what I want to know.
夏日姉さんの他にお父さんの在室を確認したのは誰や
Natsuhi, other than you, who else checked to see whether Father was in his room?
ゆうべ金蔵さんとチェスをしたのがあった最後ですな。
Last night, the last time I met Kenzo was when we were playing chess.
夕食の直前までご一緒だったはずです。
So I was with him until just before dinner.
それより後の時間は誰かおらんのか
You saw him after that.
Didn't you go in there at one point?
昨夜の晩餐のお世話をしております。
I did. I gave him his dinner last night.
Yeah, which we saw that scene.
はい。
Yes.
Because we were like, come on, Kenzo. Yeah, you're dying soon, but also eat.
Yeah, I remember that.
僕とシャノンも一緒でした。
Shannon and I were with him.
ここまでは間違いなくお父さんも部屋にいたやろな
So at that time, Father was definitely in his room.
だがな夏日姉さん
However, Natsui,
不在だった書斎は窓も扉も全て閉め切られた状態だったそうやないか
when you found out he wasn't there, it looks like all ways in or out of the study were closed,
な
right?
のに夏日さんは今朝お父さんに会って話をした言うと
But even so, you said you met with him this morning.
私には皆さんが何を険悪になっているのかわかりません。
I don't understand why...
Anjo, they think Natsuhi did something to him.
Yeah, I don't
That's what's going
understand
on.
why everyone has become so gloomy.
どなたか説明してくださいますかな。
Could someone please explain it to me?
父さんと母さんは
Father and Mother.
夏日おばさんが今朝おじい様に会ったというのは
Are you saying that what Nazi says about meeting grandfather this morning
嘘だと言っているのかい
was a lie?
嘘なんかつくもんかよ。母さんは潔白だぜ。
Yeah, there's no way she would lie about that. Like, if he wasn't in his room, she would be like, "Oh fuck, father's gone."
Yeah, or at the very least, like, oh shit, he left his room. Where the hell did he go? Is he looking for
Yeah.
breakfast too?
Like, did he come down for breakfast without us saying something? What? Where is he?
Yeah, like hell she'd lie about that. Mom's guiltless.
なんで嘘なんかつくんだよ。
Why would she lie?
ジェシカ、言葉遣いを直しなさいといつも言っています。
Jessica, I keep telling you to watch your language. Lady, not the time.
All at once, the whole room was in an uproar. Aunt Ava and Aunt Nazi confronted each other across the parlor table, with George confronting Jessica. What's going on?
複数の
Why
人
would
間
George
の
be
目撃
confronting
がある
Jessica?
のは
What?
昨晩まで
I don't understand. What?
George is basically saying, oh, well, my mom's not a liar either, probably.
Yeah, but she is, though.
I mean, yeah, she is, but also George is an appeaser.
That's true. Yeah. No.
Appeaser, not abuser. I mean, he might be, but
we don't know that. We don't know if that's true.
many people spotted him last night, right?
でも今朝以降お父様の姿を見たと称するのは夏日姉さんただ一人。
But since this morning, the only one who claims to have seen father is Natsuhi.
そして私の挟んだレシートが物語る奇妙な事実。
And then there's that strange fact we learned from my receipt.
さあ、この点と点はどうやれば
Seriously
結
though,
べるの
Ava,
かしら
you're 50 years old. What are you doing sticking receipts indoors?
So, how can we connect these points together? Well, it's a classic closed room mystery thing to do.
Yeah, I know. It's just what are you doing sticking receipts indoors, lady? What the fuck?
I guess track movements in or out for some reason. Would be the thing. I mean,
I guess. But like, why? Why would you do that? There's no point. Like, without being suspicious of something in the first place, like, why? So,
Ava
need
urged
her
everyone to
reveal
imagine.
her suspicions on something. Like, I need it. Sorry.
Sure, that receipt could become an important point, but I didn't know which other points to tie it to or how. If we try searching for the answer, Aunt Ava probably will find that Aunt Natsuhi lied and acted as though grandfather was in the room this morning. Has that fact been exposed by a whim of Aunt Ava's?
わけわかんねえぜ。
I don't get it at all.
なんで母さんが嘘をつかなきゃならないんだよ。
Why would Mom have to lie?
その理由がねえじゃねえかよ。
She had no reason to, right?
その理由は私も知りたいわよ。
That's what I want to know.
でもね、ジェシカちゃん。
But Jessica,
お父様の材質を偽る価値が全くないとは限らないのよ。
you can't be sure she had no reason to lie and say that grandfather was in the
推
room.
理小説でもたまに出てくるでしょ。
After all, you see it in mystery novels every now and then.
生存時刻を偽ることに
This is
よって
real to you, not a novel.
アリバイを偽証
Like
す
it's
る
a novel for us,
トリ
but
ッ
to
ク
you, it's real.
よ。
That trick where people fake the time of death to create an alibi for themselves.
なんだそりゃ。
What are you talking about?
そんなの聞いたことないぜ。
Never heard of that.
お父様はまだ見つからないけれど、普通に考えればもう殺されていると考えるのが自然でしょうね。
We still haven't found father yet, but it's pretty natural to assume he's already been killed.
となれば、必ず近いうちに死体は見つかる。
If that's true, there's no doubt we'll find his corpse soon.
その時、死亡時刻をうまく偽ることができれば、夏日姉さんはアリバイを作ることができるのよ。
If at that point a time of death could be cleverly faked, Natsuhi would be able to create an alibi. So, to take Ava's argument as true, then we would have to assume that our narration of that scene with her and Kinzo was her being unreliable and experiencing what she wanted to experience.
Yeah. Which I don't think that's the case for this. Like, unreliable narrators do happen. And we've talked about them on like our Mondays and Thursdays.
Mm-hmm.
But this stuff did happen. Maybe it didn't happen exactly the way that Nazi said. You know, maybe she had different thoughts or different feelings or whatever. But he was definitely there. That is immutable.
Yeah.
Unless it was magic. Unless he was being faked with magic, which is also possible. You never know.
Yeah, possible, but I think Ava's argument is that Natsuhi killed Kinzo for one reason or another. At that time.
Yeah. But like that, unless like it's two independent, like, unless she's suggesting that there's two independent murderers going on, like, and that are completely unrelated to each other, that means she also killed her husband
Yeah, which
And I don't really think she would do that.
yeah, like I could see killing Kinzo in a height of passion.
Kinzo is a bastard.
Yeah.
Kinzo is a bastard. You can do that.
But yeah, killing her husband, even as strained as things were between them, I don't see that.
Even like in a crime of passion sort of deal, sure, yeah. But then like 5 other people too. How about that one?
Yeah. And if we take that as the case, there's no way she would have done it as far as sending the letter. The letter would have to be another independent individual.
Which is all technically possible, but when shit starts going wrong one after the other, you start to assume that it's fucking related somehow.
Yeah.
Because it usually is. Sometimes coincidence can happen. Yeah, absolutely. That's why they're called coincidences. But like, I don't know, man. When this many people, like, when this many bodies drop, like, it's not. They're not unrelated.
Yeah. No, I mean, it is possible. I would say even likely that there's at least 2 murderers.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
If we're assuming that like the murderer is human, there is definitely at least 2 people doing it.
Yeah. And it could be 2 independent murderers.
In that case, it would have to be like. There are 2 scenarios there. Either one of the murderers killed Kinzo and no one else, or one of the murderers killed Kinzo and someone else, or just someone in the fucking storage shed hid the body there after fucking it up somehow, or maybe didn't fuck it up, and then someone stumbled across it and went, oh yeah, this is the perfect cover, and went to go kill the people they wanted to kill, and then fucked all the bodies up.
Yeah, that could be possible too. Which would
so
also...
a few different variables there, but like those are the 2 main scenarios that you could have.
Yeah, which could allow for the killer from Kinzo plus maybe one other person to have a what the fuck sort of reaction.
Yeah, that's true.
Because, I mean, yeah, sure, you killed 2 people, but also, what the fuck, you didn't mutilate the bodies, and there's more bodies.
Yeah, it was like, hold on, I may have killed 2 people, but I didn't do that to their bodies, and also, where the fuck did the others come from?
Yeah. Do you understand, everyone?
I kind of want to write a story like that now. I kind of want to write a story like that now, yeah. That would be very funny, like, from the perspective of the first murderer, too.
Oh yeah, like, now the first murderer has to solve the case, because otherwise everyone will track down one of the murders to them.
Man, that's just such a weird scenario to be in.
This morning, when Aunt Nazi confirmed that Grandfather was there, she lied, and he was already dead at that time. And then she moved the body to some other location and tampered with it so that when we find it, we'll think he was killed just a second ago.
Yeah, sure. A 50-year-old woman with health problems definitely like lifted a bunch of bodies and carried them around. Definitely, 100%.
Or even
no
just
drag marks anywhere.
Or even just lifted Kinzo, who is also probably very tall.
Yeah. Let's see. Natsuki Uchiromiya age. Give me your age, lady. 47. Okay, close. And then Kinzo Uchiromiya. Height.
It doesn't list a height for him, so we'll just assume because he is considered to be similar to Battler in his youth.
As well as Kraus and Rudolph are also quite tall.
Yeah. We can assume that he's quite tall as well.
Be even more of a fucking giant back in the fucking 1940s Japan. Goddamn.
Yeah.
Like it's one thing to be like 5'10", 5'11" in Japan in like the 1980s, but like in the 1930s and 40s too. Ooh.
Yeah, then again, he was part of a wealthy family, so he was probably eating well.
Yeah, that's true.
That'd make it possible for her to create an alibi even just by staying with the rest of us. Then she could say, I heard someone screaming, dash over there, and become the first to find the body along with everyone else. Is that what Aunt Ava's saying? Yes, that is what Ava is suggesting. I don't know if
And
I
she's
believe
not very
her.
smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that's true. I don't think it's true at all.
バカバカしい。推理小説など
Ridiculous.
所詮は娯楽小説。
Thank you! After all, detective novels are merely books for the purpose of entertainment.
そんなものばかり読んでいるから、そのような不謹慎な発想に至るのです。
You can only think of such an indiscreet idea because you read them all the time. Yeah, like, if you're trying to apply, like, storytelling bullshit to real life, don't. Because that's not how things work.
Granted,
Stories are neat and tidy.
adding narrative to this situation would give Ava insight.
True, but not for the reasons she thinks, you know, like...
Oh
死
yeah.
亡時刻を少しくらいごまかしたってそんなの
Right.
警察が検視すりゃ
I did a
一発で
dumb
バ
and
レるじゃ
didn't
ねえ
go
か
to the
よ
bathroom before the stream, so I will be right back. I'll keep my headphones on. Just, it's fine. Just
Yeah.
keep going.
Yeah, I'll just read over your lines if I have to.
Yeah, I'll be gone for like less than a minute. It's cool.
Alright. That's right. Even if she did try to fake the time of death a little, all that would be blown away in an instant once the police did their autopsy.
古典の世界だったらともかく現代日本でそんなトリック本気で通用すると思ってんのかよ
That might have worked in the past, but do you really think that kind of trick would work in modern Japan? Yes? Yes, Jessica. I hate to tell you this, sweetie, but most murders don't get solved. Like, that's just a fact. And sometimes they get quote-unquote solved, but they just get pinned on the most efficient person. Because ACAP. So, no. People
Yeah,
can
like-
absolutely get away with murder.
Forensics are really, really advanced and cool and fun and interesting and all that, but they're not perfect.
Yeah, absolutely not. And that doesn't include, again, the people who just go missing. And many of those will absolutely be murders.
Yeah, like I'm not even like an actual career criminal or anything like that, and I could give you like a step-by-step guide on how to fuck up forensics, alright?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's not difficult. If you would all think about like what you're doing, you can pretty easily like fuck everything up.
Yeah.
Like contaminate everything severely.
Yeah, and if all you're doing is you need to fuck up the time of death and who interacted with them, oh, that's dead easy.
Oh yeah. That's super easy. Like one of the ways that I always point out is like wrap your shoes in plastic, because then like whatever mud that you track through around your house or wherever you came from will not actually be on the carpet or the flooring of wherever you went to go kill someone. You wrap your shoes up to like above your ankle with like a zip tie and plastic and all that stuff. So then like the only thing that they can get is like a rough sort of size of your shoe. That's it. It's not even like particularly accurate because you just added extra like space onto your shoe.
Yeah.
And they can't even discover like the imprint of your shoe at that because it'll be fucked up by the plastic. So it's just like no traces from where you walked, no imprint of your shoe, and of course then you just burn the shoes afterwards anyway, just to make sure. But you know.
Yeah, you burn the
It's also the
plastic
same
and
thing
burn
like,
the shoes.
It's also the same thing with like firing a weapon to like a gun to kill someone. Like you wear long sleeves with long gloves underneath, and then zip tie the sleeve to your glove, and then wrap the glove hand in plastic as well, so that the gunpowder residue is only on the clothes and not you, and then you just burn the clothes afterwards. Boom.
Which, just for legal purposes, this is all educational for writing.
Yes, this is all educational for writing. Do not actually do this. Like, of course there are like little bits and ways to get around these things as well in forensics, but like it requires precise circumstances and like someone to actually notice the things in the first place.
Yeah.
Which is, humans are fallible, all right? People make mistakes, even like experts, so.
Yeah, and that's kind of the cat and mouse game, is fallible humans committing crimes, infallible humans trying to solve them.
Yeah. You have the time, you can also, like, break the body down into, like, a slurry and flush it down the drain, like, literally. Just, like, in a tub.
Yeah, and, like, if anyone has the chemicals, it's Kinzo.
Yeah. I don't actually remember what chemicals you need for, so don't ask me, alright?
Yeah.
Like, I don't actually plan on murdering anyone, or have done it in the past or anything. This is shit I've picked up over the years.
Cappy! Welcome in!
Welcome, Cappy. Hi, I'm currently on my feet making some tea, so just give me a second.
Yeah. But I am so in love with the new model, and with the thumbnail stuff.
Like, I think it's probably been a while since I mentioned this on stream, but like, I was at one point studying to be a federal police officer, as in like FBI. So I do know a couple things that the average person does not.
And if you want to check out Cat's stream as well.
Yeah. And I was also raised by a U.S. Army Ranger, so I also know a couple things on that. I have a wide breadth of knowledge that I do not hesitate to make use of in writing. This is what people mean when they say write what you know. It's not that you need to be an expert in every single field that you mention in a thing. You just need to know at least a little bit, please, for the love of all the gods.
Yeah. But yes, thank you so much, Cappy. And I'm looking forward to the Valentine's thing you told me about, and showed me a preview of.
Oh, was there a thing?
Yes, Cappy is doing a Valentine's image with me, Cappy's avatar, and the avatar for the other PNG tuber that they've made.
Hell yeah. Actually, speaking of that, I meant to do this earlier.
So we'll be looking forward to that in a couple days.
そうかしら。今朝、南條先生が亡くなった人たちの死体を見て、死亡時刻を曖昧に見積もられたわよ。
Okay, like, she makes a good point. You think so? This morning, when Dr. Nanjo looked at the corpses, he was only able to give a vague estimate of the time of death, right?
検視結果は、環境や個体差に非常に左右されやすい。
Autopsy results are very easily affected by the environment and individual differences.
数時間単位で誤差が出る非常にアバウトなものなのよ。
I'm surprised Ava actually knows that.
It's a very relative estimate with an uncertainty of several hours.
The uncertainty on that one is from Nanjo not being a coroner. With an actual coroner, you can get pretty accurately if you get there quickly enough, which within 12 hours is pretty close.
I'm definitely looking forward to it.
You can get all kinds of weird details from an autopsy, like everything from like the height of the attacker, as well.
Oh yeah.
Not just like the weapon used or time of death or anything like that, or like the cause of death, anything like that. But also stuff like, oh yeah, like how tall was the person who did this? You know, like what grip did they hold the knife at, or the screwdriver or weapon or whatever.
しかも困ったことに、
You can also tell like
科学的な捜査は明日にならないと
a little like it helps with like it's not a guarantee, but you can also tell like how experienced with a knife the person is. Because people who are experienced with knives usually do not use them in an ice pick grip.
Yeah.
Right? Or at least they will sometimes, but only in certain circumstances. And you can usually tell when that happens on a body too. Because of direction of the cut and all that stuff.
Yeah. And unfortunately, the police's scientific investigation will have to wait until tomorrow, which will definitely be the pain in the ass about the forensics on that.
Oh yeah. Like, for example, if you go up behind someone and cut their neck, the cut shape will be different than if you cut from the front with a swing. You know, like there's a lot of interesting details you can get from this sort of thing.
And it wouldn't be easy to measure the correct time of death so accurately, even in modern Japan. Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo?
We'll be live for probably another 4 or 5 hours, Caddy.
Yep, we'll be here for quite some time.
We got it if we want to actually fucking get anywhere in this, like within the next year.
Yeah.
It's like, as you have seen, we like to go on these tangents about like random shit that come up.
Mm-hmm.
Like discuss things for like 20 minutes at a time, just sitting on the same damn screen.
検視は経験と勘の必要な非常に難しい作業です。
Examining a corpse is an extremely difficult task that requires both experience and instinct. Which is true. I don't usually like to hold things to instinct, but sometimes you have to, like, follow a hunch.
Yeah, absolutely. Which, a lot of instincts for human beings is like us noticing things subconsciously but not noticing them consciously, and then like, you know, small hunches like that, which is also why you get the feeling of like people watching you and stuff like that, because you'll see something out of the corner of your eye or hear something, and it's not always accurate, of course, because you can feel like you're being watched when you're alone, like completely alone, but it's, you know, it's just a sort of thing that happens.
Yeah, and then there's also the experience of, oh, this is too quiet, because that's also
like if you're yeah, that's actually a real thing. If you are in the forest and you hear nothing, you should get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Because that means there's a predator nearby. Maybe it's another human, maybe it's a wolf, maybe it's a bear. You never know.
I have heard that there is a very high chance of a mistaken diagnosis. Which, yeah, that would potentially happen.
確かにほんの数時間程度の誤差を出してしまうことは大いにあり得るでしょうな。
Imagine it is very possible for a misreading of just a few hours to occur.
Don't rely on the information from a general practitioner for this.
Yeah,
don't do
but
it.
also he is like the closest thing to an expert in the room.
It's true, yeah, but also he should be couching this in like, I don't actually know.
Yeah, but it's worth saying, yeah, it is a very detailed thing, and I know enough to know that mistakes happen. Especially if he knows any coroners.
Yeah, he might know a few.
しかしアリバイの世界は数時間もあれば十分やで。
However, for an alibi, that's more than enough.
古典のトリックとちゃう。
It's an old trick.
十分に通用するトリックなんや。
It's a trick that works well enough.
夏日姉さん、わしらあんたを疑いたいわけやないんやで。
Natsuhi, it's not like we want to suspect you, okay?
疑いとうないから潔白を示してほしいだけなんや。
We just want you to prove your innocence so we don't have to suspect you.
That's the opposite of how things work. Hideyoshi!
Yeah.
People do this all the time in real life too, so it's not like I have a problem with like the writing here or anything like that. It's just like, Hideyoshi, come on, buddy. There's a reason why we say like not guilty and not innocent. You know, it's because you can't actually prove innocence. You cannot prove the absence of a thing.
Yeah, that's a main thing. But also, I
mean, of course, you can prove that there's no like person in a room. Of course, like you just have to fucking like go through and videotape everything. That's fine, but that's for more complicated things. Like I did not do a thing. You can't actually prove that.
Yeah. Like, I did not make that person disappear. You know, there's no way to say it other than how can I prove my innocence?
Yeah, we have to prove guilt, not innocence. It's why everyone is presumed innocent until proven guilty. That's why. It's because like, you can't prove things like that very easily. In some circumstances you can, but like they're very rare and require very specific details around it.
But in fairness to Hideyoshi, I also go, well, they're not in a courtroom. They're trying to figure out who they can trust so they don't get murdered next.
I still say my solution from last Monday is the best one. Like you have everyone sit in a room and not go out in pairs, but go out in threes whenever someone has to leave for something.
Yeah.
That's what you do. And I know it's boring as fuck, but you have to do it.
Yeah, but that's the
Guard
thing.
duty is fucking boring. Like, it happens. You just gotta do it.
Yeah, that's the thing, is keeping everybody on track for the next 24 hours.
Yeah, it's boring as fuck, and it's exhausting as hell, but you have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do it my way, that means no one gets the chance to go out and, like, fuck with any evidence either.
今朝私は確かにお父様にお会いしました。
What is this innocence you want me to prove? This morning I definitely met with father.
そして心の中に片翼の鷲を刻めとお言葉をいただいて。
And he told me to keep the one-winged eagle engraved in my heart.
あのお言葉を
Thoughts
否
and
定する
prayers,
というの
thoughts
で
and
すか。
prayers. Are you denying that he said that too? Yeah,
それ
probably.
だけは断じて許せません。
I will certainly not permit that. Why are you carrying your shotgun? What?
断じて許せません。
I won't let you deny that father said those words. Seriously, why do you have your shotgun in your hands? This is gonna cause some trouble, lady.
あるいはお父様の遺体は出てこないのかしら。
Or maybe father's body won't appear anywhere.
普通失踪は死亡宣告に7年かかるもの。
Normally, a person has to be missing for 7 years before they're officially dead.
Is that true?
余命残りわずかなお
That
父様
sounds
を
not true.
7年も延命し、その財産を独占するにはなんともうまいやり方じゃない。
Well, it's true in the U.S. at least. 7 years.
Yeah. So, probably true enough in Japan. Wouldn't that be a clever way to extend father's nearly finished life another 7 years and keep all of his wealth for yourself?
In the Netherlands, it's 5 years, or in some cases 1 year, depending on like circumstances, like disaster, like whether there's a fire, accident, whatever. Like
Yeah.
if someone goes missing after getting into a car wreck, they're just sort of like presumed dead after a year, which is fair.
Yeah.
No, Texas doesn't actually have a set time for it. They're just like, yeah, we just do it whatever. Which is fair. I can't let you get away with saying that. That's kind of fun. Why would you brandish your weapon after that? I can't let you get away with saying anymore. Nazi, put the gun down. I'm Ushiromiya Nazi.
この身に片翼の鷲をまとう資格はなくとも胸の中にしかと刻まれています。
Although I do not have the right to wear the one-winged eagle on my body, it is certainly engraved on my heart. Lady!
当主後継ぎの
Come on!
としてその責務を代行する私に向かって何たる暴言。
What do you think you're saying to the wife of Kraus, successor to the head, and the one who will act as such in his place? It is also a good point. Like, what are you insulting her for? Like, when she is genuinely like the current head, interim head, or whatever.
What's this? Are you gonna shoot me with that gun?
いいわよ。
Maybe.
Go ahead.
I fucking would.
ちゃえば。
If only you just shoot.
どうせ言い逃れも思いつかなくて苦し紛れなんでしょ。
You're just desperate because you can't think of a way out, right?
やりなさいよ。暴力で真実をごまかしてごらんなさいよ。
Do it. Just try
Yeah,
to
I'll make
obscure
you-
the truth with violence.
I'll make you believe I didn't kill anyone using the power of this gun. Yeah, I'm not gonna read that one. It's just you.
Wasn't like Aunt Natsuhi had been actually holding that gun at ready and threatening anyone. But as she was egged on...
Because, like, this looks like she's pointing it at someone.
But as she was egged on by Aunt Ava, she did hold it at the ready. Unsurprisingly, once things got to this stage, Jessica and Genji tried to stop her.
Ava, like, if you wanna be like the smart person, you shouldn't make an expression like that. Like, just looking at those two expressions, you can really tell who's the bad guy in the situation.
Yeah.
You're really wearing it on their sleeves. Madam, please calm yourself.
Mom, you aren't lying. So there's no reason for you to listen to this. Calm down, Natsu. All you've got to do is swear that father definitely was in that room.
She already did that.
Why are you getting so worked up? Oh, I don't know. She's being accused of murder.
Yeah, she's being accused of murder by a family member. Like,
yeah,
murdering someone that like, A, she cared about, and then B, genuinely respected.
Yeah, and also
C, had just gotten like acknowledged by like 10 minutes before.
Yeah, and also being accused by the person who has been negging her this whole trip.
Yeah, this is not Hideyoshi. My opinion of you plummets by the word. Please stop.
That's correct. Natsuhi isn't lying. Shouldn't that be the end of it? And I want you to explain how did father manage to disappear from the room. The window was closed tight from the inside. Same was true for the door, right?
There are so many ways to lock a window from the outside using wire or whatever to make it look like it's locked from the inside. It's so easy. If anyone wants to know, the easiest way is to use a wire hanger. You know, you bend it in just the right way, and like you sort of snake it through, and like there'll be like scrapes and marks on the window and everything, which is what people will talk about when they say signs of forced entry. But like, you won't notice that unless you know what you're looking for and you like get in real close, you know. So cops are gonna notice it, but not these chuckle fucks. Especially since they didn't actually look at the fucking window.
Yeah, this morning, if you really met with father, then you must explain how father disappeared from this unopenable door closed room scenario. We could just say you're fucking lying.
Yeah, like...
You're the only one who acknowledged the wrapper other than not that he picked it up. So for all we know, you threw it between her legs.
It's only a quick underhand throw, just like right over the floor, just skittering in.
Yeah, same way it would.
Also, captioner broke again, sadly.
Darn. Let's see.
Like, is everyone else also having trouble with this thing lately?
Not that I knew of. But also, they don't do co-streams as much as they do, you know, their own personal streams, so... I don't know. I'll have to ask CJ about it and see if they've been having the same issue.
Testing. Excellent. It's working.
Alright.
For some reason, the testing part didn't show up on your end, but like it did type it out on my end.
And why does she have to explain that? You have to explain a lot more about how she even murdered. If you're going to pin all the murders on her, then how did she murder 7 people?
And drag 6 of them out into the fucking storage room by herself. She's a 47-year-old woman who is in poor health. I do not think she has it in her to drag even like one person out there.
Yeah, and Genji's not going to go along with murdering
Especially
Kinzo.
not fucking Goda. Like, maybe she could drag Shannon out there, but not Goda.
Yeah, no,
Goda was enormous, even bigger than Battler. Battler was the tallest person aside from him.
Yeah. And, like, again, Genji wouldn't go along with it if it involved killing Kinzo.
Yeah. I could see him going along with killing everyone else, kind of, sort of, if he was given orders by Kinzo for it, but not to kill Kinzo too.
Yeah. So, if anything, the man left the room himself and just put the wrapper back if we assume the wrapper thing is real.
It's also kind of like difficult to stick a wrapper in the door while closing it. I'm not saying it's impossible or anything. It's just kind of
Or not
difficult to
wrapper, receipt. So a receipt could fit in, could wedge in there.
Yeah, I just mean like it's difficult to do without making it be able to be seen from the outside as well.
Yeah, like
so like someone could easily like see it and be like, oh, that's where it is. I'll just put it back.
Yeah. If you don't, that'd mean you're lying after all, right? Yeah, but this is what we call unverifiable evidence. All we have is your say-so that the receipt even was put up in a trap-like fashion.
Yeah. This is sort of like, I don't know, man. Ava, you're not very smart. You're just very vindictive and petty. That's all you want.
How? Oh, that's you.
How far do you plan to mock me?
Yeah, Ava, you're mocking the woman with the gun.
It seems like a bad call to me, personally.
If you want to argue back, go ahead.
Yeah, here's my rebuttal.
That's right. Try explaining it right here, right now. If you do, I'll apologize for suspecting you. How did Father manage to get out from that closed room?
Honestly, how should she know in the first place, though? Because, like, she's only been in there once or twice, total.
I cannot explain, and there's no need for me to do... Oh, yeah. Go ahead,
well,
sorry.
I mean, you already finished the whole fucking thing, so it doesn't matter. But still. I cannot explain, and there's no need for me to do so. See, like, don't put me in a murder mystery story because I'll just kill the people who suspect me. If I was Nazi here, I would have blasted Ava like just from the start. It was shot her right in the fucking face.
Really? Then let me explain it. Let's take the best parts from my perspective and yours and come up with a more friendly explanation. I'll believe what you said about Father still being in his room this morning. However, the next time the door was opened, Father wasn't there. You don't have any objections so far, right?
I have no desire to hear anything more you have to say. Shut your frivolous mouth. Hey, you can shut it by sticking the barrel in her mouth.
My
Can't
reasoning,
move her tongue if it's suppressed by a barrel.
my reasoning goes like this, okay? I can confirm that on both occasions you were the only one to go through that door. And the receipt proves it. So what's the answer to the puzzle of how Father left the room? The window. He was sent out the window.
夏日姉さんはお父様を3階の書斎の窓から中庭に突き落としたのや
Ooh, you are getting very spicy right now.
Yeah.
Natsuhi, you threw father out of the third-story window of the study into the courtyard.
踊れ
奥様来ないでください
Madam, please endure it. You don't have to. You got a gun. You can make it stop.
どうかおやめくださいませ
Ava, please stop this.
その後中庭に転落して死んだお父様の遺体は
After that, when you left and said you were going to check the doors and windows,
夏日姉さんが屋敷内の戸締まりを確認すると言って出て行った時にどこかへ隠したのよ
you took father's corpse, which had fallen in the courtyard, and hid it.
多分その時に死亡時刻を偽る工作もしたんでしょうね
That was probably when you took some measures to fake the time of death, right?
クラウス兄さんたちの事件もさらに昨べのビアトリーチェの事件もひっくるめて
This ties in with the case regarding Kraus and the rest, and also the case regarding Beatrice last night. No, it doesn't, but okay.
Yeah, like there's nothing here that implies that, but
Yeah, there's nothing here that implies that she was the one who dressed up as Beatrice at the very least.
ナスシさんが怪しい可能性が非常に高いっちゅうことだ
There's a really good chance we've got reason to suspect Natsuhi in all those cases.
there's a really good chance you've got reason to suspect her. What? What?
No, she's the one who was in the poorest position after the letter was sent.
本当ならこんなことを言いたくはない
Normally, I wouldn't want to say this,
だがもうぶちまけてしまったからには仕方がない
but now that it's out in the open, there's nothing else I can do.
頼むわ夏日姉さん
Please, Natsuhi,
どうか自分の無実を説明してくれんか
please explain how you can be
侍
innocent.
とわしはあんたを疑わなきゃならんのや
Otherwise, I can't help but suspect you.
なぜこの私が後ろ宮夏日がこのような恥ずかしめを
Why me? Why must I, Ushiromiya Natsuhi, be insulted like this?
Looks like we've got everyone's views on record now.
Battler, that's not what that means. You need to record it for it to be on record. You can't just hear it and say it's on record, fucker. Ah! Whatever, it's fine.
ダメだな全然ダメだぜ
It's useless. It's all useless.
エヴァおばさん
Aunt Ava.
ダメって何がだよバトラー
What do you mean useless? Jessica looked up at me, hanging on to my every word. Aunt Ava's expression was confident as ever.
全然ダメって何が
Useless, you say? What is?
バトラ君
You?
聞かせてよ
Battler, tell me.
一方からしか見られないから夏日おばさんしかありえないって思い込んじまうのさ
You're only convinced it was Aunt Natsuhi because you're only looking at the case from a single angle.
別に夏日おばさんを擁護するわけじゃねえがそんなハったりのチェックメイトじゃ通用しねえってことさ
It's not like I'm defending her, but that bluff of a checkmate isn't gonna fly.
レシートを軸にした推理はまずまずだとは思う
Think your reasoning regarding that receipt was passable.
筋は悪くない
It's not a bad thread of logic,
だが俺の採点じゃせいぜい65点ってとこだ
but I'd only give it a grade of 65 at best.
これが
60 is a passing grade over there.
居残りで報
By
酬
the
っ
way,
てとこだぜ
it's not 70 like it is here.
Yeah, if this were an exam, that'd be bad enough to get you extra lessons in detention, right?
あらじゃあレシートで封印されている扉をどうやって破ってお父様を失踪させられるというの、私の説以外に
Oh my. Well, how do you think anyone could break through the door sealed by my receipt and make father disappear, other than by my theory?
エヴァおばさんの説は確かに面白い
true that your theory is an interesting
そ
one.
して、その説以外に、じい様が失踪できる方法がないって言い切れるなら、
And if you could say for sure that there was no way to make grandfather
最
disappear,
終目撃者である夏日おばさんが黒であると確かに言い切れるだろう。
then you probably would be able to prove that the last person to see him on Natsuki was guilty.
だが、夏日おばさんが無実で濡れ衣である可能性が残っている以上、
However,
そうだと断言することはできねえ。
However, since there still is a possibility she's innocent and these accusations are false, can't be sure about that.
ならバトラ君は夏日姉さん以外の誰にお父様を失踪させられたというの？
Then Battler, are you saying someone other than Natsuki made grandfather disappear?
姉さんしかありえないのよ。
It'd be impossible for anyone else to do it.
私のレシートがそれを証明してしまったわ。
My receipt proves that, right?
一度目に書斎に訪れた夏日姉さん。
After the first time she visited that study,
そして二度目に私と訪れるまでの間、書斎は完全に密室で密室開封後には失踪している。
the study was a perfectly closed room, and when the seal was broken on the closed room, he was already
これで
missing.
夏日姉さんが犯人じゃないというなら、どんなトリックがあるっていうの？
That doesn't prove she's the culprit. What kind of trick could they have used?
だから65点なんだよ、エヴァおばさん。
Like I said, Aunt Ava, only 65
じ
points.
ゃあここでチェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。
So let's try spinning the chessboard around, shall we?
どうやって外部からじい様を失踪させるかじゃない。
The question isn't how someone managed to make grandfather disappear from the
ど
outside.
うやって内部からじい様が失踪するかって考えるんだ。
We should think about how grandfather disappeared from the inside.
扉にはレシートが挟まれていたから使用されていない。
The door had the receipt stuck in it, so it couldn't have been used.
窓も出ることはできても外側からは施錠できず、しかもエヴァおばさんは書斎を訪れた時に窓の施錠を確認している。
He also couldn't have gone through the window because he can't lock it from the outside, and when Aunt Ava visited the study, she checked to make sure it wasn't locked.
だから窓も使用されていない。
So the window also wasn't
その時
used.
点では確かに書斎は密室だった。
At that point, the study really was a closed
これ
room.
は認めるしかない。
We have to accept
だが
this.
しかし書斎は永遠に密室だったわけじゃない。
However, the study didn't remain a closed room
レシー
forever.
トの封印さえ解かれれば扉は使用可能になり脱出可能になる。
Once the seal created by the receipt was removed, it'd be possible for someone to escape by the door.
つまり夏日おばさんがどうやってじい様を失踪させたかじゃない。
In other words, the question isn't how Aunt Nazi made grandfather disappear.
どうやってじい様は書斎を脱出したのかって考えるんだよ。
We need to think about how he was able to escape.
じい様の書斎はただの書斎じゃねえんだよな。
Grandfather's study isn't an ordinary study, right?
源氏さんの話じゃトイレからキッチン、ベッドルームまであるちょいとした家並みじゃねえか。
There's a toilet and a kitchen and even a bedroom, almost like a little house. I mean, I would just say an apartment, but okay.
Yeah, like why don't they just like go to the fucking study and like look at it too while they're talking about this instead of like
例えば
working on hearsay and
ベ
shit.
ッドの下に
Yeah, I don't
潜
get
っ
it.
て隠れたら
They have the key
おばさん
and
たち
he's not
が
around
部屋
anymore,
からいなく
so
なった
like
と思い込めるぜ。
I think they can just go in.
For example, what if he was hiding under the bed and the two of you only thought he was missing? Granted, Battler's argument is that Kinzo may have left the room already.
Oh yeah, of course. No, I just mean like he's gone, so you can just like go check.
Yeah.
You can just go in there and like look at it.
そ
You
こま
have
で
the
調
key.
べてきたわけじゃねえだろ。
Aunt Ava, even you didn't check that far, right?
そして
Yeah, like did you
お
did you
ばさ
check
ん
the
たちは
closet?
失踪したと思い階下へ戻る。
And then the two of you went back down the stairs thinking he wasn't
この
there.
時レシートはもうない。
At that time, the receipt was already
つま
gone.
りじい様は密室である間は部屋に隠れ続け、
In other words, if grandfather was hiding in his room the whole time, it was a closed
エ
room.
ヴァおばさんたちをやり過ごした後に部屋から脱出することでこの密室を破ることができる。
And escaped after letting the two of you go past him. We can crack this closed room right open.
Yeah, I'm like 90% sure like there was a magic thing that made him like disappear, but also like yeah, that's also possible. That can happen.
What are you talking
ど
about?
うしてお父様がそんな妙なことをして部屋を抜け出さなきゃならないの？
Why would father need to escape the room in such a bizarre
口
fashion?
頭無形にも程があるわよ。
Don't be so absurd. Lady, you're absurd.
Yeah, you're the one jumping to murder again, like another murder.
Granted.
ああ口頭無形かもな。
Yeah, it might be absurd.
だが、それでも、夏日おばさんが濡れ衣かもしれない可能性は示してる。
However, it still shows that there's a possibility Aunt Natsuhi is being falsely
エ
accused.
ヴァおばさんのレシートは完璧じゃねえ。
Your receipt wasn't perfect.
チェスで言えば、チェックくらいにはなったろ。
In chess, we might call that check,
だが、チェックメイトじゃねえ。
but it isn't checkmate.
そして、俺が最高に気に入らねえのは、
But the thing that really pisses me off
それを夏日おばさんに釈明しろと迫って、それができなきゃ黒だって断定しようとしたエヴァおばさんのその論法さ。
is how. But the thing that really pisses me off is how you're pressuring Aunt Natsuhi to explain it and claiming she must be guilty if she doesn't.
それがまかり通ってる
Heartbreaking. Worst person you know
こ
makes a
の
good
後ろ
point.
宮バトラー。
Yeah, he's making a good point. Yeah,
He's actually got a good point here.
yeah. If you
Fucker. Damn it.
want to go down that road, then why don't you let me?
ここでもう一回、チェス盤をひっくり返させてもらおうじゃねえか。
Bushiro Mia Battler, spin the chessboard around one more time.
Please stop saying that. Just stop.
あんたの論法によるならよ。
Aunt Ava, according to your own
あ
argument,
んたと秀吉お
It's
じさん
not that good of a line.
昨日親父たち6人を殺害してからのこのことゲストハウスに帰ったんじゃないってことをこの場で釈明してもらわなくちゃならねえぜ。
you must explain to us why you and Uncle Hideyoshi couldn't have killed those 6 last night and then casually returned to the guest house.
夏日おばさんに釈明を強いたんだ。
You've been trying to force Aunt Natsuhi to
あん
explain.
たにはもちろん自身の潔白を釈明できるんだろうな。
So I'm sure you can prove your own innocence, right?
じいさまの遺産が全部転がり込むエヴァおばさんよ。
Especially now that all of Grandfather's wealth has suddenly plopped down right into your hands.
そうだぜ。エヴァおばさんだって十分怪しいじゃねえかよ。
That's right, you're suspicious enough yourself, aren't you?
母さんがじいさまの最終目撃者だから怪しいって言うなら、
If you say Mom's suspicious because she was the last person to see
エヴ
him,
ァおばさんだって父さんたちの最終目撃者じゃないか。
then what about you, Aunt Ava, the last person to see Dad and the rest?
バトラの言う通りだぜ。自分たちは殺してないってことを証明してみせろよ。
Just like Battler said, prove that you two weren't the ones who killed them.
This is at least my hope, but
お
I
母さんの
think
推理は
Battler
少し勇み足だと思うな
isn't saying that they need to actually prove this, but rather like just showing her, hey, it doesn't really feel good to do this, isn't it? And also, it's kind of fucking ridiculous to expect someone to be able to do that.
Yeah, exactly. This is more your logic is false rather than, yeah, let's make them explain their innocence. Mother, I also think your reasoning was a little overeager.
レシートの件は確かに重要なヒントだと思う。
I'm sure the receipt was an important hint.
でもそれはバトラ君の言う通り、夏日おばさんが何がしかの犯人であることを断定できるものじゃない。
But like Battler said, that's not enough to prove that Aunt Natsuhi was responsible for some plot.
僕たちは等しく
We're all
全員が容疑者なんだ。
We're all equally suspicious. No, I wouldn't say you're all equally suspicious.
Yeah, like there's a few people I think we can reasonably rule out, like, oh, I don't know, the 10-year-old.
Yeah.
I don't think the 10-year-old was involved in this, for the most part.
夏日おばさんだけ
Like,
が
yeah,
責められる
messenger of the witch and all, but I don't think she was the one who's, like, fucking around and, like, dragging bodies and shit.
Yeah, it's
Same
not,
with, like, Canon, you know?
yeah, it's not right for only not Aunt Natsuhi to be persecuted.
誇り高きお父様が床に這いつくばってベッドの下に？
Our proud father crawling under his bed.
そんなざれ言で説明がつくと思って？
You call nonsense like that an explanation? Yeah, how about a 48 or so year old woman pushing him, a giant of a man, bodily out of a window and nobody hearing it?
Yeah. Like, you guys know how loud he can get. I'm pretty sure you'd hear him
Yeah, like
yelling at Natsuki if she shoved him out the fucking window.
yeah, like you would have to slit his throat first, and there'd be blood on the grass, even with the rain. There would be something.
I mean, there'd be blood all over the fucking study.
Yeah, well, I'm assuming window open, slit his throat while he's facing out the window, kind of deal.
Yeah, even
But still, yeah, there would be
windowsill and shit.
Yeah, there would be blood on the fucking windowsill, on the wall, as he fell down. Like
She would have had blood on her.
she would have had blood on her, because you saw her go in there. But yeah, either way, it's just
Just so people know, slitting a throat is not clean. All right, it's really messy.
yeah, it's
There's a lot of blood in the human body.
Yeah, it's not as bloody as some movies make it out to be, but it's a lot bloodier than others make it out to be.
Yeah, you're probably not gonna get like a pressurized jet, like squirting blood or anything like that. You can do that if you stab exactly the right spot, but it's generally not gonna happen.
Yeah, and also, how does some prim and proper lady know how to slit a throat to make someone shut up?
Well, I mean, there's always Kiri, but then again, she's also not like noble. She's just like a capitalist kind of.
Yeah, she's underworld. She's not actually in a super, like Natsuki is actually sheltered.
Yeah. This really makes me want to write some like underworld noble family kind of shenanigans.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like shady as fuck, fucking underworld, extremely wealthy, like kind of yakuza or mafia, but not quite.
Yeah, I get you.
Yakuza and mafia, like they're a little too brutal for my taste. Like I would not run an underworld family like that. they're a little too much.
特任を誰がどうやって殺してそして自分が関わっていないという証拠を示してみろってんだ
In that case,
In
what?
fact, sorry, I do gotta get this thought out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because there's the idea of the made man in the mafia, right? And this is also an idea in basically every gang or like crime family or whatever. But like the term made man comes from the Italian mafia. Like I think if you're gonna run a criminal family, you should be more open with that. You should make more people made men, right? Because what that term isn't that they're set up for life or anything like that, but rather it means that they're a full-fledged member of the group. Right?
Yeah.
The way that it works to instill loyalty is because you give people who are in the in-group power over those who are like just on the periphery, right? And also like actual influence in money and opportunity on the inside.
Yeah,
so
like
on and so forth.
Like it is a microcosm of feudalism.
Yeah, more or less. That's what I was actually about to compare it to, like a knighthood and a lord. To become a made man is to swear an oath, like basically be a swear an oath of fealty to the family. More or less, become a knight for the family. You become part of the family, but you still have to work, and work a lot, and potentially very dangerous work.
Yeah, and then
you're being rewarded with wealth and power, but you have to do even more dangerous shit. Right?
Yeah, and then you create branch families, essentially. How recognized those are depends on the individual group, but you get the picture.
Yeah, and in Europe, you would also be funding fucking knightly orders and shit like that, which the equivalent in like underworld stuff is you're funding and watching over
enforcer groups, yeah.
Like enforcer groups, but also more like
also the political side of things.
More legitimate companies and political stuff and so on and so forth. Like, yeah, you're sponsoring these groups to make sure you have the like legitimate power.
Yeah, you have the resources you need to deal with it, because if the politicians are too focused on actually stopping you, they will stop you. That's how we got the dissolution of a lot of the mafia in like the state of Ohio, for example.
Yeah, and this is the same thing with actually the dissolution of the Yakuza, like a couple decades ago. So that's actually a thing. The Yakuza doesn't really exist anymore in Japan. Like it does, it's still there, just like the Mafia is still there, but it's not nearly as big and powerful as it used to be.
Yeah, exactly. It's not as prolific. You have more unaffiliated gangs, essentially, small-time operations.
Yeah, like it's less organized, more or less. Like it broke up the criminal underworld into more disorganized chunks, which is the same thing that happened in the U.S. when the mafia and other like organized criminal organizations sort of like got fucked up.
Yeah, because nobody wants to start that again because they don't want to be the next big grab.
Yeah. More or less, Kiri would be like, at least with the vibe that I'm getting anyway, is like a wealthy criminal, more or less.
Yeah, she's
like someone who's definitely like willing to get their hands dirty, but also has a shit ton of money because of it.
Yeah, she's wealthy. Probably, my guess would be her family was that way in general. That's just my guess, though. We actually haven't gotten any details about her family, so I
may
know
not
as much as you.
Yeah, and we may not, honestly.
Yeah, because that might not be pertinent.
And also, like, even in places where it might actually be pertinent, like, authors are not perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes we don't actually, like, put in the reference that we need to for, like, a certain character in a certain circumstance.
Yeah,
sometimes we just don't. We don't think about it, or we forget about it, or whatever.
Yeah, though in this case, Ryukishi did get feedback. Because...
That's fair.
Each episode was released 6 months apart from each other. And he actually did take some of that feedback, I do know.
That's fair. Yeah, I guess it'd be somewhat similar, like to a like a web novel, but like you release chapters in bulk rather than releasing each chapter as you finish it.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, basically finish up a whole volume and then release it.
Don't look at me like that, Cat.
In that
I'm
case,
busy talking about like the criminal underworld. Go away.
Why don't you explain first who killed those 6 and how, and then try showing us proof that you weren't involved. There's the asthma.
No, she got too excited. Yeah, that happens. They just like let her collapse. Fuck, this is fucked up, man. My lady.
Jessica suddenly started coughing. At first I thought she was just choking after yelling too loud, but before long I realized how painful it looked. Jessica kept coughing.
This can also happen with severe allergies for people who don't know. Like this fucking sucks. Like I have genuinely got into like a coughing fit like this. And that's why I keep a nebulizer in the house and like a fucking inhaler on my desk just in case.
Yeah, Jessica kept coughing and choking down on her hands and knees.
Jessica, hang in there. Dr. Nanjo. Help! Help!
Jessica, your inhaler, quickly. No, wait, I have one with me.
Good man, Nanjo.
Yeah.
When you've got someone who has like breathing problems or like some sort of fucking allergy or what have you, you're around that person, you know you're gonna be around that person for a while, keep the tool on you. Like keep an extra EpiPen or whatever. Or an extra inhaler or what have you, anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Like there's...
Of course, with an EpiPen, you also have to know like how to apply it. You don't just like stick it on the top of the leg, you go in from the side. Just for everyone wondering, like EpiPens do not go on the top of the thigh because that's bone. You go in from the side where there's a lot of muscle and fat. That way, like, you don't like jam the needle into someone's bone because believe me, that fucking hurts.
Yeah, absolutely.
They will not be happy with you after that.
Yeah, that's something I have to keep in mind when I'm applying estrogen.
Yeah, actually, I don't think I'd be able to find it very quickly, but I do have a like a video guide somewhere on EpiPens and like how to apply them. Like someone with an EpiPen give it like a pretty good explanation over like 2 minutes of like how to use them, how to like trigger them, how to unscrew everything, apply it, blah blah blah, when to apply it, and what to do afterwards. Because an EpiPen is not like an inhaler. When someone has an allergy attack, you still call the ambulance. You still call an ambulance.
Yeah,
All
you
right?
absolutely still
The
call the
EpiPen
ambulance.
just suppresses it long enough for them to like survive for the ambulance to get there.
Yeah.
It's an emergency thing, not like actual treatment.
Dr. Nanjo pulled a bronchodilator inhaler from his own bag, which was lying on the sofa, and handed it to Jessica.
Albuterol sulfate is what it is. Most likely, anyway. It might be something different. I don't know what Japan used in the 80s.
Yeah, come to think of it, 6 years ago, didn't Jessica sometimes break into violent coughing fits and have to use that? However, 6 years ago, I never saw Jessica look like she was in this much pain. Yeah, when you're younger, you can...
兄貴、ジェシカってこんなに喘息ひどかったっけ？
George, was Jessica's asthma always this bad?
ここ数年でだいぶ悪くなったんだよ。
It's gotten a lot worse these last few years.
大丈夫な時はいいんだけ
Fucking
どね。
brutal.
It's no problem when she's normal.
突然発作が来ると咳が止まらなくなるんだよ。
But when an attack comes suddenly, she can't stop coughing anymore.
Sort of weird that there were no signs, like it's of a lead up to an asthma attack there. Like it was just very sudden. But, you know, and that's just like me bitching and moaning and complaining for no reason. Because like with real asthma, you'll start wheezing before you start coughing.
Yeah.
Usually anyway.
お嬢様、お薬です。
My lady, your medicine.
さあ、
Here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna wait for her to finish coughing.
Yeah. Don't want to do that.
Yeah,
That's fair.
taking the inhaler from Cannon, Jessica used it with a practiced hand. Looked like her throat would still itch for a while, but she had it under control.
大丈夫かよ、ジェシカ。
Are you okay, Jessica?
びっくりしたぜ。
You scared me.
大したことねえよ。
It's no big deal.
心配すんじゃねえぜ。
Don't worry about it.
The voice actor really got the breathy quality of like the speech after you have a coughing fit. Right. That's good.
Beads of sweat covered Jessica's whole body, and she couldn't hide her rough breathing, but it looked like her sudden attack had calmed down for now. This disturbance had made the dangerous atmosphere up until now seem slightly unfocused. But that's fine. The kind of battle of mutual suspicion is completely unnecessary. When you think about it, finding alibis for each other and looking for the culprit is probably meaningless. After all, we're just powerless, ordinary people. And when the police come tomorrow, they'll definitely employ cutting-edge techniques and investigate the case thoroughly.
I don't believe you.
I mean, they are wealthy, so maybe.
I don't know about that. Maybe, but maybe not. It is Japanese police after all.
True. Solving all of the riddles and arresting the culprit. Yeah.
People have way too much faith in the cops. But like that's also pretty normal for the 80s, so.
Perhaps Battler is right after all.
夏日姉さんが疑わしいように、私たちも疑わしさを拭えていない。
Just as Natsuki is suspicious, I can't ignore the fact that I'm suspicious too.
それを今議論し合うのは確かに不毛ね。
Arguing about that now will surely be unproductive. Yeah, you say that
Hey,
now that it's
she
been
dropped
turned
her-
around on you.
She dropped her mocking tone too.
Yeah.
明日、警察に全てを任せれば済むだけの話よ。
Everything will be fine if we just leave it to the police tomorrow.
でも、バトラ君だって知りたいんじゃないの？
Don't you want to know too, Battler?
犯人を。
who the culprit is?
大切な人を失った痛みを思い知らせてやるために1秒でも早く知りたいんじゃな
Yeah,
い
you can wait a couple days for that. Patience.
Don't you-
Patience is key for a good revenge plot.
Don't you want to let them know the pain you feel from losing someone precious to you as soon as possible?
それは否定しないです。
I won't deny that.
これだけの上等を決めてくれやがった野郎を、たとえ一日であったとしても、のさばらしたくはない。
Even one day would be too long to let the wonderful bastard who's behind this go.
And this is why no one ever succeeds in their revenge, is because they never have the fucking patience for it.
でも、だからといって、18人の中の誰かを疑いたくはない。
But that doesn't mean that I want to suspect one of the
さっき
18.
はああ言ったが、俺はエヴァおばさんだって疑いたくない。
Even though I said what I said earlier, I don't even want to suspect you, Aunt Ava.
俺にとってのエヴァおばさんは、ちゃめっ気があって、いつも楽しくさせてくれる最高のおばさんだ。
Seriously, Valor.
To
Oh
me-
my gods.
To me, you're an awesome aunt who's always fun and playful. That's how you see
Valor. Battler, come on, buddy.
そんなおばさんと、
Oh, that's
こんな
painful.
罵り合いはしたくね
I don't want to trade insults with an aunt like
え。こ
that.
こにいる誰だって、そんなことは望んでねえはずさ。
I wouldn't want to do that with anyone here.
だろ、
Right? Everyone?
バトラ君に同じ。
Okay, so as much as I'm saying that that's painful to Battler for this, don't feel bad if you still care about people that treat you badly. All right, it's humans are messy and complicated. You don't feel like an idiot for like caring about people that aren't great. All right,
Yeah,
It's okay.
absolutely.
it's okay for you to care about people like that. It's fine. Don't.
Yeah, that
There's
just
nothing
again,
wrong with you.
yeah, just again, humans are messy. It's gonna happen. Just don't let them bulldoze you either. I feel the
Yeah,
same.
you know,
Yeah, I feel.
if things are actually like truly unhealthy, like do leave.
Yes.
Like as quickly as you can. Just get out.
I feel the same way as Battler.
意味のない罵り合いだね。
It's pointless to trade insults.
多分、これだけの人数が朝から一ところにずっと集まってるから、みんなストレスが溜まってるんだよ。
It's probably just the stress built up because so many people have been crammed in one place since morning.
でしょうな。無理もないことです。
Probably. It is only natural.
言ってできるものではありませんが、なるべく皆さん、リラックスしましょう。
Weird. They translated something that means roughly like "I think so" as probably. George doesn't want insults flying because he knows his ass would be toast. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, it might not be my place to say it, but I think we should relax as much as possible.
エヴァ、わしらも頭を冷やすべきとちゃうか。
Ava, I think we'd better cool our heads too.
レシートの件は確かにお父さんの失踪を探る上で重要な手がかりになると思うで。
The receipt's definitely a big clue for figuring out how father disappeared.
警察が来たら話すといいやろ。
We should tell the police about it when they come.
そうね。そう。
That's right, right.
レシートの一件でつい鬼の首を取ったような気持ちになっちゃったのね。
I just felt a little
Holy shit,
triumphant.
she can feel shame and guilt. What? Wow.
I just felt a little
Like, this sounds
triumphant when I
suspiciously
figured
like
out that part
like an
with the
avoided
receipt.
apology.
Yeah.
確かに夏日姉さんだけを疑うのはフェアじゃないわ。
Of course, it isn't fair to only suspect Nazi, right?
私たちだって等しく疑わしい。
We're just as suspicious.
でもね、バトラ君。レシートの話だけは本当よ。
But still, Battler, at least the part about the receipt is real, okay?
忘れないでね。
Don't forget it.
そしてこれがどういう意味を持つか、もう一度よく考えてみてね。
And try thinking deeply about what it means one more time, okay?
Gosh, bitch.
Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi stood up. Looked like they planned on leaving the parlor.
Phoenix.
結局私たちはこんな推理ごっこしても意味はない
Talking
の
little
よ。
fuck.
In the end, it's pointless for us to keep playing
だ
detectives.
ってどうせ警察が全て明かしてくれるんですもの。
After all, the police will reveal everything anyway. That's right. Even if we don't play the detective game, the
Phoenix, no.
tycoon will pass.
Phoenix, why? Why? You giant fat fuck. Why? Hi, buddy.
And when those lively seagulls return to the harbor, everything will settle itself. That's right. Think about it like this, like kind of crime. If you think about it, this kind of crime is completely trivial. Will definitely be resolved. I don't think 6 people being killed and then the corpses heavily mutilated is trivial. It will definitely be resolved even if we do nothing. When the seagulls cry.
これ以上夏日姉さんも私の顔を見ていたくはないでしょ。
I guess that's why they called it that. Is because like they're waiting for
Yeah,
the
this.
storm to clear. So when the seagulls cry.
Yeah, exactly. It's basically the seagull. You know, it's one of those. Oh yeah, the seagulls are gone. This is kind of an ominous sign. It's kind of like if it's, you know, autumn in certain areas of Japan. If the cicadas aren't making noise, it's actually more fucked. So cicadas
It
with
still fucking cracks me the fuck up that seagull translate, like the Japanese word for seagull translates literally to sea cat. It's just sort of, I mean, it fucks me up good.
Oh, yeah.
It's very funny.
Natsuhi, I take it you don't want to see my face anymore.
私も同じよ。
I feel the same.
確か姉さんは昨日ゲストハウスに帰らなくて済むようにって客室を用意してくれたのよね。
If I remember correctly, yesterday you had some rooms prepared for us in the mansion so that we wouldn't need to go back to the guest house, right?
The seagulls live in a socialist paradise and despise the Ushimiya's venture of vulture capitalism. That's why they're crying.
あそこ
Get
は
out of
ガ
here,
スもトイ
Phoenix.
レもあるし、鍵もチェーンもかかる。
Those should each have a bath and a toilet, as well as a lock and a chain to secure the
横
door.
になれるベッドもあるし、主人もマリアちゃんとチャンネル争いをせずにテレビを見ることができるわ。
There's even a bed to lie on, and my husband will be able to watch TV without having to fight with Maria over which channel
Most
to
of these
watch,
people are
right?
gonna fucking die in their bedrooms tonight, aren't they?
We will find out.
Because like they're even like making sure to mention the lock on the door that they never have to leave for, except for to get food, and it's sort of like, "Ah, you guys are gonna die." There's no way most of you are surviving the night.
お好きになさるといいでしょ
Do whatever you want.
う。でも、くれぐれも用心を。
But make sure to be cautious.
ありがとう、姉さん。
Thank you, Natsuhi.
そして余計なお世話よ。
And mind your own business.
姉さんはみんなの監視をよろしくね。
I'll be counting on you to keep an eye on everyone, okay?
犯人はこの中に必ずいるんだから。
Because the culprit is definitely here.
そして姉さんも自分が監視をされていることをお忘れな
Phoenix, flat off.
And, Natsuhi, make sure you don't forget to keep an eye on yourself, too.
捨て台詞
Damn it, Captioner, why are you picking it up so easily when I do like a hissing whisper at my cat, but not when I'm speaking normally? What the fuck?
Have you finished taking your parting shots?
ええ、十分よ。
Yes, I'm finished.
じゃあね、夏日姉さん。
See you, Natsuhi.
源氏さん、夕食になったら呼んでね。
Genji, let us know when it's time for dinner.
それまでチェーンをかけて閉じこもってるわ。
Until then, we'll lock ourselves in with the chain.
Sorry, I know I missed a line there. It's because my cat was fucking just yelling at the cat. Sorry.
源氏、カノ、お二人を客室までお送りを。
escort them to the guest room.
結構よ。送り狼なんて嫌だもの。
We'll be fine. I hate shady escorts.
You're afraid of a 70-year-old man and like a 17-year-old boy that looks like a fucking wet noodle?
Then again, Genji does look like he could kill a man.
Yeah, but he's also like 70. So.
I mean, yeah, he is 70, but he also looks like he could kill a man still.
True. But Ava, martial artist, you know? Like, I don't know. It's fucking just...
Yeah.
むしろ私たちが部屋に行くまで誰もこの部屋を出ないでくれる方が安心よ。
In fact, I'd be more comfortable if nobody leaves this room until we reach ours.
ジョージ行くわよ。
Let's go, George.
僕は
have like your kid
ここでみんなとい
go
るよ。
into the fucking like private room with you? What?
Well, I mean, if you're suspecting that the killer is out there and you'll be safest in the bedroom, I guess.
Yeah.
You would. I
This
mean,
is sort of like... You'd want everyone like in different locked rooms, though. I think.
yeah, but I guess she is.
Like, I guess she could trust George not to be the murderer, right? Because like his fiance was in there.
Yeah, I mean, first off, fiance. Second off, it's her child. She would not suspect him, especially because she does consider him to be very responsible.
See, this is why I know I'd make a bad parent, because like I would also suspect my kids. Like unless my kid was like Maria's age in disposition, I would be like, yeah, bullshit can do it.
Mm-hmm. I'll stay here with everyone.
Which is just like not what you want in a parent.
この部屋に犯人がいるのよ。
George, the culprit is in this room.
そんなところにいるつもり？
Do you plan on staying in a place like that?
この部屋を出るということは親族の誰かを疑うのと同じことだよ。
Leaving this room would be the same as suspecting one of my relatives.
僕はあんな恐ろしいことができる人間が親族にいるなんて信じない。
I can't believe anyone in our family is capable of something that horrible. What rock have you been under?
Oh, yeah, I think he's right though. Like on killing 6 people and then mutilating their bodies. Like killing 1 or 2 people, sure, anyone in the family, yeah, whatever. But like 6 people and mutilating their bodies, I think it's probably only like Kinzo that's capable of that.
Yeah. Maybe Genji under Kinzo's orders.
Yeah, and then maybe Kiri as well. Like if she was told to do the fucking mutilation thing or had the idea to do the mutilation thing, it's like a pure, like, this will cause trouble for them thing rather than like a personal passion thing.
Yeah,
I think she could do it.
Yeah, I think
But she's also one of the corpses, so it's like,
Then again, we have to weigh the fact that only Shannon and Krause's faces are visible. Like, even recognizable.
Mm.
So that is something to consider, at least.
Yeah, that is like a... Why are some of them, like, completely fucked up and others only halfway?
Yeah, Krause I can understand. Because you have to communicate that the next heir is dead.
Yeah, I mean, that's not hard with his build and his clothes, though.
Sure.
So.
But it's to make it, like, undeniable.
Yeah.
Because, like, hell, are you
But
going to
why
find...
Shannon, too?
Yeah, Shannon almost feels like a... I don't know. I don't know why Shannon.
Can we pull up the system menu and check if their faces are, like, the opposite sides of their faces are done?
Yeah, let's see here.
Or if it's the same one or what?
Kraus. All of his face. All of Kiri's face. All of Rosa's face.
It is opposite sides.
Okay.
Interesting. And Goda's is full, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
It's
So
just
every
like
so
Jonah's left,
it's,
which is the same on everyone.
yeah. So it's just these two. have something slightly different going on.
Maybe it's about bookends. Because Krause is said to be at the beginning, and then, Shannon is the last one.
Yeah, I could see that.
And, like, it's even the side of his face that would be, like, the side of his face that's exposed would be also the side that, like, would be exposed if they were all covered by a bookend, starting from the middle of Krause's face, going to the middle of Shannon's face on the other end. It's the same way.
Gotcha, yeah.
But that's just, like, a weird, like, thematic thing, not necessarily, like, the motivation behind it. It's just sort of... It could be the motivation, but I doubt it.
George, darling, you tell him too.
ジョージももう一人前の男や。
George is already an adult man.
そのジョージの仁義がこの部屋から出えへん言わせるなら、それも勝手やろ。
If his code tells him not to leave this room, then it's up to him.
好きにさせたれ。
Let him do what he wants.
父さん
Father.
Man code.
Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi left. The only voice that called after them was the sound of the rain. The parlor was being buried beneath the savage atmosphere. When I looked at the clock, I was surprised to find that it was already evening. Have we really spent that much time worrying about needless things, talking with each other, fighting with each other? Well, I know I slept through half of it, so...
Yeah.
Feeling bored, I started scratching my head when... Maria and I made eye contact. A little surprised since I thought she was completely immersed in the TV.
今なら信じるぜ。
I believe it now.
I'm guessing
手
about
紙も殺
Beatrice.
人もすべてベアトリーチェの仕業だ。
The letters, the murders, everything. It was all Beatrice.
いや、むしろ頼むからそうだと名乗り出てほしいぜ。
In fact, I almost feel like begging her to come out and take credit for it all.
19人目の仕業ってことにさせてくれ。
I want it to be the work of the 19th person.
俺たち18人はいつまでも互いを疑い合わなくちゃならねえ。
Otherwise, the 18 of us will have to keep on suspecting each other.
これなら
Took you like 24 hours to get here, buddy.
Think believing in a
You're not the
19th
sharpest tool in the shed, are you?
think believing in a 19th person is better than that.
扉も窓も開けずにじいさまを外へ連れ出すなんて。ベアトリーチェならお茶の子さいさいなんだろう。
Bringing grandfather outside without opening the doors or windows must be a piece of cake for Beatrice, right? Maria, after taking a single short breath, hung her head and then raised her face again.
そうだよ。
That's right.
魔女の前に扉の鍵なんて何の役にも立たないんだよ。
Locking a door is useless against a witch.
ベアトリーチェは72中のすべてに精通する。
Ah, fucking Topop. Beatrice is familiar with all 72 demons.
33位のガープは望む相手を望む場所へ瞬時に運ぶ
That's
力
actually
を与
real.
えるし。
Mm-hmm.
That's like the real power of Gap. Anyway, the 33rd ranked Gap gives the power to instantly carry the desired person to any location.
彼女にとってどのような密室に閉じこもった人間だろうと連れ出すことは難しいことでも何でもないんだよ。
To her, taking a person out of any closed room isn't hard at all, you see. Let's see. Gap is also the one of the four cardinal spirits. Which one Gap is depends on the book that you're reading. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum has him as the west. The Lesser Key of Solomon has the south. You know, so on and so forth. Because those early books can't really agree on any of that shit.
Which is sure are incredible.
Yeah. Gap is a demon prince, specifically. And one of his other powers is to incite love.
Tell her if she feels like committing another crime to do it in a way that no human could. Make me believe that a 19th person, no, a witch, exists.
The Munich manual also says that Gap, whose other names are like Taub, Coap, Tap, stuff like that, also provides medical care for women and transforms them to make it easier to get a lover. Basically, like he's all about like manipulating the person.
Alrighty.
He has the power to teach philosophy and liberal arts, make others invisible, steal familiars from other magicians, make people stupid, carry people between kingdoms, and rules 66 legions of demons, which is like 19,000, roughly. No, more than that. 190,000. There we go. In the Livre des Espirites, he's a prince, but is also a knight who brings gold and silver anywhere, and rules 20 legions of spirits in that. So, Gap is a really good choice for Beatrice, considering what's going on right now.
Yeah. So,
especially with the gold and silver bits.
Yep, so about 330,000.
Did I do the math wrong on that? I probably did.
Yeah, because it's 5,000 people for a legion times 66.
Let's see. I can't actually pull up my fucking calculator.
Well, I did. It's 330,000.
Oh, yeah. Fuck. I don't know how I fucked that one up that bad. Oh, yeah, it's because I didn't carry... Okay, never mind. I got it. I figured it out. Okay, if I meet her, I'll tell her.
Crap. Nothing's made sense to me for a while now. Just when I want to believe in a 19th person, I deny it, and just when I want to believe that there are only 18 people, I deny that too. Even though I want there to be more than just the 18 people here, I can't accept the existence of that 19th person.
Battler, it would be so easy for a 19th person to exist. So easy. There's so much space on this fucking island. You have no idea if there's another fucking manor somewhere like way deep in the woods or not.
Yeah,
you have no clue.
He's basically struggling between both. And also, like, struggling with the idea of, yeah, magic and witches don't exist.
I mean, you don't have to believe in magic and, like, witchcraft for there to be a 19th person, you know?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, no, he's struggling between three concepts. Either a witch did it, a 19th person did it, or it's one of the 18.
And, like, no matter what, like, the 19th person who may or may not be a witch is involved, honestly. Like, even if it was, like, mundane murders here going on, like, that 19th person is involved. Somehow.
So, your stance right now is there is a 19th person on the island.
And that 19th person is Beatrice, yes.
And that 19th person is some form of Beatrice, whether it's magical or not.
Yes. That's what I'm on right now. That's what I would be thinking at the time in this, because I already know that for sure, 100%, that Beatrice is here and exists and is real because it's a supernatural horror murder mystery thing. Like, obviously, yes, Beatrice is real. I know how stories work.
Yeah. But, yeah, I was just kind of getting your stance on it, because there is an argument to be made that there is both a supernatural and non-supernatural answer happening simultaneously.
Oh, yeah, like, I'm sure that there is, like, actual plots and things going on in the background that are mundane in nature.
Yeah.
But 100%, the 19th person that is Beatrice is involved in this shit somehow, some way, even if she's just instigating shit. Even if she's not, like, directly responsible for some murders or some shit. Like, there's some shit going on. And she's involved.
Absolutely. I could definitely see that. Now let's see here. In short, even though there are more than 18 people, there are less than 19 people. The number of people in this mansion is X is less than 19, X is greater than 18.
Okay, it's not tagged as supernatural or fantasy on the Steam front. Okay,
That's
interesting. So like that's actually hidden. That's good.
I mean,
Because
yeah,
that would absolutely like ruin half the mystery if you knew that to begin with, which it did for me. Didn't actually like ruin it, but like because I know that Beatrice is real, like I've already gotten a lot of information that most people wouldn't have at this point.
Yeah, they would get it at the end of episode 1. So the number of people can't be represented by an integer. However, it's impossible for there to be anything after the decimal point. You shouldn't be able to show the number of people with anything but an integer. And yet, what I said earlier, you explain the fraction less than 1. It's no wonder that 19 person was something that couldn't be seen. That's why, since you can only write the number of people as an integer, you couldn't see that person, which cannot be seen. Beatrice has no body, therefore she is invisible. Is there a 19th person or not? Which exists or not?
Like every time they bring up the fact that Beatrice has no body, I just keep thinking of formless, not invisible, formless. Or when it comes to Melina, like the way she said it was burned and bodiless.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's not that you can't see her; she's not invisible. She doesn't have a body. She has no form, no physicality with which to interact with the world.
The math problem: X is less than 19. X is greater than 18. Which exists somewhere in that X.
I think part of this is like we were talking about this last stream, but like how Japan doesn't consider Japan's like general culture doesn't consider witches to be like humans, and human in Japanese is also the word for person. It's ningen. That's human and person. So like when you say when a character in a translated work says you're not human, they're also saying you're not a person. It's just like a quirk of the language.
Yeah.
So when he's saying that there's not 19 people, there's less than 19 people, but there's more than 18, it's that there's a non-human person.
Yeah, I think that's that's what they're getting at, and it's just a quirk of the language that can't be easily expressed here.
Yeah, because like in English and a lot of European languages, person and human are separate words.
Yeah.
With separate like meanings.
And we have like plenty of folklore about things that are people but not human.
And to be fair, so does Japan. It's just like the way they think about those things is somewhat different. So like the language evolved differently as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Because, like, for example, spirits are no longer human, but they do have, like, sapience. They are sapient.
Yeah.
But because they're not human, they're also not people.
Exactly. So
it's tying the idea of personhood to humanity.
Yeah, which will be pretty funky to deal with if Japanese is still a spoken language when we discover aliens.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But that's also a problem in elsewhere in the world. Like among a lot of lay people, person and human means the same thing, and for some legal definitions, it even means the same thing. But that's starting to be separated slowly as we discover more and more about the intelligence of other animals.
Yeah, which
and
is
people like
fair.
start preparing for stuff like that, which is good.
Yeah, absolutely. But better to do it now rather than when it's going to be harder to fight that fight.
Yeah, and actually, I remember a comic, a Japanese comic that went out of its way to make a new word for human. They actually used the English word human for it in the translation.
Okay, yeah.
To avoid, like, calling someone non-person. when they're just not human.
Okay,
Which is
so
interesting to me.
so basically they used the loan word human to designate something as not human, but still keep them in the ningen box, basically.
No, like the loan word human was actually applied to humans.
Oh, okay.
Where like ningen was meant to be person rather than human.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean, is basically apply human and non-human. And then apply, and then...
understanding what you're saying wrong. I don't know which.
Yeah. Basically, apply human and non-human to them both, but use ningen to just mean person and apply it to both of them.
Yeah, there you go. Also, captioner broke again. Sorry.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
At least it lasted longer that time.
But... Yeah, it did. It did last a while this time.
Just wonder what the problem is.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Like I said, I will talk to CJ about that and see what they
Maybe
have to say.
Maybe. Oh. Might be a memory issue for me because, like, so I've explained this before on stream, but I have my disk separated into two drives, like a partition. One is for my OS, but the problem with that is that the OS keeps getting bigger and bigger as more updates are applied, and they don't like compress back downwards for whatever fucking reasons. I think it's because Microsoft doesn't expect people to be using partitions or separate drives or whatever. And 100 gigs at the time when I made the partition sounded plenty big enough, you know, like the OS was only like 42 gigs or whatever, but now like the OS is like 70 or 80, but like the cache for my browsers and stuff like that is still on C drive, and I can't actually change that because that's part of the OS and shit like that. It's a pain in the ass. I gotta keep like fucking around with it, and that might be what's going on here because I was having issues with it the other day too. So I don't know.
Yeah, that could definitely do something like that because Microsoft doesn't think about these things. The uncomfortable atmosphere continued even after those two left. It was thick with the idea that simply thinking about the culprit's identity would be the same as deciding whom to suspect. It had begun to feel like discussion of the case was itself taboo. So no one mentioned the case, at least out loud. However, those thoughts were what filled our minds, as they would, because, yeah, murders.
Yeah, of course, yeah. And also, like, how do you know what's in their heads, Battler? You just make an assumption?
I mean, yeah, he's probably making an assumption, but it's a pretty good assumption.
Yeah, I mean, fairly accurate, I would assume.
All that we couldn't say out aloud made our heads feel like they were going to explode. So at least on the outside, the parlor had once again regained its calm mood. Everything was left unsettled.
You want to take a bio break? Like bio break and snacks?
Yeah, bio break and snacks.
Okay, let me like fucking load up the next music then.
All right, well, you will be right back, everybody.
I did not think of a second song. Fuck. Got a sandwich. There's a roast beef and cheddar sandwich.
Yeah, we're back. I just grabbed what I could, so basically 2 hard-boiled eggs and a banana.
Oh, hell yeah. I wish I had some hard-boiled eggs. With a little bit of salt on top.
Yeah.
I should make some later. I got plenty of eggs. Yes, Ember, hi. Handsome boy. No, buddy, I've got a sandwich on my lap right now. You can't be here too. Go.
Yeah.
Well, it's not on my lap. It's on my like slide out thingy, but it's where he would normally be laying.
Yeah.
Tea time.
Feels like the rain's gotten a little lighter. Still pouring down.
仮にやんだってこの島には船がねえんだしな。
And if it did stop, there's no boat on this island.
船が 明日すぐに来てくれりゃいいんだがよ。
How far away is Rokinjima from the closest island? I forgot. I don't even remember if they mentioned it.
By boat, it's about 30 minutes to the island.
I mean, that doesn't really tell me how far away. It's just the amount of time it takes. But because we don't know how fast the boat was going, sadly.
Yeah. But it's relatively close. Like, close enough that you can see both from both, basically.
Yeah. That's probably too far for someone who's not like a professional swimmer to swim.
Yeah, no.
Probably.
Yeah, no. That's not happening.
So hold on, let's see. How fast is a speedboat? Okay, they definitely weren't on a speedboat. It wasn't a ferry either, though, was it?
Yeah, no, it was a souped-up boat. It was a boat with a souped-up engine.
Yeah, I remember that. Like, so it's not a standard ferry. Like, it is a ferry, but it's not, you know.
Yeah, it's basically, ferry. It's more or less a speedboat.
We could say, like, 40 miles an hour, so it's probably, like, 20 miles off. That is definitely within, like, human ability to swim, but probably not for someone who's untrained.
Yeah, either way, he's just very afraid of things going fast.
Yeah.
I want to say it was going like 60 kilometers or something.
That's not that fast. I was thinking like... Hold on. I was thinking like 65 or 70 kilometers an hour. A little bit faster. Somewhere between a ferry and a speedboat. Because an actual speedboat is way too small to fit that many people on it.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, well, we'll probably get another rehash of it in the next loop.
Yeah, because there were like 12 or 13 people on the damn boat, right?
Yeah.
Everyone but Kraus, Genji, Goda, Kennen, Natsuhi, Shannon, and Kinza, right? Like
yeah, Kinza. Yeah. So it was 11 people.
11 people. And plus the pilot, it was 12 people.
Yeah.
Or not pilot. Oh, yeah, pilot. Pilot's a good term for it.
But captain is what they used. But either way, yeah.
Pilot is also like the navigator, the person who actually drives the boat. So like that may also be the captain, but
yeah,
that's where the word pilot comes from, is for boats, actually.
Oh, okay. Oh, that makes sense, because yeah, okay. Even if it did stop, there's no boat on this island, but it'd be nice if the boat came quickly tomorrow. I've had enough of this Western Mansion vacation.
What are you giggling for, fucker?
Well, he's trying to make it funny.
Probably a bad time.
Mom, when will the boat come tomorrow?
本来なら帰りの船は今日の3時に来てくれることになっていました。
Sorry, sandwich. Normally the boat would take them back would arrive at 3 p.m. today.
先方も台風
I
が
assume
過
that's
ぎてから来
p.m.
直
anyway.
すと電話をしてく
It'd be
れ
a
た
little
でし
weird
ょ
if it was 3 in the morning.
あいにく電話は普通ですから。
They probably sent us a phone call to say they would come after the typhoon passed, but unfortunately the phones aren't working.
でも向こうも子供の使いで
I should not have taken another bite before seeing the
客
fucking
人の方
quotation
々
mark,
の
dude.
送迎目的だと教えてありますから、おそらく明日の朝一番で。
But they aren't children over there. They were told to both drop off and collect our guests, so most likely arrive first thing tomorrow morning.
多分9時頃くらいに来てくれるでしょう。
Probably around 9, I believe. How would you even know that, though?
I guess just a guess from other times they've had to make unusual pickups.
Maybe. Fuck.
Because they can't even do any fucking shopping without getting a ferry, so they probably had to do unusual pickups.
That's true.
I mean, just shopping for new clothes or food or something.
Yeah, there's no internet yet. So, like, they can't even do, like, Amazon shopping.
Yep, exactly. They can't even do, like, basic, like, a bulk inventory shopping, even.
Yeah. Obligatory fuck you, Bezos.
Yeah, obligatory fuck you, Dragon, I don't work for you no more.
Huh. Congratulations once again by the way.
Yeah. It was completely black outside.
Freedom from the yoke of the dragon.
Yep. When I looked at the clock, I realized that it was just past 7 p.m. Starting to get hungry.
When's dinner?
In the kitchen, Kumasawa was cooking enthusiastically. She had laid out a variety of dishes, and while they didn't match the level of Goda's artful cooking, they were still quite gorgeous. It was an act of kindness from Kumasawa, who was trying to enliven everyone's low spirits with some food. Kumasawa wasn't nearly...
Good food can make me forget about, like, a lot of things.
It's true. Kumasawa wasn't nearly as talented as a professional cook like Goda, but she was far from unskilled. On the contrary, since she had been brought up in a fishing village, the simple food she created was sometimes highly praised. Kenan arranged the food Kumasawa had finished creating on plates under her direction. Kenan also helped in the kitchen sometimes, but since he was rarely placed in that role, it was slightly awkward, even though he tried his best. Self-conscious about the fact that he couldn't cleverly arrange the food, Kenan's expression darkened slightly. But Kumasawa smiled, as though everything was fine.
Whenever I cook for a large amount of people, instead of, like, setting up, like, plates or whatever, I just, like, throw it out all on the table and then just, like, basically ring the dinner bell. Like, alright, come dish it up yourselves!
Yep.
I already cooked everything. Fuck you, come here. Do it yourself.
Yep. Which is honestly also, like, kind of the Japanese way of doing things as well, anyway.
Yeah, but not for nobles. Nobles always have their shit, like, brought to them.
That's fair. But yeah, like, the more traditional Japanese dishes, the way to do it is a lot of small items.
Mm.
So you have...
like, all brought out to the table, then you plate it up yourself, yeah.
Yeah, because it's, like, about, like, 7 or 9 different dishes per... usually... And this is talking about traditional cooking, so this isn't like, oh yeah, every Japanese person eats this way now.
Yeah, of course not. Because it's a little annoying to cook like 8 things at once, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
And by a little, I mean a lot.
And it's often centered around, like, miso soup. If you're cooking in that traditional fashion.
Rice a lot of the times as well.
Yeah.
Depending on, like, the meal. Sort of like how a lot of European food is centered around bread or pasta. Or soup, maybe.
It's arranged beautifully, Kenan. Aren't you skilled?
Come on, dude. Really? If it had been Shannon, it would look even more beautiful.
Yeah, but fair enough. He's thinking about it, considering it's not but maybe 24 hours.
Yeah. I don't know. I've had a lot of people die in my life, but I've never once had a thought like this. No, it's just weird to me.
Fair
I don't
enough.
think I'll ever understand this. And that's not like a neurodivergence thing. I think that's just like a personality thing.
Yeah, that's probably a slightly more of a personality thing. People grieve differently. But some folks do feel that absence strongly enough to basically go, yeah, there's just some shit that will never be better.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, I definitely like, at least for a few years afterwards, like I would definitely like walk into a room and expect to see people like sitting at desks or whatever.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
at their favorite desk or doing whatever. But like, I've never had the thought like it would be even better if this person who like is dead now had done this instead, because that's just like self-flagellation for no fucking reason.
Yep, but that's also some of the things people get struck with when they feel that way.
Yeah, and then by self-flagellation in this context, I don't mean like they're feeling guilty, but rather like, yeah, just torturing themselves with thoughts of like painful thoughts for no reason.
Yeah, just basically torturing themselves with the idea. Shannon stopped arranging the food for a bit and hung his head. Shannon was the one who always assisted Kumasawa in her cooking. Tonight, Cannon was doing it instead. And as he remembered Shannon's face in her brutal end, he grimaced.
Forget that for now. A little bit of cheese stuck in the throat.
Genji spoke kindly to Cannon as he advanced to pawn. Nanjo had escaped from the parlor once the mood had grown sour and Genji had become his opponent in a game of chess upon Nanjo's request.
I like the idea of like Nanjo like doing like that sort of like half crouch sneak thing out the door.
Yeah, just
because
like
he escaped and he's just like just skittering away into the hallways.
Yeah, just this rather rotund doctor just skittering away.
Yeah, I love the idea. It's fantastic. Yes, I will forget it for now. Indeed, that is probably for the best.
Genji purposefully refrained from facing Cannon as he spoke. Did so because he understood that it might make things tougher on Cannon. He noticed that someone was looking at his eyes. Nanjo also understood that and held back any thoughtless words. Wonder where Kinzo has gone. He'll be safe, but...
Oh, damn it, Genji. Right as I took a bite. I do not know. However, I believe everything has proceeded as the master has hoped and arranged for.
You really think so?
Which is kind of fucked up, because that means he planned for 6 people to get fucking murdered.
I mean, it is on the fucking epitaph, so, like, people have, like, 2 years of warning.
Yeah, like... Genji, Cannon, and, like, Kumasawa are like, yeah, this tracks, but I'm sure Nanjo is like, bro, what?
Yeah, bro. Genji, furniture can't play chess. To distrust that would exceed my role as furniture in the service to the master. Aren't you scared, Genji? I am frightened that something bad will occur again tonight. I have nothing to be afraid of. I serve the Ushiromiya family, and that is all. I have to wonder what kind of life Genji lived to think this way, because he wasn't part of the whole orphan indoctrination shit. Because that was before his time. That was before Kinzo had even attained that kind of money. Mm-hmm. So it's like, what the flying fuck did Genji go through?
Yeah, why is this man like this? Did Kinzo do this to him, or is he just like that?
Yeah. Which, since this was World War II Japan, there's a lot of explanations for a fucked up childhood.
Oh yeah. Many, many explanations, and none of them fun.
Yeah. Nanjo sighed through his nose and made a carefully considered move. Nanjo was very slightly dubious. Could Genji possibly be thinking that he'd be left out of this? He couldn't even imagine what was happening inside this mansion. But he definitely couldn't deny the possibility that Kinzo would devise something. You liken this.
At least Nanjo was like that aware. At least that aware.
Yeah. If you liken this island to chess, Kinzo had opened the game, and as a result, 6 pieces had been defeated. Could it be that Genji was calm because he believed he alone was on the outside of the chessboard and therefore safe?
Doubt it.
Yeah,
I think he views himself as like a pawn. So
yeah, he thinks of himself as a piece at least. I think he's possibly willing to see himself as a knight.
Maybe. I was thinking either bishop or rook, actually.
That would also work.
Like advisor and guard sort of deal.
Well, okay. So, 16 pieces on the board. Who are the 2 players?
You mean like metaphorically? Because like literally it's Genji and Nanjo.
Yeah, metaphorically. Basically, I'm going, okay, there's 18 people that we know about. There's 16 pieces on a chessboard. Or, per side.
Beatrice.
Well, Kenzo for sure, but it would have to be someone else. So it's the killer and battler, basically.
Yeah.
It's whoever the mastermind is and battler.
In that part, at least, but for like the whole ritual in general, Kinzo and Beatrice.
Yeah, or it morphs very quickly into battler and Beatrice.
Mm.
But yeah, basically, as Kinzo sees it, probably himself and Beatrice. I do want to play some of those alternate versions of chess I've seen.
I'm not really too into it. Which is kind of funny because like I used to be very much into chess.
Nanjo thought about it. Isn't everyone just a piece on this chessboard lined up equally without any exceptions? Wasn't even Genji, who had gained more of Kinzo's trust than anyone, who was confident of his position as Kinzo's only close friend, just another one of the pieces laid out on the chessboard?
Genji-san, 私は今夜が本当に怖いのです。
Genji, I am truly frightened about tonight.
無事に明日の朝を迎えられることを心より願っています。
I hope with all my heart that we will still be safe when tomorrow morning comes.
Nanjo, I'm sorry, buddy, but you're not gonna get your wish. I can feel it in my bones. There are more deaths to come. Better let me see some fucking bodies this time. God damn it.
The guest room Ava and Hideyoshi moved into had originally been built to house guests before the guest house's construction. So until a few years ago...
Oh, that's some good tea.
So until a few years ago, they had stayed in these rooms every family conference and were very familiar with them. This room was just like a room at a hotel with a bedroom and a bathroom. So even though they were still shut in, it was far more comfortable than the parlor.
Yeah. It is so much plumbing. I know it's a normal thing, but also that's so much plumbing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially if they're, like, lined up like a hotel setup. That's so much plumbing for one family, basically.
やっぱり家族だけだとリラックスできるな。
Guess it's true, you can relax more when you're alone with your family.
他のみんなも客室にこもって鍵をかけてりゃええんや。
Maybe it'd be better if everyone else also shut themselves in guest rooms and locked the doors.
夏日姉さんが客間を出るなって威張り散らしてるんだもん。
Natsuhi said that no one could leave the parlor throwing her weight
誰
around.
も口答えなんてできないでしょ。
I'm sure no one will be able to talk back. Not to the woman with a fucking shotgun.
Lever action shotgun.
Yeah.
No. Like,
あの人、ずーっと冷や飯を食ってきたか
I
ら。
know I haven't like talked about it much, but like lever action shotguns are probably my favorite shotguns in the world. I know that semi-automatics and like fully automatic shotguns exist, but damn it, there's just something so nice about the lever action, just like the throwing your arm down to like cock the lever. It's so good. Sorry.
She's always been treated so coldly, so now that Kraus is dead, she's getting excited about finally having so much power. I think you're projecting.
I really don't think that's what's going on.
Yeah, you are projecting.
まったく、ずうずうしいったら嵐な。
Seriously,
Are you
how shameless
pouting
can
now?
she be?
Are you pouting now, Eva? You are a 47-year-old woman. What the hell?
まあそう言うな。
Come now, don't say that.
夏日さんもあれで結構頑張っとるんやで。
Natsuhi's doing pretty
お
well.
前もそう突っかからんでもええやないか。
No need to jump on her like that.
さっきのレシートの件もあそこまでは言い過ぎやで。
And about that receipt earlier, you went too far.
You say that now, but back then you were like right there with her.
あそこで言わなかったら、もう言うタイミングがないんだもん。
Come on, if I
You're
hadn't
still
said it earlier,
pouting. Stop it.
if
Stop pouting.
if I hadn't said it there wouldn't be another good time to say it.
You are a 47-year-old woman. It is not cute for you to be pouting. Damn it.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Ava sulking cutely and looking at the television sat alongside Hideyoshi, who was lying on the bed.
Stop it. You're not cute. You're a 47-year-old woman.
こうして二人きりになるのはずいぶん久しぶりよね。
Still,
Oh,
we
God.
haven't been alone like this for quite some time. Don't worry, there's not a sex scene.
I figured there would not be, but also, like, just shut up. Shut up,
そう
Eva.
や
Stop
な。思えばわしもお前も老けたもんや。
You're right, come to think of it, both you and I have gotten pretty
ジョー
old.
ジが生まれてから何もかもがあっという間や。
Since George was born, everything's gone by in the blink of an eye.
本当にあっという間よ。子供を作るの焦りすぎたかしら。
It really has. I wonder if we were too hasty in having a child. Yeah, but you would have been cut off from the family if you didn't, so I can see your perspective.
Yeah, but also, if they had waited a couple more years, there wouldn't be the whole 6-year age gap
I mean,
with George and Shannon,
that is true.
who apparently started dating when she was like 13 or 14, and he was 20.
Yeah. So that's true, but I see her perspective, because of course she doesn't want to be cut out from, well, the inheritance, to be honest, because, yeah, if she hadn't pushed for that, and, her body, her choice, even if it's, kind of weird to have a child for that reason, well, they're also supposed to be modern royalty, so plenty of people have strategically had children.
Yeah.
Eva's eyes looked like they were staring off into the distance. Yes, she had thought of it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Her older brother Kraus had been unable to father a child for quite some time. 6 years passed after his marriage to Natsuki without any signs of pregnancy. It didn't please Kinzo at all.
Yeah, I figured they were going to talk about this next.
Abra herself had thought that since her name would be moved outside of the Ushiromiya family register when she got married anyway, it didn't matter whether a successor to the headship was born or not. And then one day, she had a heavenly revelation. Or maybe it was the whisperings of the devil that she had listened to in her greed. If she could give birth to a successor first, wouldn't she be able to remain in the Ushiromiya register? Things went well. Might she have a chance to inherit the Ushiromiya family herself? When she proposed this to Hideyoshi, he had approved of it instantly. This wasn't because Hideyoshi was also had greedy thoughts. For Hideyoshi, who had no close relatives, it was a chance for him to feel once more the long-forgotten thing called family. So, when they got married, he hadn't fussed over which last name they were to keep, and had quickly agreed to have his name entered into the Ushiromiya family register. It hadn't been easy to persuade Kinzo, but as his daughter, Ava knew Kinzo's personality well. So by choosing the time when Kinzo was most dissatisfied with Natsuki, she was magnificently able to make him accept Hideyoshi as an adopted son-in-law. Looking at Hideyoshi, who had achieved success after starting from nothing, Kinzo might have seen a little bit of himself. It's true, he never said anything bad about Hideyoshi.
Yeah. Just wouldn't accept him as a potential, heir.
Yeah. And even then, he just didn't mention him at all, which, honestly, is probably the best thing Kinzo can do for someone. Okay, Captioner decided Kinzo is Kendra now.
Fantastic. Just forcibly trains the man.
He quickly grew to like Hideyoshi and improved his transfer into the Ushiromiya register.
Sorry, Kinzo. It just, it's the thing. Captioner said so now it's true.
Yeah, George would eventually become the successor to the Ushiromiya family. He had raised him...
That also means Battler's actual name is Butler now, though.
Yeah. He had raised him strictly with that purpose in mind. He had been worth their while and had grown into a fabulous young man who wouldn't disappoint no matter where he went. That was why he had not been permitted to fall in love with a servant like Shannon. When she'd learned that Shannon was dead and the engagement was now invalid, though part of her had still been shocked by the gruesome crime, part of her had also been relieved that her dear George wouldn't be stolen by some servant girl.
Yeah, because that's how that fucking power dynamic works.
Yeah, that's... Welcome to internalized misogyny.
God damn it. It's fucked up too because there are plenty of historical examples of men marrying into the wife's family instead of the other way around in order to keep a noble or mercantile power.
Yeah.
And that explicitly happens with the British royal family.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
why Queen Elizabeth was queen and not queen consort. She's dead now, but
Mm-hmm.
And that's happened for multiple generations. Is whenever they married, the husband married into her family rather than the other way around. This is a real thing that happens all over the world. It's noble blood trumps gender in this case.
Yep, but
I don't know why Kinzo is so weird about this.
I'm gonna guess it's the Ushiromiya family was fucking weird like this. And then he just still adopted those views when he really could have just, fucking not.
Yeah. that's got to be like one of the reasons why the Ushiroya family fell in the first place. Because even like Japan wasn't like that for the most part. Like the noble wife would be the one to like be the noble there. Like the husband would still marry into the wife's family. The husband would just take over. You know, like that's also fairly normal across like any feudal society. Is sometimes like the husband takes over rather than the wife if the wife is the noble. But that's like, get out of here, cat. Get on my desk. It's maybe their weird views are why they started to fall, right? Like they wouldn't put the like a capable woman in charge instead of like it always had to be a man for whatever reason. I can see that happening. Hold on a second. I have to hide my screen for one moment so I can pull up Obsidian and not have it be on stream. I'm just gonna pull this over to another monitor real quick. There we go. So let's do it like that. There we go. Everything all right over there?
Yep. Let's see here. I am just getting rid of that excess cap on Nightbot.
Oh yeah.
And then I will get rid of excess symbols as well.
It's not very common that I want a fourth monitor, but in this case, I think a fourth monitor would go pretty hard.
Yeah, so I'm getting rid of that on Nightbot just to fix those filters. Oh, and excess emotes. People can do as many emotes as they like. But I will keep
the spam. Hold on. Let's see.
Yep. Yeah, it'll be under spam protection, and then you can flip those switches as you deem fit. And so it's just going to be blacklisted words and phrases and the links. And I'll figure out the other stuff later.
There you go.
Yeah. So yeah, that won't happen again, because I did, even though it wasn't a big deal, I did feel bad. You guys got booped by Nightbot for no reason.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. I think I have most auto moderation like turned off on my end, because I haven't had auto mod like hit anything in a while.
Yeah.
I may have turned it off, I don't remember.
Yeah, so, yeah, words and phrases and links, and that'll be it. I have hated Kraus since long ago. He was so full of himself, always swaggering around.
Oops. That needs to be on my other screen as well.
So proud that he would one day become the head. So I wanted to get back at him. Was that just a childish emotion? At least partially.
Yes. Yes, it was.
But in the end, that emotion guided my entire life. If that had been all, then it would have been fine. Because of that emotion, I got you and George involved. I used you.
At least she does seem to care about George and Hideyoshi here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, it's one of those things where a theme of this does seem to be people can be absolutely monstrous, but they're still people.
I might want to add my weird noble underground family to another world, or just like as a general like project thingy, like little gods and all that.
Maybe.
I don't know. I'll keep it outside the another world folder for now until I decide.
Hey, don't blame yourself for that. Hideyoshi got up and held Ava's shoulder. To feel a warm understanding from him.
わしはな、自分の人生はもうとっくに折り返しに入っとる。
Well, I reached the halfway point in my life long ago.
でもな、今日までの生活を後悔したことは一度もないで。
But you know, I have absolutely no regrets about how I've lived my life.
一度もや。
Not one.
エヴァと一緒で、他の男どもじゃ味わえん楽しい人生になったと思っとる。
I think that since I've been with you, Ava, I've been able to relish an enjoyable life that other men never will.
戦争で身寄りを失ったわしに、もう一度家族のぬくもりを教えてくれた。
After I lost my relatives in the war, you reminded me what the warmth of family is.
Sucks to suck, nerd.
だから後宮の家には感謝しとるし、わしの唯一の家だと思っとる。
So I'm grateful to the Oshiromiya family, and think of it as my only one.
わしとお前が歩んできた人生にな。
In this life I've lived with you,
何もなかった。
not a single thing's been wasted.
今日までほんまに楽しい人生やったで。
It's really been a fun life up till today.
Yeah, I can imagine how it's not so fun anymore.
Thank you, darling. Eva hung her head, burying her face in Hideyoshi's chest. Probably no one in the parlor could even imagine that this side of Eva existed.
感謝するのはわしや。
I'm the one who should be thanking you.
今日までお前と一緒にいて後悔した日なんてあらへん。
Until today, there hasn't been a single day I've regretted being with you. I think.
Yeah, I get it, buddy. Seeing something like that is kind of fucked up.
Yeah,
I understand.
Though I think what he means is counting today. There isn't a day I have regretted being with you.
Yeah, it's just like it's
but the way
to
it's
phrase
worded
that properly.
Yeah,
it's difficult to phrase that properly even for a native speaker. So it's like,
yeah, exactly.
There's always going to be something to poke fun right here.
Me too. I'm so glad to have you by my side.
ジョージももう立派な大人や。わしが見張ってなくてもしっかり仕事ができる一人前や。
George is already a fine adult. Even if I don't look out for him, he's a man who could do his job well on his own.
で、正月あたりをのんびりモルジブあたりで過ごさんか?
I wonder, around New Year's, do you want to go spend some time in the Maldives? Where are the Maldives? Country in South Asia. Okay, so like small island country.
Yeah.
Closer to like Sri Lanka than it is to like Japan.
I don't know. I think I might like stay on islands. I like islands.
Yeah, granted, after this, I can kind of see what's being said, but it's not a isolated island. It is like genuinely has
I
resorts
like the isolation.
Well, yeah, so. But after this,
yeah, I mean, like, if someone tried this shit on me, like in like a city, it's not like I could do anything either. Yeah, it doesn't really matter whether I'm isolated or not. No one's gonna. I can't fight back long enough for someone to come help me. So I'm fucked either way. I mean, have my isolation.
I mean, true enough. Just us, no one else.
いやよ。毎年年賀状の返礼で寝る暇もないとか言ってるじゃない。
No way, aren't you always saying that you're so busy responding to New Year's cards that you don't even sleep? None of that this New Year's. I won't read New Year's cards. I'll just stay quiet and check to see if I've won the New Year's lottery.
今年はカラーテレビくらい当てたいで。
It'd sure be nice if we won a color TV this year.
You don't even have color TV yet? You guys are filthy fucking rich. My family had a color TV in the 1980s. I wasn't around for it, but my family still had one.
Yeah.
We weren't anywhere near wealthy. Like, fuck.
Yeah, that's something. I think that's a very human thing for somebody from Japan to say. That wouldn't be filthy fucking rich. So, it's just something the writer put in.
Yeah, that's gotta be a writer thing, because like being filthy fucking rich, like Yushiro Miya's, like you would have color TVs like as soon as they were available.
Basically, yeah.
やだ。モルジブでお年玉くじのチェックなんてしたくない。
No way, I don't want to waste time checking the lottery while in the Maldives.
じゃあ、そいつもなしや。
And none of that either.
水いらず、のんびりで、ジョージが生まれる直前の新婚時代の続きをちょいとしてみんか?
How does it sound? Just the two of us, taking it easy, like when we were newlyweds just before George was born.
それならいいわね。
Yes, in that case, fine.
モルジブはええとこらしいで。
I hear the Maldives are wonderful.
なんもない島に美しいサンゴ礁と水上コテージが並んでてな。
An island with nothing on it, surrounded by beautiful coral reefs and cottages lined up over the water.
新婚時代の続きっていつからなの？
Like when we were newlyweds, you say? Starting when?
仕事納めしたらすぐや。
As soon as I finished up some
レ
business.
コーデンに聞いてみんとわからんが、多分大晦日前には。
Won't know till I ask the travel agency, but probably before New Year's Eve.
いや、今、すぐがいい。
No way, right now. I want to go right now.
I think your business partners would be like, if you have business partners at least, they would be like, yeah, okay, after they hear that 6 of your family members were murdered.
Mm-hmm. Aba nagged at his lips in a peevish yet flirtatious manner. The only sounds that filled the room were the distant voice of the announcer on the news, which Hideyoshi had left on, the obnoxious pounding of the rain against a window.
Like, I know a lot of capitalists are going to be like, fuck that, this is a perfect opportunity and shit like that. But also a lot of people are just going to be like, yeah, okay, you could take a break.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
no. Yeah, no. Like, as much as we say that capitalists are vampires, and like the hyper, like 1% capitalists are, but like most people would understand 6 of your family members just fucking died.
Yeah, and like they were murdered, and you saw their bodies, and there was not a great time. Yeah, we get it.
Yeah, because like this was gonna be all the fuck over Japanese news.
6 people murdered on an isolated island owned by the Yushiro Miya family, and like people are just gonna be like, what?
Yeah, and the state of the corpses will probably get leaked, and plenty of other things. There was a knock on the door, and Genji entered.
奥様、お夕食の準備が整いました。
Madam, dinner has been prepared.
お食事はまたこちらでよろしいですか？
Will you eat in here again? Yeah, might do a little bit of trouble on my resort plans. Yes, have it brought here.
南條先生はまだ厨房にいるのですか？
Is Dr. Nanjo still in the kitchen?
はい。次の一手を熟考したいとおっしゃっております。
Yes, he has said he wishes to carefully deliberate over his next move.
ご安心を。他の使用人たちとご
And
一緒
like
です。
not saying without the context is like he's playing chess. So do not worry, he is with the other servants.
源氏さんはじい様の相手ができるくらいチェスが強いもんな。
Genji's good enough at chess to be grandfather's opponent.
南條先生よりも強いらしいぜ。
I hear he's even better than Dr. Nanjo, right?
そうなんだ。昔相手をしてもらったことがあるけど、あれは 勝たせてくれたのかな。
That's right, long ago he played against me, but he must have let me win.
マリア、もうすぐ飯だそうだぜ。しかし、よく一日中テレビを見ていて飽きねえな。
Maria, sounds like it'll be time to eat soon. But look at you, you've been watching TV all day long and you still haven't gotten bored.
Yeah, she's like a fucking 9, 10-year-old child. She's gonna be like super entertained by TV. It's fine.
Yeah,
It's
plus,
nothing to worry about.
like, the familiar feels good, especially to certain neurodivergent brains.
Yeah. Like, I was not a big TV person as a kid, but if you put the right show on, sure.
Yeah.
Like, when I was young, I mean, I still really like it, but, like, yeah, it extended back even this far, but, like, if you put on, like, Babylon 5 and just, like, put in, like, the Season 1 disc or whatever, I would absolutely watch it all day. Because I love Babylon 5. Babylon 5 is great.
That's fair, yeah.
いつもテレビいっぱい見てるから
Kimchi and I actually talk about Babylon 5 sometimes.
That makes sense.
Oh, man. It's not as popular as Star Trek and Star Wars for whatever reason, but, like, I think Babylon 5 is way better than Star Trek, or at least most Star Treks that I've seen. It's just a side note. One of the, like, it was more progressive, I think, even more so than Star Trek, because there was one episode where I don't remember all the details now, but for some reason they were having like a religious conference on the station Babylon 5.
Mm-hmm.
And like everyone brought like the head of their faith, so like basically the popes of like their society. And most races and nations only had like one or two religious leaders. But then like when it came time for humans to introduce theirs, at the very end of the episode, it was just like a line of people, you know, like there was the Pope, there was the Dalai Lama, there was everyone, every religious leader on the planet. And the entire time, like, what was his name? I think Shepard or something like that.
Yeah, Shepard, I believe.
You know, Shepard, the commander of the space station, was just like, it was deliberating so hard on which religion he should take as like the representative of humanity, but then at the end he was just like, why do I have to choose one? The diversity in humanity is cool as fuck. That's the point. And then just brought them all, which I think is fantastic.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. Anyway, Maria continuing to be in a mood. I'm always watching TV, so I'm fine.
マリアちゃんはテレビっ子なんだね。
Maria sure is a TV kid.
Yeah, all that to say, watch Babylon 5. It's really good.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's where I get the phrase, black so dark that your eyes just sort of slide off of it, which I use all the time. It's great. I love it. It's just such a fucking fantastic piece of writing. I get a lot of stuff from Babylon 5, actually. Giant fucking nerd. Babylon 5 is my thing instead of Trek or whatever. You good?
Yeah, I was just reminding myself. Speaking of the Darkest Black, fuck Anish Kapoor.
Oh, fuck. All right. Yeah, fuck that guy. Absolutely fuck that guy, like, with barbed wire pole and everything. Like, this guy does not deserve to have any patents or whatever.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Anish Kapoor is an artist. He got exclusive rights to use Vanta Black, which is basically the blackest black pigment.
Yeah, that's the
in
thing
art.
That, when you see pictures of it, like, it looks like it's just been, like, chopped out and turned into a black hole. Like, someone took the hard edge eraser on, like, a Photoshop thing and just, like, erased everything between the person's hands if they're holding it. Like, that's what it looks like. And it's like that in real life, too.
Yeah, exactly.
The only trouble with it is, like, the real trouble with it is that it gets really, really hot because that's what black does. It doesn't reflect light, so it keeps the energy inside of it. So all of that energy that should be reflected back when you shine a light on something just gets absorbed. So, like, Vanta Black stuff gets really, really fucking hot.
Yeah, and
I can't remember correctly, but I think Vanta Black is also toxic.
Yeah, I do believe so, if I remember right.
I don't remember his name, but like some other dude came up with something that is almost as black, like functionally the same black, but is not toxic and is much cheaper. So you like go buy that instead.
I mean, yeah, definitely. But still, it's just the point of art is to have the tools accessible to everyone so everyone can do some amazing shit.
Yeah. Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
I don't even work in like traditional media anymore, but like still, fuck that guy.
I mean,
it's
yeah.
the principle of the matter.
Yeah, it's the principle of the matter. I don't do art in general, and if I do art, it'll probably be pixel art. So, it doesn't impact me at all, but fuck you and Nish Cooper, you kind of made art a little less good.
Yeah, just, I mean, fuck that guy.
Food's coming, so we have to clean up the table. Earlier, we had torn several pages at Maria's notebook, and there was now a mess where everyone had been drawing together. Jessica began cleaning that up quickly. Still, everyone really can draw. I have never guessed.
源氏、エヴァさんたちにもせめて食事くらい一緒にしないかとお声をかけなさい。
Genji, ask Ava and Hideyoshi whether they'd at least like to have dinner with us.
どうせ断るでしょうが。
Although they would probably turn us down.
Yeah, I would. Just to keep the temperature down in the mansion, basically.
Yeah, same.
Just stay locked in your room, accept the meal so you can fucking eat and sleep okay.
Yeah, of course. Like, food is food. Go eat.
Yeah.
Just reminder, chat, are you hydrated? Hydrate. Don't dehydrate. It goes for you too, Mel.
Yep, just took a drink of water.
My tea was completely on making a
かしこまりました
That's fine. Certainly.
お父さんの次はエヴァさんですか。つくづく後ろ宮家の食卓には全員が揃いませんね。
First father and now Ava. It's quite hard to gather everyone to the Ushirumi at dinner table. Maybe don't be shitheels to each other and it'll be easier.
Yeah.
You know, just a thought.
Natsuki felt her headache start throbbing again and lightly held her temples.
I gotta dump some, mineral-y water outside real quick. Give me a second.
Distance from the kitchen to the parlor wasn't that great, so Genji had gone and come back by himself. But the guest room was a little farther away.
Take someone with you, Genji.
Natsuki had warned him to avoid being alone whenever possible. And just now, Nanjo had also admonished him, saying it would be better if he held a little more concern for his safety. Kennen accompanied Genji, and the two of them went to visit Ava and Hideyoshi in their guest room.
Excellent. I would go with threes instead of pairs, but just that's better than nothing.
Yeah. But honestly, the only other servant is Kumasawa, and let's be real, she ain't contributing much to a fight to the death.
Yeah, I was just things like take Battler, the linebacker ass motherfucker.
Yeah.
It's just anyone. It doesn't really matter who it is as long as it's not fucking Kumasawa or Maria. Literally anyone. What's going on here is you don't need someone to defend anyone in a fight. You need a witness.
I mean, that's also true.
Just in case, one of the people going outside turns on each other, so there's three people, turn it into a Mexican standoff sort of deal.
Gotcha. Genji knocked on the door.
エヴァ様、秀吉様、お夕食の準備が整いました。
That way, if one person attacks the other, the third person can be like, "Oh fuck," run off and tell people who attacked the other guy, sort of deal,
I get it.
Anyway, Lady Ava, Lord Hideyoshi, dinner has been prepared.
Waited a short while for them to come out, but there was no response.
源氏様、これは。
Genji, look at this.
Kennen pointed under the door. A Western envelope had been inserted under it. Normally, when something
yay.
was inserted this way, it'd be interpreted as a message from someone outside to someone in the room. But since this might be a private note meant for Eva and Hideyoshi, it was not something that Kanon and Genji were supposed to take interest in. The Western envelope was one of Kinzo's, the same as the one Maria had taken out last night and surprised everyone with.
間違いない。親方様の封筒だ。
There can be no mistake. It is one of the master's envelopes.
あるいは
Or could it be... Yeah, Beatrice.
Even though this was one of Kinzo's envelopes, the letter Maria read aloud the previous night hadn't come from Kinzo. Genji continued, knocking a little harder and called out in a loud voice.
I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it! Lady Ava! Lady Ava, it is Genji. Are you there? Please answer, Lady Ava.
But there was
Not
no...
Lady Gaga, are you kidding me, Captioner? What the fuck? Alright, whatever. It's fine.
Yeah, but there was no response from inside. Sometimes, when the servants went to call some guests for a meal, the guests would be sleeping so deeply they wouldn't wake up. Times like that, the servants would stick a letter in the door to show that it was time to come out and leave the guests be. But despite that, Genji beat even harder on the door and called out Ava's name. However, there was no answer.
I fucking knew it!
Kanon stuck his ear up to the door, held his breath, and listened for any sound coming from inside.
テレビの音らしきものが。でも気配が感じられません。
I hear something that sounds like the television, but I don't sense anyone. You could just say you don't hear anyone, like instead of sense. It's sort of weird. Whatever. Anyway, the room might be empty.
I guess, like, vibrations of people walking, but not necessarily, like, footstep sounds.
Yeah, it's just a weird quirk of Japanese, especially when it's translated. Like, in English, we don't really say... saying I don't sense anyone implies that you have some other way of detecting people that aren't your five senses.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's like that. It's just indeed. Yeah, I mean, of course. There's also proprioception, which is not something that most people even know about in the first place, but that's like the idea of like how you know where your body is at any given time, and you can, through proprioception, feel other people as well. It's just very subtle, and it's very difficult to actually like use properly.
Yeah.
It's sort of like I don't know the actual mechanics of how you can feel other people with it. It's just sort of like this weird feeling of proximity. Like I would have to look up and read some papers on it to be able to say why it works like that, but it doesn't.
Genji took out a handkerchief and careful not to touch with his bare hand, gently pulled out the envelope that had been stuck under the door. Sealed with deep red sealing wax. Without a doubt, the mark on that sealing wax had come from the Ushiro Miya family head's ring.
Lady Ava! Lady Ava! Please answer. Are you still in your room?
But there was still no answer.
I have Obsidian over it right now. Hold on.
There was a chance that those two were aimlessly walking around the mansion. This was the home Ava had grown up in. There's plenty of reason to think that she had gone out on a casual stroll. Genji groped around in his pocket and pulled out the bundle of keys, which contained the key that would open the guest room.
Genji.
Kanon also understood what this meant. He would sometimes unlock the door so they could go in and do things like make the beds, but only after they made sure the guests were out. Unlock the door for any other reason, and especially to do so when there was a chance the guests hadn't given permission and might still be in there, was an action unbecoming of a servant.
Yeah, but Canon, like, there's this tiny little issue of 6 dead bodies and 1 missing person.
But Genji had decided if the only problem had been that his knock hadn't received a reply, he wouldn't have gone this far. But the envelope under the door was doubtlessly one of Kinzo's, or rather, one of the Western envelopes of the Ushiro Miya family head. After last night, the sender of this envelope could be someone other than Kinzo. This letter had been sent by someone else.
Lady Ava, my apologies. Allow me to enter your room.
For giving that final notice, Genji stuck one of the keys from the bundle into the keyhole. There was the sound of the door unlocking, and after slowly turning the knob, he slowly started opening the door. Light seeped through the cracks of the door. Were they in the room, or had they forgotten to turn out the lights? Clank. It was the sound of the door chain being pulled tight. Chain had been secured. Chain couldn't be secured from the outside, so it also proved that they were in the room. The sound of the voice on the TV seeped out of the room. The lights, the chain, and the TV. All of these things made it clear that they were in the room. There was no sign of them. Genji called out to Ava once again through the cracks of the door. There was no answer.
Genji-sama, いかがしますか?
Genji, what should we do?
As part of their job, the servants were able to unlock almost any locks in the mansion. Had no way to open a door with a chain, other than break the chain, obviously.
Yeah, bolt cutters! Oh!
Oh yeah, the only way to get by the chain was to cut it. That was certainly not permitted as part of a servant's usual work. Creepy Chill had already rushed up their backs.
These are extenuating circumstances. Someone go get a bolt, set of bolt cutters. And also tell them that you're going to do that, actually, before you do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Kennen held his breath again and tried to sense someone through the door, but even so, he was not able to sense anyone.
I will call Madam in return. Kennen, cut the chain. Don't do it by yourselves! Don't do it by yourselves. Don't... Alright.
As Kennen hurried away to get a cutting tool, Genji called him to a stop.
Thank you. Thank you. Wait, Kennen. Return to the kitchen and take Kumasawa with you. You must not act alone. There you go. Good man. Yes, certainly.
Looked like Kennen was wondering why he had to do something so troublesome in the middle of this urgent situation. It's because it's an urgent situation.
Yeah, you need other people to help and also witness.
Genji had said it out of wariness. He didn't care about what happened to himself, but in the worst case scenario, he didn't want anything to happen to Kennen. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was piling food on the serving cart. Nanjo was waiting for Genji, apparently wanting to show him a move he'd finally thought up that might turn the tables on him. But Genji's appearance immediately told him that something was wrong. Oh, what has happened, Genji?
Nanjo-sensei, 申し訳ありませんが、この勝負は一度中断させてください。
Dr. Nanjo, my apologies, but please allow this match to be suspended for the time being.
カノンはチェーンを頼む。
Kennen, take care of the chain.
熊沢、食事の配膳は一時中断し、カノンと同行するように。
Okay, good. So he's taking Nanjo with him to be witness, I assume, and not just leaving Nanjo alone in the kitchen.
Yeah.
I hope he's not leaving the old bastard in the kitchen.
Yeah, I don't think so.
That would be really mean.
I think he's gonna take Dr. Nanjo back to the parlor to get everybody else.
Yeah. Kumasawa, stop setting up dinner for now and accompany Kennen.
私は奥様のところへ行く。南條先生もご一緒に。
I will go over to Madam, if you would come with me, Dr. Nanjo. Thank you! Don't leave the cool doctor alone in the kitchen.
Yeah, like he's one of the few people I go, yeah, probably not him.
何かあったんですかな?
Has something happened? Genji took Nanjo, who still didn't know what was going on, and quickly left the kitchen.
Kumasawa-san, 申し訳ありませんが、僕と一緒に来てください。
Kumasawa, my apologies, but please come with me.
何があったんですか、カノンさん。
What has happened, Kennen? Kumasawa said almost exactly the same thing as Nanjo, unable to take in the situation, chased after Kennen, who had flown out into the hallway. Taking Kumasawa with him, Kennen went to a storage room and looked through the tools packed in toolboxes. and hanging all over the walls, trying to find something that could be used to cut the chain.
You would need, like, I think you could do it with wire cutters, but you would probably need like tin snips, at least.
What are you looking for? Let me help too.
This is probably like a thin gauge steel chain, right? Yeah, he's probably looking for tin snips right now. What? The music in this reminds me of something. Is it Dead Frontier? Really? Like the discordant, high-pitched instrument?
Maybe. I'll spin this one time.
Either that or like... Yeah, sorry, I'm just... Might also be Resident Evil, but it's definitely something else that's also horror and zombie related, I think. Anyway, we're cutting a door chain. Where was that large wire cutter?
A door chain? Why would you do something like that? The chain to Ava, Lord...
Wait, I took a breath in to like, say something, and you cut me off. The chain to Lady Ava in Lord Hideyoshi's room. Even though they should be inside, they didn't answer when we called them.
Took Kumasawa some time to figure out how cutting the chain and Ava and Hideyoshi not answering were connected, but she did realize that this was an urgent situation.
That one will probably do the trick.
And it took down a very large wire cutter that had been hanging on the wall. It was called a cutter.
It's funny, the voice line there was actually something more like probably this, rather than a full sentence. Which is, I like seeing the differences in how things are translated.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Those things are interesting, and I'm glad I have you here to kind of point those things out, because I don't know a lick of Japanese. At least you know a word or two.
Yeah, I don't know enough to actually understand what's being said in like actual full sentences, but I can pick out words here and there.
It was called a cutter, but maybe it'd be easier to understand if we said it was shaped like a large pair of pliers. Kenna remembered once being warned that this dangerous tool could easily cut through one of your fingers. And it took that and rushed up the stairs.
The word he said was tabu, which is probably. He didn't say this one or like a phrase for this one or anything like that. So what he actually literally said was just probably, like he's muttering to himself.
Yeah.
Which I think that is better dialogue writing than what we actually got in the translation. Because normally people don't mutter full sentences to themselves. They'll mutter a word here and there, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes people will mutter full sentences, but it's kind of rare.
Kenan took that and rushed up the stairs. He already knew instinctively. You should fight for every minute, every second to open it quickly, or perhaps was already... Please wait, Kenan.
You're making like an 80-year-old lady run through the halls. Come on. Hurry. She's trying, dude.
Kumasawa eventually caught up with him, gasping for breath. With both hands on her knees. Yeah, I feel you, Kumasawa.
Yeah. Side note, just like an interesting little fitness thing. Put your hands on your hips instead of your knees to help open your airways. Because when you bend over to put your knees on your hands on your knees, you're also compressing your diaphragm in your lungs that way. So if you put them on your hips, that'll help open it up a little bit by like widening your rib cage and muscles and all that.
Yeah, fair enough. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's what we were taught doing like sports and all that shit.
When Kenan changed his grip on the
taught in the military, I think.
When Kenan changed his grip on the wire cutters and looked up at the door, let out an struck speechless.
Wait, hold on. I just realized why I was taught that in athletics. One of my coaches was a former Marine. Like, he was a retired Marine because he had shattered his foot in combat. Oh, that's probably why. And then I like later saw like all the military people I knew like doing that. I was like, oh, huh. Yeah, I don't know this one. Like, I recognize it. Like, it's familiar, but I cannot.
Fair enough.
This might be a specific demon. Like, this is definitely not like one of the Great Pinnacles, because the Great
Yeah.
Pinnacles are all circular, right? But the demon symbols tend to be more squarish. So this is probably a specific demon. I don't know which one, though.
What is this? Kumasawa screamed weakly, her face pallid. That was no surprise, because right there, on the door, just like the magic circle that had been drawn on the shutter of the Rose Garden storehouse, there was another eerie shape drawn with a blood-like paint.
It's very similar to Gaps, but it's also not quite. It's got some of the same like elements, but it's not. Hold on, let me pull this up on the screen so people can see it. This is Gaps symbol. God damn it, right here. So Gaps is also a circle, but like you can see how I say that it's similar to it with this shape here. Sort of oval door-like shape.
Yeah,
and
like,
I thought of Gap because of how Gap was mentioned earlier and how like getting into places that are locked and unable to be entered otherwise, and then getting out and so on and so forth. But it's not. It's obviously not Gaps because it's just Gaps doesn't have that full shape.
Yeah, plus not any writing on it, really.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, there's it has Gap's name around the edge, but that's it.
However, it would be odd to call this one a magic circle, because unlike what most people would expect, it wasn't a circle with shapes drawn inside it, but a slightly more complicated geometrical shape. However, those strange characters filling the gaps, which weren't from the alphabet, were the same kind as the ones on the magic circle on the shutter. The thing that had...
is kind of similar, but it's also missing the door-like shape. Sorry, just go ahead.
But the thing that had Kanan struck speechless wasn't how eerie the magic circle was that something like this hadn't been here a short while ago. First, he had taken a trip back to the kitchen. After that, he'd gone to the storage room to grab a tool and headed right back. Put those two together, and it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. How could someone add something this creepy during that period of time?
Burkhart's symbol is also similar, but it's not quite enough either.
And as though it had just been drawn, almost like the door itself was bleeding, several unsettling vertical red lines slowly dripped down, getting longer and longer.
It's not one of the 72 demons, at least not in the Lesser Key of Solomon. It might be one of the demons from another demonic book.
Kumasawa's knees gave way, and she sank down on the spot. Kumasawa hadn't done this first, then Ken and Shirley would have wanted to. It's the work of Lady Beatrice. How horrid, how horrid.
I can't tell if this is mashed together or a real one, but so far, considering what they've been saying about, like, Gap and the seventh pinnacle of the sun, like, I would assume it's a real one, but I just can't place it.
We'll just wait for Maria, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Cannon gulped, then readied the wire cutter and approached the door. He didn't want to get close to this disturbing magic circle, and he really didn't want to touch the steadily dripping substance that looked like blood. But if he didn't get close, he wouldn't be able to cut the chain. Fighting this cold feeling, he gulped again, and after gathering his courage, he went even closer, putting the wire cutter up against the chain, then pressed with all his strength, managing to cut through the chain far more easily than he'd anticipated. That chain fell into 2 separate parts, which continued to clang as they swayed back and forth. Cannon, there's an envelope by your feet.
Another one?
Isn't that the master's? Like Kumasawa had also noticed the western envelope at the bottom of the door.
I see what's going on. Genji didn't actually pick it up, he just pulled it out from under the door to open it. Or open the door, rather, not the thing.
Yeah, basically, so he didn't step on the envelope.
Or damage it by opening the door with it underneath or whatever, scraping across the ground, what have you.
Yeah, and that the sealing wax had been sealed with the head's ring. Kenan hesitated for just a second over whether he should open the letter first or check inside the room, but eventually decided on filling his original purpose. Kenan pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. This was so he wouldn't leave fingerprints on the door. His worst fears realized the police would want to investigate this room too. Slowly pushed the door open. He was able to more clearly hear the sound of the television, which had been seeping out faintly this whole time.
Eva-sama.
Lady Ava?
Ava was lying face up on the bed. On the bed with her shoes still on. Kumasawa, who had fearfully entered after Cannon, and who was hiding behind his back, screamed a short eek again when she saw Ava like that. Ava's shoes had been the first part of her that Cannon had seen, so the oddness of wearing shoes in bed was the first thing to strike him. But when Ava's head shifted into his line of sight, Cannon couldn't help but let out a short scream like Kumasawa. Right in the middle of Ava's...
you know?
Right in the middle of Ava's forehead, something had been placed? Something was growing there? No. Right in the center of her forehead was an old-fashioned knife. That or some weapon like it was sticking out.
Was it a letter opener, maybe? I think a particularly sharp and sturdy letter opener. Most letter openers are pretty flimsy. So...
At the base of where it was stuck in, blood dripped down, staining the sheets on the other side bright red. Kumasawa's knees gave way once more, and she sank down on the floor. Her mouth kept flapping open and closed, but she couldn't even scream. Ava was dead, with some kind of weapon sticking out of her forehead. Whose eyes were open wide, and the image of the person who killed her must have been burned into them. The only mouth capable of naming that person had been shut for all eternity.
Where's Hideyoshi, though?
Yeah. Even though her forehead was the last place they wanted to look, they couldn't tear their eyes from it. Right there, the weapon was stuck in Ava's forehead, standing almost perfectly upright. And on the handle was a complicated design that you wouldn't expect to see on an ordinary weapon. A thing to be summed up with the word occult.
Oh, come on. You're kidding me?
It was a vulgar object with a design that might have been some kind of demon.
It's actually describing my letter opener right now. Mine has like a demonic griffin on it as the handle. And like the blade has a like a lion face, like maybe like a griffin or whatever, on the base of it, and then like some swirling designs down it. Effect. There we go. I'm just gonna send it to you and like pull it out up on screen for people. Like they're just describing my fucking letter opener now. This is not unusual to have like a knife like this, alright? Like, I know that I am deep into the occult bullshit, but letter openers are supposed to be fancy and weird. Like, this is common for letter openers.
Yeah, letter openers should be interesting looking.
Like that.
Yeah, that is interesting, yeah.
It's like a demonic looking griffin with a lion's head and then like a design going down the thing. And of course, like, it's dull. It's even more dull than a fucking butter knife, right?
Yeah.
So, like, you're definitely not going to cut anyone with this unless you're putting, like, superhuman strength into it. And it's pewter, so it'll probably break before then anyway. Letter openers are supposed to be fancy. Even, like, the basic ones with, like, a steel blade that are actually, like, somewhat sharp are going to have, like, fancy hilts and all that stuff.
Yeah,
you want a letter opener to look nice on your desk.
Yeah, I got one for Sekiro, like the release of Sekiro, and it's a little katana, basically.
Yeah, I've also got another letter opener somewhere around here, but I don't remember where the fuck I put it. It's got, like, it's a slightly curved blade with a small, like, secondary blade, tooth or whatever on the back that sticks out.
I don't know why they're describing it as so small. It is not that small. Or making us think, like, oh, a knife handle. That ain't a knife handle. We'll see later.
Is it like an awl or something?
Yeah, it's basically a fucking steak.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, so, like, this is... The description is just, like, the narration is just off, which is why I'm thinking letter opener. Okay,
yeah.
That's fair.
Because, yeah, they're saying, like, oh, it could be a knife, and I'm like, no.
This is like a full-sized hilt or something like that?
Let me see here.
Well, I mean, when we see it, at least. Like, I'm sure it's not too far off, right? Gotta wipe my little box. Keepsake box down, because it's covered in dust and dirt, man. And fucking hair. Keep all my little knives and interesting stuff and trinkets in here. I also have people ashes in there. I have people's bones in my fucking keepsake box.
Fair enough.
Where the hell else am I gonna put them? I'm not gonna hang them up.
I mean,
or
yeah.
display them on a shelf somewhere. I can just put them in a little jar and put them in the keepsake box.
Yeah, no, I get you.
Actually, I should pull that thing out. I think my pinnacle might be in there. Hold on. I haven't worn it in years. But if I'm going to be doing this, I might as well wear it since my avatar is. Let's see, there's a knife, there's an Italian, cool leather bracelets. Got a fun rubber bracelet that just says fuck off on it. Couple rings. No, that's my... Huh. My, pinnacle is not in here. Weird.
But yeah, it is a full-on stake. It depends on the adaptation, what it looks like. So, like, the anime has very distinct shapes for all of them, so you can associate them with the characters.
Yeah, fair enough.
Anyway, that's this is on you.
Right, yeah. What about Lord Hideyoshi? Lord Hideyoshi!
Ava was on top of her bed, but the other bed was empty. Where was Hideyoshi? After taking a backwards glance at Kumasawa still on her knees and stupefied, he checked the bathroom just in case. The moment he opened the door, he was greeted by steam and the sound of the shower. The bathroom was of the same familiar style as most hotel bathrooms. When taking a shower, a waterproof curtain was used to keep the water from flying out. That waterproof curtain was half open, and lying tumbled down in the bathtub was Hideyoshi, completely naked with both eyes open, pointing right at Cannon. Just like Ava, a weapon had... Oh, yeah, here.
Oh yeah, that is not... What the fuck is that? That is not a blade of any kind. That's like a drill.
Mm-hmm. Just like Ava, a weapon with a demon-like design was stuck in his forehead. Since his head had been under the shower's hot water this whole time, his face wasn't half covered and filthy with blood like Ava's had been. But the sight of him dead while still taking a shower was tragic enough. Just then,
that does suck, like getting killed in the shower. Like, fuck, dude.
Yeah.
That's like the one time you expect to like really be relaxed is like getting done in like while you're on the shitter or in the shower. Fuck.
Just then, they heard Natsuhi's voice coming from the hall. She's probably coming with Genji.
Again with this graffiti. What about this letter? What does it say inside? Oh, wait, we haven't read it yet. I don't know, I haven't read it yet. I don't know where my pinnacle is. It's not in my keepsake box. Must be floating around somewhere on the desk. Maybe I had it out for some reason at some point and forgot to put it back in the box.
We shouldn't touch it carelessly. The culprit's fingerprints might be left on it. We should hand it over to the police. Yeah, but also you're in a murder situation. You should probably, like, read it somehow.
Yeah. Like, it's... Open it with a letter opener with, like, gloves on and all that stuff. You'll do that.
They went out of their way to leave it.
Yeah.
Oh,
wait.
Yeah.
They went out of their way to leave it here. I'm sure they wouldn't have left fingerprints.
Yeah. As Natsuhi said that, she picked up the envelope. And before checking its contents, she entered the room herself, where she found Ava dead.
Yeah! Madam, Lord Hideyoshi is here too.
This is truly atrocious. Kennen, turn off the shower.
Wait, keep taking it.
Yep. Whoopsie.
Don't let this be any more pitiful than it needs to be. Yeah, and plus, like, the hot water will help the body rot faster, so you want to turn that off right now before, like, even more evidence gets destroyed.
Oh, sorry. I thought he had more to say.
That's fine. It just said yes, ma'am.
Kennen gripped his handkerchief and twisted the valve, turning off the shower. The bathtub, a small jar of body soap had fallen with its cap off. It really looked like he'd been attacked while taking a shower.
Oh, how else would that... What?
Well, I guess, you put him in there post-mortem for reasons?
I don't know.
There was still a small splash of blood clinging to the white bathtub, and the combination of red and white made a horrible contrast. Dr. Nanjo.
Wait. Genji's mine too, nerd.
Yeah. I don't know why my brain is just read everything today, apparently.
I don't know either.
I understand.
That's fine.
No signs of post-mortem lividity. Rigor mortis hasn't begun either.
Yeah, because it's been like 30 minutes, dude.
Yeah, it would seem
not
that
been very long.
An hour or so has passed since they were killed. But even so, how a weapon with such a short handle could do that to the skull? Can't imagine. Yeah, you would need to, like, take a hammer to it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But it would also be difficult to, like, surprise someone with that.
Yeah, you would basically have to kill them, but there's no other signs on their bodies, presumably.
Yeah, so it's either they were already dead when it was driven into their head, and there's just, like, no, like, some sign that hasn't been seen yet of their death. Or someone swung that fucking thing in an ice pick grip really goddamn hard.
Yeah, and, like, the thing of it is how nobody fucking heard it.
Yeah, so it must have been literally instant, which is why I'm saying, like, the hammer thing is just impossible.
Yeah.
Because, like, yeah, you could kill someone with a spike and a hammer like that, but they're gonna have time to scream while you get it set up, right? Like,
yeah, like, Battler basically posits later the possibility of a device. Like, you could almost imagine, like, a crossbow, but situated specifically for these things.
Yeah, problem with that, though, is Ava's on her back, and it's driven into the front of her forehead. And you could say, yeah, but move the body, but then there would be blood everywhere else where she was killed, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and especially the
head. Of course, they haven't actually, like, noticed yet. They haven't, like, looked around the room yet. And, of course, Ava's face is covered in blood. Like, they said as much, right?
Yeah, they said her face, she had been lying there, you know, on her back, and face covered in blood because she'd been on her back the whole time, or at least most of the time she's been dead. The fuck?
Realistically, I don't think you could run at someone, and even with a normal weapon, and stab them in the skull like that and kill them before they turn their head to look at you.
Yeah, exactly. And also, like, yeah, there are probably things you can do with magnets and whatnot to get the chain on, but the fact the chain is still on is at least trying to make this look like a closed room murder.
Yeah. Although that also depends on whether it's a steel core or a wood core door. I know the outside looks wooden, so it's probably a wood core, but it's also possible for it to be a steel core with wood wrapped around it to make it sturdier, you know?
Yeah, though I think most of these doors are wood. Especially because Japan is not known for its metallurgy.
It's true, but this is also the 1980s, and the Ushiroya family, so...
True enough. But I'm going to assume, since they didn't specify it, what we see is what we get.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Now, did check their pulse.
But I'm just, like, saying, though, like, there are ways to do the magnets, but, of course, we don't know what kind of door it is, so they're probably not doing magnet things.
Yeah.
Just saying, probably not.
Andrea checked their pulse and their pupils, making certain of their deaths once more. And then watched this business-like treatment, he thought, couldn't you tell at a glance that they were dead without doing all that? Andrea thought about removing the weapon, but decided it'd be better to preserve the scene and hand it over to police, so he left it alone.
People can survive with a lot of, like, weird damage to the brain.
Yeah.
And a lot of injuries in general, but, like, doing the declaration of death is important. Like, doing the full examination is important, not just for formality purposes. Like, it's to make sure 100% that they're dead before, like, you know, you toss them in a hole. So,
yeah, or in the case of this, because it's even worse, fucking cremate them.
Yeah, and besides, if they are still breathing after this, like, they need medical attention, like, right fucking now.
Yeah, whatever can be applied, they need to do it now.
I don't know if Nanjo has the tools on him necessary to extract the weapon without damaging them further. But you also can't leave a blade in someone's skull for over a day.
Yeah, at the very least, you would need something to force them to stay still.
Mm-hmm.
Which they might have, like, basically a small hospital's worth of medical equipment somewhere on this island.
Yeah, they might have some stuff, like, up in Kinzo's study.
Yeah, either
And, like, in Nanjo's bag.
Yeah,
Or, like, between the two.
Yeah, like Kinzo's study or like in a storeroom somewhere, basically, like, because they are on an island, even, you know, with everything going great, it's basically like at least 15 minutes, if not more, for a medical boat to get here.
Yeah, if someone falls and breaks their limb, it's probably gonna be at least an hour before they can actually see anyone. So like you're gonna want like to have a sling and painkillers on hand. And
Yeah.
like if anyone gets like falls and like cuts themselves really badly, you're gonna want bandages and gauze.
Yeah, and you're gonna want like seals if you're going to have a gun on site.
Yeah.
I forget what
All
those
right,
seals are called, but you know what I'm talking about.
Hemostatic steel seals.
Yeah, I think that's
Or,
it.
Like slap patches, more or less.
Yeah.
that's what my stepfather called them. It's just like basically like a fucking adhesive band, like a big adhesive bandage that you just slap over the wound.
Yeah, but they're chest seal. That's what they're called.
Oh yeah.
That's what I was thinking of. But yeah.
All right, my housemate is texting me for a fucking soda.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna go stick a paring knife in their thigh. I'm not actually gonna do that, but I want to. I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
It looks seen like this too.
Yeah, we'll do a quick be right back screen. Guess so.
Yeah.
All right, we're back.
All right, we're back. Yeah, we're back. Don't let me being upsetty spaghetti. Don't impact your enjoyment of the stream. There's stuff going on in the background. It's fine. It's personal. Don't worry about it.
Yep, but a close inspection of the base showed that it didn't have a blade. In fact, it was more conical than blade-shaped. You notice that rather than a knife, it was more like a short-handled spear, something with a shape better suited for thrusting than slicing. Rather than a short spear, you might call it a thick ice pick.
Okay, so yeah, like an awl.
At any rate,
At least that's what they're
after looking at this scene, no further words were needed to describe that sort of terrible purpose such an eerily designed weapon was originally made for. Nor was it necessary to explain how they carried out their function. Natsuki, hoping to escape the repulsive steam filling the bathroom as soon as she could, covered her mouth with a handkerchief and dashed from the room. Just viewing their gruesome bodies for an instant had been enough to burn the image into her eyes. If she looked any longer, that image would surely remain in her vision for all eternity. Rising urge to vomit was exactly the same feeling she'd had that morning at the gardening storehouse. For a while, Natsuki couldn't help but stand with her back facing the guest room, fighting that sickness in her stomach.
So, quick side note to ruin the tenseness of this scene. Nate got Barony! Yay! We might be playing that tomorrow. We'll see.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
I'm happy about this. my scheme is paying off. I've had so many like I was looking at Steam earlier and on the Parody page, and like I noticed like there was the activity feed underneath your games and everything when you're like selected on the actual game, and it's just like Spend the Spoon has added Barony to their wish list. McMatterson has added Barony to their wish list. It's just so on. Like my scheme is paying off. All my friends are adding it to their wish list. Yes, I will have more people to play with.
Excellent.
This is excellent.
Yeah, so look forward to that, folks. At any rate, we can't let the children... We can't let George see this room.
Hey, this is mine.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I know we did the side note, but also, this is mine. Seal this room with all haste.
ええ、見せられませんとも。
Yes, we mustn't let them see.
両親のこんなむごい姿をとてもジョージさんには。
If George saw his parents in this brutal state, but they
oh,
could.
no, he's right behind me, isn't he? Yeah.
They could tell those fiercely racing footsteps in the hallway belonged to George even before he came dashing into the room. George and the other children had been waiting in the parlor. However, when they saw Genji speak to Natsuki, when they saw her turn pale and fly out of the parlor, they felt a sense of foreboding. And when they saw a large group of people gathered around the guest room, they were sure of it. Father, mother.
なんだよこれ。
What is this?
また魔法陣かよ。
Another magic circle?
エヴァおばさんたちは無事なんだよな。
No, Battler.
No, they aren't. Also, Maria, would you kindly go into your witch mode and enlighten us on what the what the sigil is? Because I don't know that one. It looks familiar, but I don't know it.
Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi are safe, right?
カノ君、これは何の騒ぎなんだ。
Hey, Kennen, what's this all about?
バトラ様。
Oh,
Lord Battler.
yeah. Kennen didn't have to say anything. George's scream after he ran into the room told them everything they needed to know. Age gap aside, that's his fiance and both his parents dead.
Yeah, it's not great. And also, like, some of his aunts and uncles and people he grew up with.
Yeah.
Just generally speaking, this is not a good time for anyone involved here.
Who did this? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Yeah, not happy times.
It's fun that, like, that's actually the proper translation of that phrase, too. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. That's actually what he said, genuinely.
Yeah.
In Japanese.
George, hang in there. Oh, that's you. Sorry.
Yeah. George, hang in there.
Natsuki touched George's shoulder with her hand, but he violently shook her off. George fell over beside Ava and buried his face in the bed in front of his mother's face, wailing. And he pounded on the bed with his fist over and over again. George, hang in there.
Battler, go over there and, like, bodily drag him away from the body, please.
Huh? Battler? Battler had his back against a wall of the hallway, was covering his eyes with his right hand and weeping without restraint.
He did.
Horrible. That's horrible. Proposed to the girl he loved and lost her the next day. And on the same day, even his mom and dad were killed. Isn't that too harsh? Of course, it's sad whenever anyone dies, no matter who it is. But to Battler, those left alone by the deaths of others were far more worthy of pity. Everyone here now had lost someone close to them. George wasn't the only one to be pitied.
I don't know what the word was, but it's not horrible. I don't know what that, like, translates to. Hide is not horrible or horrid or anything related, as far as I can tell.
However,
I thought it might have been just like a not a synonym, homophone with honor, but I don't know. I mean, there's hidoi, but that's not hide. Maybe I just misheard it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it probably could easily be.
Well, maybe I misheard it, or is it weird conjugation? I don't know. Something.
Yeah, could be any of those. However, George's pain was far greater than everyone else's.
人はいつか死ぬぜ。
I know everyone dies sooner or later.
人間、誰だっていつかは死別の悲しみと戦わなきゃならねえ日が来るだろうよ。
If you're human, you'll eventually reach a time when you've got to fight the sorrow of losing someone close to you.
でもよ、そいつは兄貴にとってはずっと未来の話で、
Still, shouldn't that day be far in the future for George?
しかもそいつは一つずつ順番に訪れるべきもんじゃねえかよ。
Shouldn't those deaths visit him one at a time?
無語すぎるぜ。
Horrible, it's too horrible.
やろ
That bastard.
う、やろ
That bastard.
う。少しは人の情けってもんがねえのかよ。
Doesn't he have even a speck of human sympathy in him?
No, I don't think she does. Not at this point yet.
Battler, don't cry, don't cry. Maria tried to cover Battler in a mechanical-sounding voice. Battler violently wiped his tears.
ああ、くそ。もう流さないぜ。
You said that last time.
Damn it, I won't cry anymore.
涙も悲しみの涙も
Tears of regret, tears of
流
sadness.
さねえぜ。
Won't shed them again.
ああ、全然ダメだ。
Ah, it's all useless.
俺たちは魔女様に爪を食らってるわけだ。
Which has got me backed into a corner.
主勢一方ってわけだ。
It's interesting that he's still using the Sama honorific for the witch.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's just out of habit from talking to from Maria about it. I don't know.
Maybe. I'm always on
Or
the
that discussion in the kitchen.
Yeah.
そりゃダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。
And that's useless. It's all
鉄
useless.
腕がひっくり返っちまうぜ。
I'll spin the chessboard
俺
around.
は俺たち羊が明日まで逃げる手段もなく怯えてるだけだろうと思ってるだろうよ。
That bastard probably thinks we'll be running scared like sheep until tomorrow before we try anything.
ひっくり返すぜ。
That's what, I'll spin it
明
around.
日までこの島から逃げら
You
れた
are
ら
obsessed with that phrase, buddy. It's not that hard of a line.
That bastard can't escape this island until tomorrow
しょ
either.
んべんちびりそうになりながら逃げ隠れするのは俺たちじゃね
We won't be hiding
え。
away,
この方だ。
pissing ourselves, that bastard
暴い
will.
てやるぜ。必ずな。
I'll expose you, you'll see.
明日までに。
By tomorrow.
いや、明日なんか待たねえ。
No, screw tomorrow. Tonight.
今夜中にその胸ぐらを掴み上げてやる。
Before tonight's
It'd be
over.
very funny if if Beatrice just like materialized right beside her, was like, "Oh, really? You will? Cool. Do that." Anyway, I'll see you later.
But before tonight's over, I'll be gripping you by the collar.
「とにかくこの部屋は警察が来るまでこのままにして施錠します。
At any rate, we'll lock this room and leave everything as it is until police come. You should
Yes,
turn
ma'am.
down the temperature in there by a lot, because you're never gonna get the smell out if you don't. Like ever. I'm not kidding. that smell will stick around for quite a while if you let them be. No objections, I take it.
My guess is they're gonna replace all that wood. Assuming this mansion is even standing by the end of our journey.
Yeah, I should hope so. Like, they should probably, like, replace everything in there at some point, just because, like, burn it, just...
Yeah.
That still may, like, not be enough to get the smell out, because, like, a rot sort of... Like, it literally seeps into the wood, but there's a reason why, like, people for a very long time, before we understood what rot really was, said, like, it sort of, like, clung to the air, like the space itself, because even after you replace everything, you're still gonna smell it. It's still gonna be there, in like, to some degree at least.
Yeah, honestly, they'll probably just fucking remove everything and then just seal that door and just not do anything with it.
Yeah, that could be true.
Yeah, and of course that storehouse is just fucking gone. Like, there's nothing you can do about that one.
Oh, yeah.
At any rate, we'll lock this room and leave oh, yeah, you already said that. Natsuki announced it as though she didn't care whether they agreed or not. If anyone had a right to object, it would have been George, but he looked as though he'd shed enough tears. George nodded slightly, still facing away from the others, and when he stood up, everyone else agreed too. Natsuki still hadn't opened that western envelope of the family head that she'd picked up. Now that they decided to leave this room, she decided to unseal it in the parlor where everyone could watch. As soon as they walked it out into the hallway to head back to the parlor, some of them immediately felt something out of place, or maybe sensed something strange.
See, that's how you use sense in a sentence in English. Like that right there. That was good.
Stinks?
Shouldn't be stinking yet.
マリアもわかるか
Maybe
It's-
brimstone?
It's definitely not coming from that room. Did you notice it too, Maria?
Is Kinzo dead in the closet?
何の匂いだよひでえ匂いだ
Please tell me Kinzo's dead in the closet.
Seriously, what's that
No,
smell?
not
It's
my
awful.
kids. Not capture her, not my kids. Kinzo. Fuck.
Oh, jeez.
Please tell me my kids was dead in the closet. God damn it, captioner. Making me look bad. Fuck. Oh, son of a bitch.
Look at my chat.
Yeah.
Oh, welcome, Kinzo Gujiro Miya.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Welcome in. Oh dear.
That's really good timing.
Yes.
I'm sure you've been lurking and just like posted that as soon as I said that, but it's still really good timing. Thank you.
When everyone sniffed the air, they did notice a horrible burnt smell drifting through the hallway. One that none of them had smelled until then.
私、
Yeah, it sounds like
ちょっ
brimstone.
と厨房を見てきます。火はちゃんと消したはずなんですよ。
I will go quickly to check the kitchen. I'm sure I turned the flame off. After noticing a burnt smell, it was natural that Kumasawa, who had just been using the burner in the kitchen, suspected her own slip-up had caused it. Kumasawa
Someone go with
hastily
her.
dashed away.
Someone go with her.
カノン熊沢と行きな
Thank you. Thank you, Genji. Kevin, go with Kumasawa.
一人にさせないように
Do not let her be alone. Damn it, captioner, just wait.
And get that.
I appreciate it.
Boop.
That is the wrong window. There we go. Move that over. Testing. Excellent. We're good.
After nodding at Kenji's order, Cannon followed after her. He wasn't running, but as he followed her, he tried to search for the cause of the smell in other directions as well.
臭い。ふーん。
Stinks.
これは確かに鼻が曲がりそうな匂いですね。
Yeah, the more they describe it, the more it sounds like brimstone to me. Which is commonly known as sulfur, but like you call it brimstone when it's like demons. Because, you know.
Demons.
Demons, yeah. It truly is a stench that makes the nose wrinkle.
しかし換気のために窓を開けてもいいものか。
However, that doesn't mean we can just open a window for ventilation.
Ati was reluctant to open the windows in a situation where self-defense was so important.
換気扇を回させましょう窓を
Let us run the
開け
fan.
る必要はないと思います
I do not believe there will be any need to open the windows. You better fucking hope
上司
so.
の兄貴、話しかけても大丈夫かよ。
George, is it okay if I talk to you?
犯人を探す相談なら構わないよ。
If it's about finding the culprit, then I have no problems. Seemed that George had
You can
managed.
sort of like hear the emotional exhaustion in the voice actor's voice there.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
very good work.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The voice actors put in a lot of work here, and that's why it was so important to make sure the voice lines were in.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed that George had managed to climb out of the abyss of sorrow. All that
Big fucking doubt.
all that filled his chest now was the quiet flame of hatred towards the culprit who had stolen the lives of the one he loved and his beloved parents.
部屋にはチェーンがかかってた。
The chain from this room was
さ
set.
っき構造を見たが、とても外から細工できる代物じゃねえ。
From what I could tell by looking at it, I'm positive that it couldn't be opened from the
つま
outside.
り、完璧な密室だったってことだ。
In other words, this was a perfect closed room.
そうなるね。
That does seem to be the
バラ
case.
庭園の倉庫の
As
内を
opposed to the imperfect closed room of Kinzo's study, which sounds sarcastic to me for some reason, but I mean that genuinely.
Yeah. In the case of the Rose Garden storehouse, they might have sneaked the shutter's key out of the servant
あ
room.
るいは複製の鍵を持っていた可能性とかいくつか方法が想像できた。
Or maybe they had a duplicate key. I can imagine many ways they could have done it.
でもチェーンは違う。
This chain is different.
チェーンは一般に浸透した施錠方法の中で最もシンプルに密室を構築できる。
Among generally used locking techniques, a chain is the simplest one to create a closed room with.
チェーンだけは
Well,
物理的に破壊しなけ
Battler
れば
did
外からどうにもならない
challenge Beatrice to do a murder in a way that no human could commit.
Only a chain will block everyone coming from the outside as long as it isn't physically broken.
じゃあつまり犯人は扉からは出入りしなかったってことなのか。
So does this mean the culprit couldn't have gone in or out through the door?
こりゃ面白いや。つい数時間ほど前にも扉以外でどうやって部屋から出入りしたのかってみんなで騒いだ気がするぜ。
That's interesting. Just a few hours ago, I seem to remember everyone making a fuss over how to enter a room without using the door. Back then, we were all losing our cool, wondering how Grandfather had disappeared from his room. The receipt Aunt Ava stuck in the door on a whim proved that the door had remained sealed, and since Aunt Nazi was the only one person to enter or exit during that time, she was under suspicion. Aunt Ava proposed a theory about how Aunt Nazi might have thrown Grandfather out the window and left by the door herself. This door is much simpler. It was sealed from the inside by the door chain. The window had also been locked from the inside, and the bodies had been inside the room. This time it really had been, without exaggeration, a true closed room. That's right. If you include Grandfather's disappearance, 3 cases have occurred, and all 3 times the door had been the point of interest. First was the shutter. There was a key in the servant room, and we assume someone knew about that. It can't really be called a closed room.
Go ahead and keep narrating. I just gotta reset the stream real quick.
Next-
Not like Twitch stream, but like Discord stream. Just
Yeah.
give me a second.
The next was the door sealed by the receipt. However, Aunt Natsuhi entered that room, so if Grandfather had left through the window or been thrown out,
Yeah,
she would
that
have been
seems to
able
fix
to
it.
lock the
Cool.
window before escaping. Or, like my theory, Grandfather could have hidden until the receipt was gone and left the room later. Basically, this door can be defeated with a handful of desperate tricks. In that sense, you really can't call this one a closed room either.
Yeah, there was a little bit of lag on the words, as opposed to like what you were narrating. So I had to like reset the pop-out stream.
Yeah, no problem.
That's fine. We're good.
And now we have the door sealed with the door chain. Finally, we have to give up. The window, the door, everything had been locked. It's a perfect closed room. First hadn't been a closed room because everyone could be suspected. The second hadn't been a closed room because Aunt Natsuhi could be suspected. This time, no one can be suspected. This was a perfect closed room because the door chain formed a seal that blocked everyone equally well.
なら犯人は室内に入らずに犯行に及んだ。
In that case, did the culprit carry out the crime without entering the room? I appreciate this is happening in front of the picture.
Yeah, I would more likely suggest that they did it without leaving the room, but everyone was accounted for.
Yeah, everyone was accounted for.
So it can't be one of the 12 that were still alive at the time.
Yeah. In that case, did the culprit carry out the crime without entering the room?
Well, no, Kinzo isn't accounted for, right? It could be him, but I doubt it. I don't think it's Kinzo.
With some method from outside the room?
確かに。チェーンである以上、人が通れるほどは開けなくても、多少の隙間を開けることができる。
Good point. Even though the chain makes it impossible to open it wide enough for a person to fit through, you can open it a small crack. But that doesn't explain.
Yeah, but you can't. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't explain
you can't,
Hideyoshi.
Like, shoot at. Yeah, Hideyoshi is like in another room with a closed door.
Yeah, like Ava's already like astronomical, but okay, fine, we'll give you that. But Hideyoshi.
Yeah, somehow you shot her in the head and she just laid down perfectly on her bed with her face like pointing at the ceiling. Sure, yeah, whatever. Cool. I don't think that's possible, but we'll just ignore that. You just literally cannot do that to Hideyoshi, though.
Yeah. You would need to be like fucking Deadshot. Or, you know, Daredevil or something.
Fucking Bullseye or whoever.
Yeah.
Like, even then, though, like, there would be a hole through the door or the wall or something where you shot from, right?
Did the culprit knock on the door to make them peer out before attacking them?
Yeah.
Wait, am I missing something?
甘いよな。エヴァおばさんの遺体が扉のすぐそばだったなら、それも考えたぜ。
Yeah, you are. If Aunt Ava's body had been lying right next to the door, then it might have been possible.
だが、エヴァおばさんは部屋の奥のベッドの上。
But she was on the bed at the back of the room.
秀吉おじさんはバスルームだった。
And Uncle Hideyoshi was even in the
チェーン
bathroom.
の隙間からでは姿を見ることもできねえし、手を伸ばすこともできねえ。
Looking from the crack in the door, you couldn't even see them, and you couldn't reach them with your hands either.
Thank you for the raid, Starlight Katie. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Hello. How is everyone today?
Yeah, welcome everyone.
I recognize these names. I've seen you people before.
So coming in for more Umineko. Good to see you.
Yeah. We just got to the part where Ava and Hideyoshi are dead. In a true closed room at that. And just a couple hours ago, Battler did challenge Beatrice to do a crime. Do a crime in a way that no mundane person could. So, you know.
Oh, you were crafting Beatrice, so is that a art piece or a cosplay? Granted, cosplay is kind of art, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's costume art, makeup art, etc., etc.
Yeah.
It counts.
But you get what I'm saying.
I would consider it, you know.
2D versus...
Visual art
yeah.
or performance art.
Yeah.
At least I think that falls under performance art. I don't know. I'm not... I don't do that sort of thing, so I'm not sure on the verbiage.
Damn it, it's all useless. I didn't have a clue.
Needle felting a sculpture doll.
Oh,
yeah.
That's cool.
That sounds cool as fuck.
I might have to check the VOD of that later, because that sounds neat.
Yeah, I think I will too, if I remember. Which I got the bad brain, so I might not remember, but I'll try.
Something was tugging softly at my sleeve. It was Maria.
Oh no. Is it witch time? No, okay, not yet.
Satisfied?
She brought up the challenge.
What do you mean satisfied?
Oh, you know. Yeah, I'll keep it on mute the entire time, it's fine.
Oh yeah, we'll keep it on mute then. Thank you for mentioning that, though.
Yeah, I'll just skim through the VOD until I find, like, image of current progress, more or less.
Yeah.
To see what's going on.
Yep.
What is that emote? Because that looks kind of cool. I cannot tell what kind of animal or creature that's supposed to be, but I like it. It's a nice mustache.
What do you mean satisfied?
Hey, it's my turn.
バトラは親族の誰かを疑うのが嫌だから、犯人はベアトリーチェであってほしいと願ったよ。
Battler, since you didn't want to suspect any of your relatives, you made a wish saying you wanted the culprit to be Beatrice, right?
だからベアトリーチェは叶えた。
Well, Beatrice granted that wish.
バトラが言った通り、絶対に人間には無理なことをして、バトラに魔女の存在を信じさせてくれた。
Just as you asked, she did something that was completely impossible for a human to make you believe in the witch.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's technically possible because there's a lot of different ways that you can lock a window from the outside easily. And of course, that we mentioned that there's some fuckery with magnets that you could pull to get the door chain to get back in. But you would have to practice that a lot. Like, without being able to see where the chain is, it would be very difficult to pull off.
Yeah.
It would take quite a lot of fiddling. But if I were going to say that someone from the outside did it and then locked it back up, I would say they most likely used a wire, a very thin wire, to from the outside reach up through the gap in the windows, the two like panes of glass, curve it around the little frame, and then pull the thing in place, and then pull the wire back out. There'd be a lot of like little scrapes and marks on the metal frame, but that's
nothing.
Not something that you would notice without looking very closely.
Yeah, nothing layman would necessarily pick up, basically.
I think they might if they like really looked closely, but lay people generally aren't looking that closely to the locks on their windows in the first place. They're just checking if like it's locked, you know?
Yeah. But basically, yeah, someone got in, quickly did 2 murders, though I don't know how exactly they forced the stakes, other than Battler's suggestion later, because I know Chapter 2 spoilers, but Kat doesn't, of some sort of device. So some sort of, basically, almost like a crossbow, just to punch it through, basically.
That's my sticking point on this, is even with a device, you have to shoot in a straight line, right? And the only way that you could get Ava's body to like be like that in a like reasonable way.
Oh yeah, like you'd actually have to shoot her point blank.
Yeah, is to have her sit up and then you shoot her in the head and she falls backwards, right? Like that's it. That's the only way. Otherwise, there'd be blood all over the place elsewhere, no matter how you did it.
So,
and if you did it by hand, like with a hammer, or just like jamming it in yourself, you would either need superhuman strength, or you would need more time than you would have because Ava would notice you and scream. Like, there's no way, even if you were Usain Bolt, you could not move fast enough to avoid having Ava's head turn to look at you when she hears you running at her, right? And the same is probably true of Hideyoshi, but with Hideyoshi, I can see an argument for him not realizing it wasn't Ava who opened the door, right? Because there's steam, there's a bunch of noise, there's a curtain between him and the door. I can understand the idea that he would mistake someone coming into the bathroom to kill him for Ava.
Yeah, exactly.
Not going to kill him, of course.
Yeah, basically, the killer had to have planned it and basically waited for Hideyoshi to take a shower, because that would mean he wouldn't hear someone open the window, and hopefully Ava was asleep, so they would get in. Well, window or door, but you get my point.
Yeah.
Get in, off Ava, and then go into the bathroom and do the same to Hideyoshi. But for no one to hear, it would have to be point blank, immediate, for no screams to have occurred.
Yeah, you'd have to be like right in front of them before they noticed you. So like people would have to be asleep or have their eyes closed or whatever, something. And that means that you wouldn't be able to come in from the outside after they were in the room. You would have to be in the room, right? They would have to be like in the closet or in the bed or whatever, hiding under there, waiting for them to, fuck off and do their thing.
Nope, no one looked under the bed.
Yeah, no one's checking like corners and like hiding spots. Must have been good if Hideyoshi knocked her out.
I believe it.
You never know. You never know. They've been together like 25 years. It's definitely like possible for him to know her that well and manage that, I guess.
Yeah, anyway. I forget. Did you read this line or not?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Like, we can concoct a lot of different scenarios where it's possible for a human to do it, but it's just so implausible that I don't believe that it was a human, you know? That's what I'm getting at here. It's the same thing with the storage shed murders and Kinzo's disappearance. Like, there's a lot of ways that it could happen, but going by narrative rules and how unlikely these things are, they're the sort of things that only happen in detective novels, and this visual novel has already made a point of saying this isn't like a detective novel. Like, of like shitting on things that follow the detective novels just for the purposes of being a detective novel, you know? Just because it's a mystery doesn't mean it's going to be like that. Anyway, and now you're complaining. How selfish. Creepy laugh, creepy laugh, creepy laugh. Ouch. Yeah, we don't know that, but we also don't have any proof that they are unreliable. Like, you have to at least engage with the thing on its own terms.
Yeah.
Maybe it's proven that it's unreliable later, but as of right now, I have no information to imply that the narrator is unreliable at the moment. Of course, Battler is unreliable when he's narrating his parts, and so are all the other characters, but this is because they're, flawed human beings.
Yeah, we have to assume that the third person limited is reliable until proven otherwise.
Yeah, because once you open that fucking Pandora's vase,
yeah,
anything can be unreliable. You're never going to be able to engage in any story ever again.
Yeah, we can assume that Battler isn't really even in a mansion. He's just staring at a snow globe.
Yeah,
so like,
if you can't trust the narration, then you can't trust anything, and you have to use unreliable narration very, very precisely and purposefully. So
yeah, absolutely. So we'll kind of go into this. I know things up until until episode 3, most of episode 3. Pat does not know anything other than bits and pieces of character details.
Yeah, and I know about red speech / red text. I know what that is.
Yeah.
And I know a couple of quotes from Beatrice when she's using the red text, but that's because I like seeing Beatrice insult Battler. It's nice. I like that a lot. I don't like Battler, if you can't tell.
I tapped Maria, who was laughing unpleasantly, on the head with my fist. Sure, thanks for granting that wish. That just now was to thank you, and also to teach you to stop laughing when it's inappropriate. More importantly, tell me.
Yes, please, I want to know, because I recognize it, but I can't place it. Please. Please! I want to know.
See, I think red speech is very good. But let's not get into that discussion too much, since it literally hasn't shown up in the narrative yet.
Look, if you want to come at me with the fundamental truths of the world being put into words and say you're a hater about it, I will fight you to the death on this. I love word magic.
There was another mysterious scribble on the door to Aunt Ava in Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Was that another magic circle?
I wouldn't call it a circle, but yeah, sure. That one had a really memorable and characteristic design, so I'd hoped you would at least know what it was. Look, fuck you! Don't call me out!
I don't know.
I'd rather call it a sigil or a glyph, because circles have a very specific meaning in occultism.
Yeah.
Which is why the sigils and glyphs are usually put inside circles.
Don't know which is which is why I'm letting you take the credit. Quit whining and explain.
バトラは暴力的だね。
You
あん
sure
ま
are
り意地
violent,
悪する
Battler.
と教えないよ。
I won't tell you if you're too mean. Get it?
あいた。
Again.
言うよ、このげんこつ男。
Say it. I'll say it. Stop hitting
あれ
me.
は月の1の魔法陣だよ。
That's the first magic circle of the moon.
Maybe I was wrong about it not being another pentacle. I don't see any. Yeah, right here. First pentacle of the moon. Yeah, it's not actually in a circle, which is weird because that's what the word pentacle means. Is the coal part is circle. That's weird.
Yeah, very interesting.
However, it does exactly what I assumed it was going to do. You remember how I told you that I thought it might be gaps because of how it locked room and all that stuff?
Yeah.
The first pentacle of the moon from the Key of Solomon serves to call forth and invoke the spirits of the moon and further serves to open doors in whatever way they may be fastened. How I feel about Maria so far. I like Maria, both personalities she's got. But I feel like there's something fucky going on with the second, like, witchy personality. I don't know what it is, or if it's supernatural in nature or not, but there's definitely something weird going on with it. This is not just like normal dissociative identity disorder or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
It's not that.
Yeah, and
whatever it may be.
On my end, I very much like Maria. Both ways she tends to talk. She is very much a neurodivergent mood, and as an autistic person that, well, grew up, some of her habits definitely make sense to me.
Yeah. I was theorizing that there was some magic shenanigans from Beatrice going on with Maria's other personality, because they emphasized Messenger of the Witch in a different way than they emphasize other things. Like, when they're quoting stuff, they do the proper thing and put it in apostrophes, like, small quotes. But they didn't do that for Messenger of the Witch. They didn't even put, like, normal quotes on it or anything. They put these bracket quotes on it, sort of thing. Which I see Japanese do a lot, and is usually kept in the translation as well. But when they do use that in those translations, all quotes are done like that.
But in this
Not
case,
just one or two of them.
Yeah,
in this case, it's just the one.
Yeah, exactly.
And it has been used since, and it wasn't used before that, so I don't know for sure what's going on with that. But I get the feeling that there is something strange specifically with that title.
Yeah. What does it mean? What is this magic circle's effect? What does the Hebrew writing mean?
Yeah, there's Hebrew on it. At least you recognize that much.
記されているのは旧約聖書詩編第107編の16節。
The words are from the Old Testament, Psalms 107, verse 16.
主は聖堂の扉を破り、鉄の栓抜きを打ち破ってくださいました。
For he has broken gates of brass and cuts through bars of iron.
魔法陣の効用は2つ。
This magic circle has two effects.
1つはいかなる方法によって閉ざされた扉でも開くことができる。
First, it can open a door regardless of which method has been used to lock it.
そりゃ便利な魔法だぜ。つまり、魔法の力に頼らなきゃ開けぬ密室の扉っていう魔女様のアピールってわけか。
That sure is convenient, so you're saying they're trying to make it look like they're a witch, because this closed room has a door that can't be opened without relying on
もう
magic.
一つの効用は
And the other effect?
開かぬ扉を八方塞がりの事態に見立て、扉を開く。
When you're blocked by unopenable doors in all directions, it opens a door.
難解な事態の時に用いることで、それまで思いつきもしなかった解決策を与えてくれるんだよ。
By using it in a difficult situation, it gives you a solution you hadn't even thought of until then.
平たく言うと、観察力や洞察力、ひらめきや直感を授けてくれるんだね。
Generally speaking, you receive the powers of observation and discernment, inspiration and intuition. That's an interesting way to interpret the other effect of the first pentacle.
Yeah.
ベアトリーチェはバトラごとき人間風情に。
But it makes a lot of sense because the moon is often considered something that sheds light on things, that reveals truth, stuff like that. So, like, I get it. I get why they chose this as their thing. Relates it to the doors and the moon, makes it kind of interesting. I like that. Anyway, Beatrice is trying to provoke you since there's no way lowly humans like Battler could figure out how this door was opened.
Okay, good work, so shut up. Sounds great. I'll accept this challenge from the witch.
マリアちゃん、この世に魔女も悪魔も存在しない。
Maria, things like witches and demons don't exist in this
父さん
world.
と母さんは誰かが殺した。
Someone killed mother and father.
それが僕のよく知る人間なのか、知らない人間なのかはわからない。
I don't know whether that was someone I know or
で
not.
も、そのどちらであっても、必ず人間なんだ。
But either way, it was definitely a human.
しかし、どうやって
Yeah, but how?
せいぜい10センチ程度しか開かない扉の隙間からどうやったら室内の2人を
How did they reach those two through that crack in the door? It couldn't have been more than 10 centimeters wide. Again, I think you could even, like, do it complexly, like, the door itself. Just get the chain out with wire, basically. Like, no magnets, no magnets involved if you knew the layout well enough.
That's possible, I think, but depends on the length of the chain, right?
Yeah.
Because most door chains are not long enough to reach the part where they can, like, be pulled out of the door while the door is open in any way. So you'd have to be able to do it while the door was closed, and that's a tall order.
Yeah, like an absolutely tall order.
I don't think it's impossible, but...
Yeah.
I certainly couldn't do it personally, and I've done similar shit to that. That's how I know all this works. Just like, quick little, like, criminal past thing. Not actually a criminal thing. It's just like doors that were locked that shouldn't have been locked and all that. I had to open them from the outside. I have used, like, wires to, like, unhooked door locks and shit like that. But I do not think that I could do a chain. Even if I knew the chain very well. I don't think I could do it. At any rate, I can hardly stand this stench. What in the world could it be? Kinzo's dead in the closet! Hopefully, please let this motherfucker be dead.
Kennen and Kumasawa, who had gone on ahead, realized the smell wasn't coming from the kitchen even before they arrived there. That was because they noticed an even thicker wave of stench rising up from the stairs leading to the basement, which they passed on their way to the kitchen.
Please.
The boiler room.
room.
Please.
Just like have Kinzo's half-burned body in the boiler. Please! Just like sticking out of the mouth of it. Make it look all sinister and shit. Come on!
Wonder if there's something wrong with the boiler again. The stairs led to the underground boiler room. The mansion's boiler was old and in poor condition. Both of them had witnessed problems with the boiler on several occasions. They never smelled the boiler belching out a stench like this before. Slam. What was that sound? The thing they heard from the basement was definitely the sound of a door closing. Kumasawa had phrased it as a question, but she already knew it couldn't be anything else. Kumasawa was so surprised at that sound that her knees gave way yet again and she cowered. After all, at that very moment, no one could have been in the boiler room. A few seconds ago, everyone had been crowded together around Ava and Hideyoshi's room. So
Why did they put that in bold? Kinzo is obviously the answer here. Not of course. He's probably not actually Kinzo. Maybe it is. Who knows? But that's always a possibility because no one knows where he is.
So who caused the sound of a door closing just now?
Canon-san!
Kenon. After taking a second to sort out the situation, Kenon ran down towards the basement. Since they'd heard the sound of a door closing just now, and there was no sign of anyone coming up the stairs, the person who closed the door had to be inside the boiler room now. The boiler room had been a dead end. Kenon wouldn't have rushed in so hastily. But Kenon was a servant, so he knew. There were 2 entrances to the boiler room, one that opened to the mansion and one that opened to the courtyard. He didn't chase them now, they might slip away. Kumasawa reached the same conclusion long after Kenon did. But she couldn't let him go alone. The thing in the boiler room was the culprit, an opponent who had easily killed 6 adults in the first murder, and no matter how Kenon confronted them, he wouldn't be a match. Of course, with this argument, even if Kumasawa joined him, it wouldn't change anything. At any rate, after a delay, Kumasawa decided that she mustn't let Kenon go alone. She rushed down the stairs. At that time, Kenon was already in the boiler room. The boiler room's characteristic damp heat tormented him.
Before we go on, can we check the family tree list and see if they're dead yet?
Oh, yeah.
Family tree? They are! What's their faces look like? Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's see. Nothing special in her description. What about Hideyoshi? Oh, okay. You can't see either of them by looking through the gap of the door while the chain is set. You can't see them, so you can't reach them. Haze, how could a human possibly kill them? What?
I don't know.
Language breaking down too? What?
Yeah, I don't know, but... Yeah. It had always been an unpleasantly smelly and hot place. On top of that, the room was full of that horrible stench, which made Kenon feel like he was going to be sick. No doubt that this room was the source. In that case, Kenon should have been searching for where the smell was coming from. However, Kenon kept using straight forward as he grabbed a hatchet from a tool shelf just off to the side of the door. He hadn't stretched out his hand because he wanted a hatchet. He wanted to grab a weapon, any weapon. Why?
Why do you have a hatchet in the boiler room, though?
Well, it does.
I guess to chop wood in there. I don't know what kind of fuel they use for the boiler, or if they even need fuel.
Plus, it does lead out to the courtyard.
That's true. Yeah.
Kenon gazed into the darkness where the naked light bulb couldn't pierce, and he answered.
ルーレットは数字と赤黒にかけて配当を競い合う。
In roulette, you bet on a number with the colors red or black, vying for a payoff.
だが、赤か黒かのようなリスクの低い賭けはその程度の配当しか与えられない。
However, low-risk bets like black and red only offer a similarly low payoff.
Words coming from Kenon's mouth were swallowed up by the darkness. That darkness suddenly started to swirl, glittering.
Hello, Beatrice.
It was such a fantastical scene. Golden, sparkling butterflies that hid in the shadows all over the boiler room flapped their wings, twinkling beautifully, gathering in the darkness, disappearing. Kenon continued speaking, directing his words at the darkness as it swallowed the butterflies up. As the butterflies gathered in the darkness, they probably know they would certainly laugh. Kenon continued
Mal and I were talking about this earlier, but I discovered that
Umineko does not have the fantasy or supernatural tag on Steam, which is great because it doesn't spoil the actual existence of magic in this setting. Like, I think that's fantastic. I don't think it ruined it for me going into this with the knowledge that there is real magic and supernatural shit going on. But it does mean that I have way more information than most people going into this. Like, someone who just like bought the damn game off Steam and decided to play it without anyone telling them that there was a real witch going on, real witch and real shit happening here. Like, they would not know that there was real magic, so they might be going along the same lines of Battler here. But because I know that there's magic and it's real, and Beatrice is a real person that exists in this story and is active in the story, obviously I can come to some conclusions a lot more easily than Battler can.
But Canon continue.
I'm trying to acknowledge that.
Yeah, but Canon continued to speak without faltering in the slightest.
逆により的中率の低いかけ方をすればそのリスクに比例した配当が与えられる
However, if you bet on something with a lower probability, your payoff increases proportional to the risk.
親方様は天文学的なリスクを的中できることを奇跡と呼び
The master called succeeding despite an astronomical risk a miracle.
その結果得られる天文学的な配当を魔法と呼んでいた
And the astronomical payoff gained as a result, magic. I think personally I would have been able to tell that there was magic and a real witch going on in this story just because I've read so many stories and like played so many stories and watched so many stories that like once you mention the witch, I'm just like, oh yeah, that's Chekhov's gun. There's absolutely 100% a witch. And I can usually tell by like the surrounding conversation around the witch or the supernatural shit whether there is actually a witch or if it's just someone like fucking around. And in this, the way that it's talked about, yeah, there's 100% a witch. No two ways about it. I have no interest in what kind of magic you and the master were seeking when you spun that roulette.
しかしお前は忘れている
But you forgot something.
ルーレットには赤でも黒でもない目が出うることを忘れている
You forgot that in roulette there's a pocket that's neither black nor red.
Roulette has a special pocket called Zero, which means that the house takes everything in certain variants of the game. This means that all of the coins bet on the table will be swept up just as though everyone was forfeit.
僕は一つだけ心に決めていたもしシャノンが殺されて僕が生き残るようなことがあったなら
I set my heart on just one thing. I decided that if Shannon were to be killed and I was left alive,
この身を投げ出してお前のルーレットをすべて台無しにしてやろうと
I'd sacrifice this life of mine and bring this roulette of yours to ruin.
これは親方様が決めたルールでもましてやお前が決めたルールでもない
This isn't one of the master's rules, and it certainly isn't one of yours. How do you know that? How do you know that they didn't account for you just, like, sewer sliding yourself? I made this rule myself. The sheer fucking confidence of a 17-year-old kid. I'm not furniture anymore. Finally! Yay! I'm the zero on your roulette.
Kenneth's face twisted with humiliation. Clear that his defiance against his own weakness was being ridiculed somehow. And his brow creased even further, and a fierce expression that he'd never shown to anyone appeared on his face. And grasping the hatchet was shaking. His sweat became drops which slid downward. Clear that the emotion causing Kenneth's hand to shake wasn't just anger. However, Kenneth suppressed that emotion.
僕はもうお前の言葉に惑わされたりはしない
I think his choice of pronoun is interesting as well. Even in this scenario, he's saying boku, which is like a sort of like submissive male pronoun.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's implied masculine, but it's not necessarily masculine. It's like connotatively masculine, I think, rather than denotatively. Anyway, I won't let your words lead me astray again.
悪魔のルーレットはこれでおしまいだ。
This is where the demon's roulette ends.
地獄にてさらに1000年。次の召喚者を待つがいい。
Wait another 1,000 years in hell for your next summoner.
ベアドリーチェ
Yeah, I don't think I need to read that one.
Yeah, you're good. The cannon raised the hatchet and tried to dive into the darkness. The darkness definitely sneered. Sneered at that courage, as if it were a vulgar, lazy, futile, and meaningless.
Because it is. If if Beatrice could be killed by a hatchet wielded by a young, wet noodle-looking boy, I think she would have died a very long time ago in the first place.
Cannon, his hatchet still held aloft, couldn't take another step after that. With a clang, the hatchet that he'd been grasping fell and rolled on the floor. And following that, with a pair of thuds, Cannon's knees hit, left then right. The hand, which looked like it was trying to catch the sky now that the hatchet had been dropped, gradually lowered, landing on his chest, and the other hand did the same.
She just, like, Death Note this motherfucker? I think she did just Death Note this guy. This poor kid.
Right there, a handle with a demon-shaped design was buried into his chest. The same type of weapon that had been stabbed into Ava and Hideyoshi's foreheads was in Cannon's chest.
Just like summoned a fucking like drill knife out of nowhere and stabbed this kid in the heart.
Cannon was curled up in anguish, fresh blood dribbling from the corner of his mouth. It was makeup too extreme for Cannon's white skin.
Okay, so he's canonically extraordinarily pale for a Japanese kid.
Yeah. Guess so. After the scene, the glittering gold butterflies danced through the darkness, mesmerizing. A beautiful, beautiful dance. Funeral march of tribute, ridicule and contempt for a single boy's self-sacrifice. Cannon had already been prepared for his own death. But although he could do nothing but accept that the death he had received, he attempted one last measure of resistance. He grasped the handle of the weapon sticking into his chest with both hands, and gritting his teeth with an acute, unearthly pain, he pulled it out.
Oof.
For only a moment, a bright red spray gushed out, made an unpleasant bloop sound. It probably resembled the sound of Cannon's soul as it was sucked into the swamp of the dead.
Canon-san?
The laugh emo on that one, Katie, does not inspire confidence in what I'm about to see if I look up that video.
Someone! Kumasawa screamed at the incomprehensible sight in front of her. Cannon was lying in a pool of blood. Kumasawa's heart was a complete mess. What a horrible fate. Wouldn't have been killed if I had been with him. What incredible luck. If I had been with him, I might have been killed too. She screamed. Her expression was filled with complete confusion. All of the muscles of her face were pulled up, almost as though she was smiling while crying. No one could have made fun of an expression like this.
何事ですか、熊様。
Natsuyasumi, I think?
返事をしなさい、熊様。
Natsuyasu. There we go. Oh my gods. 6 hours and 12 minutes. Alright, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna watch that. What is it, Kumasawa? Answer me, Kumasawa!
First one to dash in was Natsuki holding the rifle. Battler and Genji dashed in after her. Normally, they probably would have started discussing the origin of that violent stench filling the boiler room. But after they saw Cannon, who was lying on the ground as if he were drowning in an ocean of his own blood, stench wasn't important anymore.
No, answer me. Genji, bring Dr. Nanjo here. Sorry, a mouthful of smoke.
Natsuki realized that even though Kennen was on the verge of death, he was still conscious, so she sent Genji to get the doctor. Natsuki, holding a rifle aloft, faced the darkness in the center of the boiler room and shouted.
Natsuki with a gun, indeed. Who is hiding over there? Come out quietly. If you don't come out from there, I'll shoot without mercy.
We need light. Aunt Natsuki, let's light them up.
It's not...
That's not how that phrase is used, Mattler.
Yeah, that's not how that phrase is used. Please.
Yeah, do not light them up.
I'm gonna put that misuse of a phrase on the translation team.
Yeah.
Rather than Battler.
Battler, thinking quickly, took a large flashlight from the tool shelf alongside the door and used its light to cut through the darkness Natsuki was glaring into. Light only shone on a mechanical-looking piping and a door. The door had been left open a small crack, and it was obvious that someone had left through there in a hurry. Aunt Natsuki, where does that door go?
Genji, where does that door lead to? The courtyard.
Like hell I'd let you get away, you damn bastard. Battler let out a war cry as he slammed into the door. Cool air from outside suddenly rushed in. There were some thin, rough stairs leading up. Battler ran up them, shouting.
Wait, Battler. It's dangerous to be on your own right now. Take this.
Natsuki was also rushing up the stairs, chasing after Battler. They were in the courtyard. The courtyard of the mansion had been built strictly for lighting purposes, so it wasn't a very elegant place.
That joke gave me the idea of a modern thing where someone is given a fucking gun instead of a sword for their hero's weapon.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's technically...
Like, here, take your sword. Whoop.
Yeah, though, I mean, that's technically control.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. It is an artifact gun. You're not wrong. Although I'm sure at some point it was a sword, because, you know, like, the service weapon, like, changes depending on who's wielding it, but...
As it was surrounded on all sides, the air was calm and completely undisturbed, even though they could hear the sound of strong winds. There was only the gentle, sorrowful rain. It ran through the cold and scattered raindrops dashing up the stairs into the courtyard. Battler looked in every direction. Of course, the odds of him finding a suspicious silhouette just standing around nonchalantly were pretty much zero. Battler spun, looking all around, turned again and again, kept spinning until he almost lost his sense of direction, prayed that he would see the culprit somewhere in the scenery. There was no chance. All he saw as he spun around more and more of the mansion's was more and more of the mansion's heartless walls and windows. Furthermore, there were two entrances into the mansion from the courtyard. Neither of them were locked. Because the courtyard couldn't be entered from outside the mansion, the doors had been built without locks. Didn't know which one they had left through. He had to give up. Battler pounded the wall with his fist, swearing.
Hey buddy, that's brick. You're gonna break your hand. Battler, you mustn't run ahead by yourself. Right ahead. Battler?
Battler pressed his forehead against the wall, while he scratched his fingernails, with his fingernails as he cried.
Hey Battler, I thought you said you weren't gonna cry anymore.
Damn it. Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi. Now Cannon. You killed a full 6 people. And that wasn't enough, so you had to kill 3 more. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding
エヴ
me?
ァおばさんも秀吉おじさんも昔からいつも優しくしてくれる愉快なおばさんたちだった
Eva?
じゃねえか
Kind?
よ
What?
Aunt Eva and Uncle
Fun,
Hideyoshi were
maybe.
always
Kind?
kind and fun.
カノン君とは昨日会ったばかりだがきっとこれから仲良くなれたと思うぜ
Just met Canon yesterday, but I'm sure I would have gotten along with them fine.
なんで殺したんだ
Why did you kill them?
どうしてどうして
Why? Why?
人ってのは
I mean, she did tell you.
殺しちまったらな二度と生き返らねえんだぞ
When people die, they don't come back to life again, right?
タケノコみてえにひょいひょい生えてきちゃ来ねえんだぞ
They aren't gonna quickly sprout up again like bamboo
どう
shoots.
して殺すんだよ
Yeah, people die when they are killed.
It's always funny to me, like, without the context of that of that quote. Like, most people don't know the context and they still repeat it all the time. But it's out of context, it is very funny.
Yeah, exactly. Out of context, it is very funny. Why'd you kill them?
どうしてどうして
Why? Why? Battler was a boy who could understand the feelings of pain and regret in a person's heart, so he cried. All his strength. Nazi, who had always thought of Battler as a frank person, was a little surprised to find he had this delicate side. And at the same time, she understood how easily hurt the heart of a young person could be, so she held him.
大丈夫です
It is not life is not daishobu. It's alright.
あなたもジョージ君もマリアちゃんもジェシカも
I will
私は
definitely
絶
protect
対に
you,
守ります
George, Maria, and Jessica.
母としてそして
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, the context is great, but, like, ripping on it out of context is very great too. Very fun. As a mother and as the representative of the Ushiromiya family. You're gonna fuck up your throat doing that, Battler. I would know.
Battler, after sobbing into Nazi's chest for a while, wiped his tears with a bitter smile, as though he had been like that the whole time, tried to appear as though he'd cried more than enough already.
とにかく一度下に戻りましょう
Anyway, let's go back down for now.
自分たちの身を守る方が最優先です
Protecting ourselves is a higher priority than finding the
明
culprit.
日になれば船が来る
Tomorrow the boat will arrive, not the
そうすれ
bolt.
ば警察がやって
I think the bolts have already arrived
全
in
てを
people's
白
chests
日
and
の
faces.
元にさらし出してくれるでしょう
After that happens, the police will come and everything should be brought to light.
犯人がどうあがこうともこの島から逃げられるものですか
There's no way the culprit can escape this island, no matter how much they struggle.
そうっすね警察さえ
That's right, when the police come. When the seagulls cry, the crimes will be solved. But for some reason, Battler felt a slight sense of uneasiness, as if the seagulls would never cry again. That couldn't be true. When the typhoon passes, surely the lively seagulls will return to the harbor again. I returned to the boiler room along with Aunt Natsuhi and told everyone weakly that we hadn't found anything. We heard that Dr. Nanjo and George had arrived, or had carried Kanan to the servant room. The servant room had a first aid kit and a sink and could apparently function as a nurse's office. Masawa and Jessica had accompanied them. Stains from Kanan's blood remained on the floor. Judging by the large amount of blood lost and the ruthless shape of the weapon that had fallen carelessly to the ground, I feared that Dr. Nanjo's treatment would probably end in vain. That weapon was doubtlessly the same type that had been stuck in Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's forehead. Wait, isn't the demonic design on the handle a little different? There seemed to be some small differences in that part. Still, as far as their overall shape was concerned, the weapons were all of the same type. But it seemed brutal. They had left the weapon stuck in Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi to preserve the crime scene. So this was the first time we were able to have a perfect view of the entire weapon. We had expected the weapon was not bladed like a knife, but shaped like an ice pick. Rather a thin stake. And it had a spiral-shaped pattern, sort of like a drill. Looked like something that might be driven into the hearts of human sacrifices in some demonic ritual. Including the handle, it was 25 centimeters long. Half of that was the stake-shaped part, which was stained with deep red blood. The length of the blood-stained part made it clear just how deeply it must have penetrated into Cannon's chest. Natsuki and the rest didn't even look at the weapon, and instead stood in front of the incinerator where the horrible stench was emanating from. It must have dragged out that thing which had been burning in the furnace. It was still smoldering and kept sending out dense waves of that awful, unpleasant smell. Genji and Maria stared down at it. Natsuki probably couldn't stand to look directly at it. She kept shaking her head her back to it. Nothing could surprise me after everything that's happened. This is... Ugh. Stood there for a while, moaning with a rising urge to vomit. The true source of that unearthly stench was a scorched corpse that had been cooking inside the incinerator. Clothes, the surface of the body, and the hair were all hideously burned. The grotesque corpse was in a state where not the face, nor the age, nor even the gender could be guessed at. But when I thought about it calmly, I realized that a corpse appearing at this time could only be one person. It was grandfather, who had disappeared that morning, and whose whereabouts had been unknown.
You know, there could easily be a bait and switch here, but I'm just gonna get this out now. Fuck yeah, Kenzo's dead! Eat shit! I believe it is most likely the master. Alright, my housemate has sent me another text message demanding another soda, so... We're not gonna do another rant from me on that. Just know that I dislike living here a great deal, and I really wish my housemate would do something their fucking self instead of demanding I do it for them. We'll just leave it at that. I will be back in a couple of minutes.
Alright, we'll be right back, folks.
And we're back, everyone. I've returned.
Yeah, we are back.
Just so people don't get the wrong idea, this is not like a mom streaming moment. Like it's worse off camera.
Oh,
it's actually less bad. Less. I have to do less when I'm streaming, which is like streaming isn't like a sacred time or anything like that. It's just like the kind of work that I do for this person would normally get paid by like an outside party, like $25 to $30 an hour kind of level of shit.
Yeah,
and I don't get paid nothing. So, and besides that, I'm disabled. I shouldn't be doing this shit in the first place.
Yep. And that reminds me, we need to get you a fresh captioner.
Yes, we do. Excellent. Let me pump that in real quick. Boom. I don't know how long it's been gone, but, Testing. Excellent. We're working good. I agree that he would pass away in such a state. It's heartrending. Are you sure? Because I'm kind of happy that Kenzo's fucking dead. Not you, Gunshi Romeo. Not you, other Kenzo.
Is there any proof that this corpse really is grandfather?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, this might be a bait and switch somehow, some way. I don't know how he would get another body.
It's burned so
it's possible.
Yeah, it's burned so black you can't even tell what sex it is. Sorry, donut. Battler, look at the feet. Natsuhi, with her handkerchief over her mouth and her eyes averted, pointed and told me to look at the burnt corpse's feet.
I'm guessing like a scar or... Oh, wow.
That's interesting. Kinzo had 6 toes on each foot. What a fucking weirdo. All right, that's just me like taking the piss. That's not me actually like.
Yeah, no.
Calling people with 6 toes weird. Like you're not you're not weird. I'm just insulting Kinzo because he's Kinzo. All right. Actually, that kind of reminds me of a fantasy series that I read when I was a kid that most people will know. The Inheritance Saga.
Oh,
the dwarves in
okay.
that had 6 toes on each feet. I think it was 6 toes at least. It might have been 7, but I feel like there was a creation myth conversation where he was like the dwarf in question was just like, yeah, like 5 was too few and 7 was too many, so 6 toes or something like that. I don't remember.
Fair enough.
But like I think it's 6 toes. Notice how there are 6 toes on each foot, which I think is like a really interesting way to differentiate your fantasy races. Not just like height and build, but also like a number of fingers or whatever. Like, that's cool, and I don't see that often enough, I think.
You're right. Just as Genji had said, there were 6 toes on each foot. Each individual toe had looked so normal in its line that I hadn't noticed.
親方様はお生まれの時から両足の指がそれぞれ6本でした。
The master was born with 6 toes on both of his feet. Although, with what I do know about Beatrice, it's certainly possible that she wanted him to suffer like this. So, like, I don't know a lot of the details, but I do know that that woman fucking hates Kinzo.
Almost certainly.
Like, capital H, like, the concept of hate itself towards Kinzo. Consequently, the master was entrusted with the revival of the Ushimomiya family. What? That's weird.
後宮家には昔から生まれつき多子症の方が多かったそうです。
Oh, okay, that's kind of interesting. I've heard that since long ago, cases of polydactyly were common in the Ushimomiya family. Sorry, I'm also trying to eat my fucking donut. It's probably hereditary. Sorry, my voice is...
I do not know, Dianor Nox.
Is it Dlanor? Diana? I don't know. I can't tell if it's capital or not. I honestly don't know either. I don't know enough about Skibidi Toilet to actually even say in the first place. I don't pay attention to that shit. I know what it is, at the very least, and that there's a whole ass, like, channel about it. Like, the Skibidi Toilet thing is just, like, one skit among many that the guy does. But I don't actually know.
I guess she likes stories better.
Yeah, she's much more into like occultism and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Memes.
Yeah, so I think she'd.
Although she would definitely follow the Hellenistic, the memes for Hellenistic kids thing. She would definitely be following that.
Yeah, for sure. So I think she would much more be into like magical girl anime or things like that rather than memes like that or like short comedy skits like that.
Rather than magical girl stuff, I think she might be more into like supernatural horror like me.
I mean, yeah, she'd probably be into supernatural
horror too. Not in the same way as I am, because to me that shit feels homey. But for her, she might just like it just might be her interest, you know?
Oh yeah, but I also mean magical girl, like basically her idea of a witch is kind of magical girl-esque.
It seems to me that it's a lot more violent than most magical girl stuff.
True.
Because that's not to say that there isn't magical girl stuff that is as violent as Maria's imaginings. Because there definitely is. And at least there are nowadays. Maybe they weren't like 20 years ago, but there are now.
Polydactyly literally means many fingers. Because of a little mistake by God, when the person is born, one of their toes or fingers splits into 2. The total number increases. But a big deal isn't usually made of polydactyly in the world at large. That's because it isn't a disease, just something people are born with. While they are still babies, at about the time they turn 1 year old, they can be taken to the hospital and given surgery to make them normal.
Yeah, I actually know someone who has 3 fingers on one of his hands. He's a heavy gamer too. I don't know how he manages it. Because like he can't. I think he has an accessibility controller. No. I actually remember asking him about it at one point. He has a weird way of holding the controller to make the 3 fingers on that hand work properly. Okay. I don't remember how he said he did this because I asked him like fucking 10 years ago, or maybe more at this point.
Yeah, like these days he might have one.
Yeah, he might have one now, but for a very long time he just used a normal ass controller.
Even a child with polydactyly can be treated before they become aware, so they might not even remember it themselves. By the way, it seems that there is a possibility for this to occur in 1 out of every 2,000 babies. So even though it's not usually seen, it isn't that rare at all.
I actually don't know anyone who has polydactyly.
Nope, I do not either. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something to me long ago. Something about how even Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the man who unified Japan at the end of the Sengoku period, had 6 fingers on one hand.
Is that real? Hold on. Toyotomi Hideyoshi, 6 fingers. Is that true? I'm not finding literally any mention of it anywhere. The only source I can find is a Facebook post, which is not...
Yeah, let's see. Substack isn't really a source.
Let's see. I'm not seeing anything on his Wikipedia page either. This might just be like a weird.
Here we go.
Myth?
New World Encyclopedia.
New World Encyclopedia.
According to Maeda Toshi and a European missionary named Louis Fra, Hideyoshi was polydactyly with 2 thumbs on his right hand. He did not amputate his extra thumb, as other Japanese of this period would have done.
Interesting. Like, an extra thumb has got to be, like, one of the worst ones to get, right? Because, like, at least with, like, an extra pinky finger, like, or an extra ring, or index finger, you would just, like, grip stuff better. But, like, with 2 thumbs, what the fuck? Don't they get in the way of each other? No. I've never had to live with it, so I don't actually know. Maybe it's just, like, completely natural. Although, Hideyoshi would be probably one of the only people that could really answer that effectively, because apparently on his other hand he didn't have polydactyly. So like, how does it work? Like based on which hand? Now I kind of wish I could ask him. Sadly, man's been dead for 400 years.
Yeah. So let's see here. According to Aunt, let me see. According to Aunt Nazi, among the many Ushiromiya family heads, the ones most praised for their wisdom all had polydactyly. Because of that, when grandfather was born, his relatives were all excited at the thought that he might become another wise leader. And when the
man sold his family for a smile.
And when the leading relatives all died in the Great Kanto earthquake, it's apparently argued that grandfather should be the one to restore the family because of the auspicious sign of his birth. Grandfather hadn't disliked his position as the head so much, the 6th toe probably would have been pretty lucky for him. Come to think of it, I've heard about some country where it's believed people with polydactyly should be treated as gods and revered.
Yeah, I have heard of that as well, but I don't remember what country it's supposed to be, or if it's real, or just a myth.
Yeah, this is beside the point, but it's fairly common in mystery novels for a corpse to be burned to hide its identity. But I guess that in grandfather's case, just toasting him wouldn't be enough. And grandfather's body was not simply burnt. It was just like Aunt Aba and Uncle Hideyoshi.
Just so people know, you cannot burn a human body in like 12 hours with a normal boiler or furnace or anything like that. It will take like 3 or 4 days to burn a body to ash like that.
How about char beyond recognition?
You can char it beyond recognition for sure, yeah. But I looked this up after I did a scene for Roran where he attended the funeral pyres of some bandits he killed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like I said at the time that he burned them to ash in like 6 hours, but I had to make sure because that sounded completely wrong to me. And I looked it up. I was like, oh fuck, it'll take like 3 days. That's not good. I missed the ball very hard with that one. So I'm just like, so in my head and later when it comes up in the game again, I'm just gonna be like, oh yeah, it's because it's magic fire. Don't worry about it. You have magic fire in your claws, man. Of course you do.
Fair enough.
And I mean, it's very true that the fire of the Underdark people is magic fire because Mercy, one of the spirits, and used to be her own entire person and human being that's in Roran's flesh, could catch a bronze blade with her bare hand and turn it to slag before someone can pull it out of her hand.
Nice.
So she is very hot, literally. There's a reason why I draw her the way I do, with like her eyes and mouth and nostrils and ears glowing with inner flame, like white hot inner flame. She is absurd.
Yeah. It's just like Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi and the thing that had been stabbed in a cannon's chest. One of those demon ice picks was stuck into his forehead.
指に闘士の指輪がありません。
The head's ring is not on his finger. Yeah, he tossed it out the window like very early this morning. So the letter last night was telling the truth. Father. Would probably be horribly disappointed. No, he literally like signed up for this.
Natsuki let her head droop and closed her eyes tightly. This room had also become a vital crime scene for us to hand over to the police. Decided that we would leave Grandfather's corpse here and lock the room, sealing it. It isn't clear when Grandfather's corpse started burning in that incinerator, since according to Genji, the strength of the flames hadn't been that strong. The body must have started burning a long time ago. That stench could slowly creep out of the furnace and fill the room bit by bit, eventually pouring out and climbing up the stairs. Putting aside whether he was rare or well done, Grandfather had...
Yeah, the stench would show up in the stairway above the boiler room in like 30 minutes.
Grandfather had...
It's not a special stench. Like, it's just, you know.
Grandfather had been brought out, killed, and burned, even though he had started out locked away in a closed room created by his auto lock. There's probably no doubting this. However, according to Genji, the boiler room is usually locked. The possibility that someone outside our group had snuck in and committed the crime was overwhelmingly high. And there was also a good chance that this person was walking around with something like a master key. After all, the doors and windows throughout the mansion had been checked. Despite that, the culprit was able to strut around the mansion freely.
Yeah, like a skeleton key would also be my, yes here, if I was assuming mundane matters.
Does crime confirm that a 19th person exists? There's still that contradiction since they're trying to tout their existence without ever showing themselves once. Along with Kiri's chessboard theory, I've been using this contradiction to deny the existence of a 19th person. Spinning the chessboard around once more, the very fact that this crime
damn it, Battler, please. It's not that hard of a line. Sorry, I just gotta complain about that.
Alright, but you're gonna have to get used to it, like...
I know it's gonna, happen throughout the entire series, but damn it, dude.
It's a line that means something to him.
I know. Shut up, Phoenix.
The very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that a 19th person exists means that the existence of a 19th person is even less plausible. As long as that 19th person doesn't show themselves in front of us, the culprit could get Grandfather out through the door sealed by the receipt, They could kill Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi from the other side of the door sealed by a chain. And they could possibly go so far as to create a fictional 19th person through strange tricks and devices. They'll want to believe that the culprit is among the 18, and the list of suspects has grown very short. 4 of us kids, Aunt Natsuhi, Genji, Kumasawa, and Dr. Nanjo. One of these people has to be the culprit. Wait, we can't be sure of that. As this got gonna go, we started doubting whether the corpse here was actually grandfather's, right? Maybe we can think of the other bodies in the same way. For example, the first 6 all had their faces horribly smashed. Some of the bodies had kept enough of their faces for us to confirm who they were, but that whole bastard, for example, had lost his entire face as though the whole thing had been completely peeled off. We only figured out which body was which by their clothes and surroundings. The culprit prepared a fake body beforehand and altered it to make it look like they'd died, even though they were actually hiding somewhere after committing the crime. It may sound ridiculous, but it wouldn't be an impossible trick to pull off.
I haven't seen my father in person in like 10 or more years, but I could still identify his corpse without his face. Like, I would not have to rely on his clothes. Like, I could tell you where scars are, or, like, quirks of his body, like, how his pinky finger on one hand, like, curls up. Like, he literally cannot straighten it. Like, the muscle just refuses to straighten. So it's like, you would know these things about your parents. That's why people are called in to identify corpses, even when there's no face to identify. It's because you know these things about people. You know their scars, their tattoos, their piercings. You know, like the little quirks that make them them.
Yep.
You just like actually examine the bodies and you will be able to tell. It's just like with Kinzo's body here. He has 6 toes on both feet. It's rare for polydactyly to be on both feet or both hands. There's not very many options for like someone with 2 normally, like perfectly normally formed toes, extra toes.
Yeah. May sound ridiculous, but it wouldn't be an impossible trick to pull off. Too early to give in to this 19th person.
Really, because 19th person is the simplest. It's literally the simplest, like, solution to your entire problem here. You were jumping through so many hoops to try and get away from the 19th person thing. And I think it's because you're attached to, like, Kairi's logic, because it was, like, one of the last things she ever said to you.
Well, there's that, and just also the fact that it's basically Kiri's logic.
Yeah, sorry, Kiri. Maria, you mustn't stare so fixedly anymore. Come on, Battler too.
カノンの容体も気になりますし、いつまでもこのようなところにはいられません。
I'm worried about Kanon's condition, and we mustn't remain in a place like this any longer than necessary.
戻りましょう。
Let us return.
Maria didn't go out with everyone else, but remained in the boiler room. And she was staring so fixedly at probably wasn't grandfather's body, but the demon ice pick sticking out of his forehead. Probably the sort of item that an enthusiast couldn't bear to ignore. After on the forehead.
Oi, Maria. Beatriceの目的は何なんだ?
Hey Maria, what's Beatrice after?
俺たち全員の命か?
Is it all of our lives?
ベアトリーチェはもうすぐ蘇るんだよ。
Beatrice will revive very soon.
その時、誰も生き残れはしない。
At that time, none shall be left alive. So, yeah, she's after all their lives. Would a yes kill you, weirdo?
How can you laugh at something like that? You think you're the only one that's safe? Why don't you feel like you're in danger? Why aren't you scared?
ベアトリーチェは約束してくれたもん。
Beatrice made a promise.
マリアは黄金郷へ連れて行ってもらえるんだよ。
She said she's gonna take me to the Golden Land.
そこはね、しがらみも何もない、すべての人たちがずっと一緒に いつまでも優しくし合っていける素敵な場所なんだよ。
You know, I have to wonder if the Golden Land is like metaphorical as like a sort of paradise that she aims to create, or if it's a real place. And if it is a real place, is it like the other world? You know, it's like the supernatural world, or is it like a personal demi world of like Beatrice's? Like, does she own and control it, or is it just like all supernatural creatures go there, or what have you? I don't know.
Good question, and we don't have an answer yet.
Yeah. It's a wonderful place where you have no obligations, everyone's always together, and everyone is always nice to everyone else.
Yeah, and of course, this is something Maria wants intensely.
Mm-hmm. So she never gets slapped by her mother again.
Exactly.
マリアは楽しみだよ。
I'm looking forward to it.
その時はもうすぐだもん。
That time will come very soon now. So basically, like, Beatrice promised her that she didn't have to worry, that there was going to be, that no matter what happened, there was going to be a good end for everyone. And that's why she's not freaking out right now. Because she trusts Beatrice, and Beatrice told her that it was all going to turn out okay.
Yep, exactly. So what kind of person is Maria? I only know what Maria was like 6 years ago when she was 3. She was once pure and obedient, a good kid. This new Maria 6 years later, and the Maria I knew didn't seem to fit together. Just who is she, this witch who calls herself Maria? The Maria who obstinately believes in the witch. This series of unsolvable crimes is proof that the witch actually exists. Every time something...
Breaking news, Battler. People change over time.
Every time something occurs that would be difficult for a human, it becomes a little harder for the rest of us to not believe in Beatrice. It must be an intense pleasure for Maria to see her relatives, who once firmly denied the witch's existence, start acknowledging that witch's existence one by one.
You can say it's vindicating. You can just say that instead of intense pleasure in quotes.
Is that why she's in high spirits?
Maria, もう一遍だけ聞く。
Maria, let me ask this one more time.
どうせ答えは同じだろうが、もう一遍だけ聞く。
You'll probably answer the same anyway, but I'll ask just once more.
お前は昨日、マラ庭園で手紙をもらった。
Yesterday.
She's switching back and forth very quickly.
Yep.
Which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think we can say the other side definitely isn't Beatrice.
Yeah, but what's going on, I don't know, but like it's probably not Beatrice at this point.
Yesterday, you were given a letter in the Rose Garden.
そいつは誰なんだ?
Who gave it to you?
だからベアトリーチェ。
Like I said, Beatrice.
バトラがまだ信じない。
Battler still doesn't believe. Maria only repeated what she had already said. Maria met with the 19th person, the witch. Was that really a 19th person, or did one of the 18 just get her to say that? All that's certain is that Maria has been with the rest of us constantly. Has always had an alibi, and hasn't done anything suspicious. She's simply overjoyed at being made Beatrice's messenger. Certainly isn't the 19th person. Supposedly.
What could a 10-year-old whatever girl do anyway, dude? Definitely not like hit someone hard enough with one of these fucking stakes to kill them.
Yeah.
Not in the head, at least.
That's right. I wonder what's written in the letter we picked up in Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Aunt Natsuki should still have it with her.
Chapter end.
Yep, and are we still feeling fine and frisky to go, or do we want to stop?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's go.
All right. In the end, Cannon did not regain consciousness. And though Dr. Nanjo and the rest did all they could to heal him, of course there was very little that could be done on an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. However, Cannon was the only human ever to confront the culprit. Only he could give us some kind of clue. However, at the time they carried Kanan away, it was already too late.
Now, like, I'm not 100% totally sure on the first 6 and Kinzo being killed, or not Kinzo, but just like the first 6 being killed by Beatrice. Like, I'm pretty close to 100%, but I'm not 100% yet. And there's still a possibility that someone else. But, like, we saw on camera that it was Beatrice using those fucking stakes. So, we know that those 4 were killed by her. For whatever reason, of course. Kinzo, I could see, like,
basically jumping in the fire himself.
Like, well, yeah, I could see that too. But, like, Kinzo just, like, being killed because she fucking hates his ass. And Hideyoshi and Ava could be the 2 for the second Twilight. At least I think it's the second Twilight, right? Where's the third?
Yeah, the 2 that are close.
Okay, yeah. That one for sure. And then Kanan, like, tried to hit her with a hatchet, so, of course. It was like, we got all that, but I don't know for sure if the first 6 were also killed by Beatrice. I'm pretty confident in it, but I'm not, like, beyond a shadow of a doubt reveal.
Sincere apologies. Without proper facilities, there was nothing I could do about such a serious wound.
Yeah.
Although, this is very far out there, so let me just, like, throw it out real quick. Kenzo faked his death by stabbing a replica of the stakes into the head of the fucking person that he used as his stand-in, and also did the same to Ava and Hideyoshi, and then they're replicas of Beatrice's stakes, because it did say that they did look slightly different, right?
Well,
so, like, that could be explained by, like, a different demon was used for those stakes, or they're replicas.
Yeah.
Or something else. Some other reason. Anyway, and sorry, I just had to throw that out there real quick just to have that on record in case someone wants to point at that at some point. I don't know. Anyway, no, that's perfectly understandable. Thank you so much for giving your very best.
Dr. Nanjo's shirt had been sprayed by a violent spurt of blood, so it was easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Kanan's life up until the last second. Jessica was crouched in the corridor, crying softly. She had probably been taking care of Kanan until the moment of his death. George tried to approach her with words of comfort, but when Jessica pushed him away, stopped trying to force her to talk and left her alone. Only I hadn't let Kanan go alone.
Yeah, I think the same would have happened to you, though, Kumasawa, if you had been with him the entire time. I don't think it would be any different. Genji out here, speaking facts. Do not let that bother you. If you had been with him, you would probably have been attacked as well. No, I think he did it on purpose, buddy. Anyway, he foolishly rushed on ahead and paid for his mistake.
How can you say it like that? Kanan spotted the culprit and bravely stood up to them. If only Kumasawa had gone with him, the culprit might have hesitated and chosen to run away. Emotion-filled words that I never thought I'd hear coming from Jessica's mouth tumbled out. Kumasawa, looking truly sorry, could do nothing but hang her head.
Shishika.
You shouldn't talk to her now. It's the same for me, and probably you as well, right, Battler? We don't know what's going on, and it feels like our hearts are going to split open. There were tears in George's eyes again. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back the pain of losing his parents. I done my crying all at once. I didn't feel like crying anymore. However, I understood how great the pain in their hearts was.
大丈夫だよ、ジェシカ。カノンにだってまたすぐ会えるよ。
Wait, she's not using the witch voice, but she also doesn't have her
Ooh, yeah.
her vocal tick. How curious.
It's okay.
Should I read it or should you then?
I'll just go ahead. It's okay, Jessica.
Okay.
You'll be able to meet Kennen again soon.
よしてくれよ。そういう慰めはいらねえぜ。
Stop it. I don't need you to trying to console me like that.
ベアトリーチェは死者も失った愛すらも蘇らせる。
She's not using the witch voice still. Like, this is really weird how she's not using the witch voice and she doesn't have a vocal tick.
すぐに会えるよ。
I think given the smile, you can go ahead for this.
Yeah, and like she's also speaking differently than her normal self and not just without the vocal tick. Like her tone and the words she's using are also different. Yeah, her enunciation is different too. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this kid. I'm curious to find out. Beatrice will resurrect the dead and even love that has been lost, so you'll definitely be able to meet him soon.
そしてきっとみんなで穏やかに過ごせるから。
I wonder if this is like witch mode, but cheerful witch mode.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Because all the other times, like she's always been like in a very serious, like dour conversation. It's not that this isn't, but she's also trying to comfort Jessica at the moment. So maybe this is just like a different emotion from the witch version of her. Whatever, I don't know. Then everyone will be able to live in peace.
カノン君を殺したのがマリアに昨日手紙を渡したっていうベアトリーチェなのか。
So the one who killed Kennen is this Beatrice who supposedly gave you the letter yesterday.
そいつはどこにいるんだよ。
Where is she?
どこに隠れてるんだよ。
Where's she hiding?
私が見つけて引き裂いてやる。
I'll find her and tear her apart.
言えよ。知ってるんだろ。犯人の正体を。
Tell me, you know who the culprit really is, don't you?
お前は何を知っていて何を隠してるんだ。
What do you know and what are you hiding?
話しやがれ。
Tell me, damn it.
You're not hiding anything, which is the fucked bit.
お嬢様、おやめください。
My lady, please stop. And now she's got the vocal tick. What the fuck is going on with this kid?
Beatrice exists. Exists.
畜生。源氏さん話せよ。
Damn it, let go of me, Genji.
マリアが犯人を知ってる。
Maria knows who the culprit is.
しかもそいつは知ってて隠してるんだ。
And she's hiding their identity even though she knows.
そして俺たちの内情を伝えて殺しの手引きをしてるに違いないんだぜ。
She
What
must
are you
be
suspecting a fucking 10-year-old of doing, Jessica? I know you're not quite in your right mind, but also, what the fuck, lady?
she must be telling them what we're doing, guiding them as they kill us.
ジェシカ、静かにしなさい。
Like, if Maria was an adult or like even Jessica's age, like yeah, okay, maybe. But like a 10-year-old? Really? I don't think so, man. Jessica, be silent.
Jessica grabbed at Maria. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica could not be calmed. The next thing I heard was the sound about Natsuhi slapping Jessica's face. After that, only Jessica saw.
Flashbang, mate. Fucking game flashbang does. What the hell?
Yeah.
It's so rude.
After that, only Jessica's sorrowful, sobbing voice resounded throughout the hall.
マリアちゃん、僕は君が断じて犯人ではないことを知っている。
Maria, I know there's no way you're the culprit.
君はいつも僕たちと一緒にいたし、犯人なんかと通じている時間はなかった。
You've been with us since the beginning, and there was no time for you to communicate with any culprit.
だから聞かせてほしい。
I want you to tell me
君
something.
に昨日手紙を渡したベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
It was Beatrice.
Yeah, like
Fucking
she's
know
not
what you
gonna
want her to say.
Yeah, she's not gonna say anything different. At most, you could say, which direction did she go after she handed you the letter? Something.
Yeah, that's something I would be asking. Is like, where did she go after she gave you the letter?
This Beatrice who handed you the letter yesterday, who was she? Although those words seemed kind, they clearly showed that George still had some remaining doubts about Maria. He didn't actually grab at her, however, he felt exactly the same way Jessica did.
兄貴、同じことは俺もさっき聞いたぜ。
George, I already asked her the same thing a second ago.
返事は同じさ。
Her answer was the same as before.
マリアちゃんの口から聞きたい。
Want to hear it from Maria's
ベアト
mouth.
リーチェとは
Who is Beatrice?
言ってもどうせ信じない。
Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe anyway.
それはどういう意味だい？
What do you mean by
ひょっ
that?
として僕らのよく知る人物が犯人で
Could it be the culprit someone we know well?
君は何かの事情からそれをかばうために黙っているというのかい？
And you're keeping silent because you're covering for them for some reason? No, George. It's because she's gonna say it's the witch. And you don't
Yeah,
believe
it's
in
because
witches.
like she keeps saying it's the witch, and you just keep saying it's not the witch. And you don't
君
believe
は
her.
あの手紙を誰にもらったんだい？
Who gave you that letter?
ベアトリーチェにもらったんだよ。何度だ
I
って
got
言
it
う
from Beatrice. I'll say it no matter how many times you ask.
手紙はベアトリーチェにもらった。
I got the letter from Beatrice.
ジョージお兄ちゃんがベアトリーチェを信じないのは殴れる相手じゃないから？
George, do you refuse to believe in Beatrice because she's not an opponent you can hit?
ジョージお兄ちゃんはやるせない気持ちを暴力に変えて誰かにぶつけたいと思っている。
You want to turn your feelings of helplessness into violence and beat someone up.
だから殴れる相手が人間じゃなきゃ収まりがつかない。
So you won't be satisfied unless your opponent is a human you can hit.
だからそんなジョージお兄ちゃんには真実を話しても受け入れられない。
So even if I tell you the truth, you won't
だ
accept
から
it.
言っても無駄。
So it's pointless for me to tell you.
信じない。
You won't believe it.
でもマリアは何度も言うよ。真実
But
だ
I'll keep
から
on saying
言う
it.
よ。
Because it's true.
ベアトリーチェはね、いるの。
Beatrice exists.
黄金鏡の扉はもうすぐ開かれるよ。
Door to the Golden Land will soon be opened. I mean, it's true, Acidier. It's definitely true that these people, that's what they want, what everyone wants. They want someone to fight a physical person, like someone to turn their anger towards.
Yeah,
Right?
absolutely.
And that's true even in real life when, like, it's not a witch killing people, you know, with demons at their command and all that stuff. It's when someone gets hurt or injured or killed, they, like, the people close to them want something to turn their hatred towards.
Yeah, they want someone to actually be at fault.
Even when that's strictly not the case. Even when it was literally just an accident. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I don't like it when Maria says it, but, you know, this is also sort of kind of Maria, but also sort of kind of not right now. I don't know what's going on with that, but it's obviously not quite the same Maria we all know and find adorable.
Yeah, but I think the point being is, Maria has been abused.
Yeah. You know, I
マ
was
リア
just
は
thinking
そこ
about
に行くの。ベアトリーチェが約束してくれたの。
a separate personality, but not like truly separate. Not true DID, but like a. I don't know, like a. I don't know how to describe it with words, but a separate personality that arose because of the abuse.
Oh yeah,
rather than being
absolutely. I
coached
mean,
by Beatrice.
I mean, yeah, that would still be dissociative identity disorder. It is, or at least I think that's still the modern term. I can't remember. I'd have to look.
I don't know about that because I think DID is supposed to mostly be that the personalities generally aren't aware of each other.
No.
But that may be outdated. I don't
yeah,
actually know. I'm not a psychiatry professional.
Yeah, that's definitely outdated. Talking to Cosmo and other individuals. That's definitely more of a movie thing.
All right.
And the line between personalities isn't as clear cut as fiction would have it be, which it's kind of understandable for fiction because you want a clear line of characters. But Maria's
and it's difficult to have that, like when they share the body, right?
Yeah, and Maria's demonstration is possible in that it's not a fine line between personalities. It could also be bipolar disorder, or a mix of the two, honestly.
Yeah. Or any kind of mania, honestly.
Yeah, yeah, that could be true. At the very least, she understands the culture of violence way more than a 9-year-old should.
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely true, especially with how Rosa was treating her. That may genuinely be the case.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true enough.
That's fair, yeah. I can definitely, not corroborate, but, like, lend credence to the idea that this is a reaction that people have when they're young and they are constantly abused for telling the truth and stuff like that, because that genuinely happened to me. No one ever believed me when I said what my brother was doing to me, how he was hurting me. So, you know. I even have literal scars on my face from it, and people still didn't believe me. They figured it was all an accident or just like horsing around or whatever. Absolutely the fuck not. You don't just hit people in the face with brooms.
Yeah, no.
So, like, I get very, very frustrated when people don't believe me when I am telling the truth. Because, like, I can lie very easily. You would never know if I was lying to you. But when I'm telling the truth, like, I try. I try so hard to tell the truth as much as I can. And then people don't believe me anyway. I'm like, alright, well, fuck. What did I even bother for? Fuck you too. Eat shit. Swan dive, motherfucker. God damn it. It's a very visceral reaction, and I've had that reaction for a very long time at this point, probably around 20 years. So I was around Maria's age when I think it started cropping up. But I've got the bad brain, so I don't actually remember properly. It may have been earlier or may have been after that. I don't know. It's fine now, as long as I don't have to, you know, see my brother or my family. Because the only people that ever really believe me readily are all dead now. So, yeah, like all the cool family members died and left me alone with them. It sucks.
Oh yeah, trauma brain can be a thing too.
Yeah, my bad brain thing isn't from trauma though. I mean, it's from trauma, but not psychological trauma. It's from physical trauma. It's not that I have a TBI or anything, but I essentially starved. Went into like moderate starvation for like a month and a half or so, and ever since my brain has just been like completely fucking scrambled. I've got some issues. I got some issues with my memory. In my speech, actually. I used to be a little bit more clear. Not a lot, but definitely noticeable to me. Anyway, I'll go there. Beatrice promised.
その世界ではママも優しくてパパも一緒で優しいの。
Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that this is like a trauma response for her, plus like being coached a little bit here and there.
Yeah.
There may be something supernatural as well going on with it, because these sorts of things can have meaning in old magic. But it sounds like the source is mundane, at least. Maybe it's enhanced by supernatural fuckery, but the source is mundane. As much as this kind of trauma can be mundane, at least. But I mean that as opposed to supernatural, rather than the typical word of the mundane. Doing this visual novel is interesting because I've said this multiple times on stream, but I did at one point make the
very deliberate decision to be open about my mental health and traumas and all that stuff. And like this fucking visual novel, especially with Maria, gets pretty heavy into the stuff that like I went through. It was never my mother or my father that did this to me, but it was my older brother. And you know, people around me in general.
Yeah.
Like, but kids are shitty, so I don't really have any lingering shit about like being bullied in school or anything like that, but like fuck my brother. My brother can swallow dive. Eat shit. But it does mean that we're gonna have to stop when this sort of not like stop the stream or anything, but like stop for a couple minutes and like talk about it whenever Maria
really
comes
dives
up
into
with
that.
stuff like
Yeah.
this. Yeah. Because I recognize this feeling that Maria is talking about here. Even with my neurodivergence, like, I wanted a family as a kid, like a functional, real, loving family. I wanted it so goddamn bad. I wanted my older brother to care about me. And I wanted it, like, until I was, like, 15 or so, when I finally snapped and, like, shattered his thumb. Like, I remember this feeling. It's why I'm also so understanding about, like, when people say that, like, they still care about people that are, like, hurting them and everything. Like, I get it. I definitely get it. Personally, I'm at the point where, like, the second someone treats me badly, I'm just like, alright, fuck you, get out of my life. Go away. But there's also, with how poor I am, I still understand how difficult it can be to, like, do that sometimes. You can't just cut ties and move whenever you want, right? If you could do that, I would have done that years ago. Like, none of my family, literally none of my family would know I'm even still alive if I had the option.
Yeah, it's
like I straight up like toss my phone out the window and everything on the way out.
Yeah, it's
Fuck
called
this.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yeah, it's called "Fuck You Money" for a reason.
Yeah, it's actually the reason why I've never given any of my family my stream or social media or online persona at all, is because, like, one day when I finally have the money, I am gonna do that, and no one will ever be able to find me ever again. Gone. It's like my personal name, my face, none of it like is on anywhere online, and I've been planning this for like 12 or 14 years now. One day I'll be able to do it. I'm ready. Anyway. I want to see it as well, but I also don't want to skip a bunch of stuff and all my thoughts that are going into the current scenes and everything. So, like, it's going to take us a while to get to the later stuff, the more in-depth, more detailed things, because I've got a lot of thoughts about things as I read them, and I normally don't get to, like, share them with an audience. It's like, my actual, like, real job is being an artist and storytelling and stuff like that, so doing this right here is my literal job. Not streaming it necessarily, but like definitely breaking down stories and figuring out character themes and stuff like that. So I'm quite used to doing this. In fact, you can ask Mel here. Whenever I find a new story for like 3 days, their DMs with me are filled with nothing but that story and me just like talking about themes and interesting bits and pieces here and there that I found. And
yep, definitely. And I'm partially the same way. At least when, you know, a story activates the almonds properly.
Yeah, sadly I don't know anyone that's as hard into it as I am. Yet. I'll find someone. Or I'll corrupt the rest of you into it. Who knows? I don't know which one's gonna come first, but I'll do it. In that world, Mama is nice and Papa was with us and is also nice.
マリアは早くそこへ行きたいの。
I want to go there right away.
みんなはベアトリーチェのことを恐れている。
Yeah, that definitely explains it. Like, she sees Beatrice as like a savior figure.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is one of the reasons why she probably trusts her so damn much. Which from what I know about Beatrice, and I'm gonna talk about like this without spoilers as much as I can. But like, Beatrice does not deserve to be seen as a savior figure. We may have modeled my character pose on screen after Beatrice, and like I'm doing the voices of all the witches and all that stuff. And like, I'm definitely on Beatrice's side for the most part in like the I don't know,
back and forth between Battler and Beatrice.
Yeah, like the back and forth, the philosophical like opposition and debate here, and like whether magic is real or not, so on and so forth. I definitely agree with Beatrice on a lot of stuff, like especially the bits where it's just like, Battler, witches are real, shut the fuck up. Like, I agree with that in the conceit of the story and the setting. But she definitely does not deserve to be a savior figure. Maybe by the end, by like episode 8, halfway through or whatever, she'll become a person worthy of being considered a savior figure, and Battler by then will also be competent and able and have dropped all of his childishness and inappropriate jokes and shit like that. Maybe by then, and I would hope so, but we haven't gotten there yet, and we won't get there for like another year because we stop and keep talking about stuff like this.
The other episodes are a little bit quicker, but yeah.
Everyone is afraid of Beatrice.
そしてそれは無理もないことだけど。
But that's only natural.
なら安心して。
So calm yourselves.
ベアトリーチェは言ってたよ。
Beatrice said so herself.
台風が去るまでに全てを終わらせるからって。
By the time the typhoon has passed, I'll have ended everything, she said.
饒舌なマリアも嫌いじゃねえが、とりあえずはそのくらいにしとけ。
Maria, I don't mind you being talkative, but let's leave it at that for now.
魔女はいるいる言ってたお前にとって、さぞや現状は愉快だろうが、とりあえずそいつはお前だけで噛み締めとけ。
Adler, I think this is more like a religious experience for her than just like her dream coming true. Like it's literally like the person who can prove magic exists, and he probably has proved it to her multiple times before, is saying that she'll go to paradise after all this. Like this is very much smacking of like the suffering of life is all worth it because you'll go to heaven afterwards deal, right?
Is Battler capable of growth? Thread closed after months of vigorous debate.
Yeah. We'll see. I hope so. I hope I like him by the end of the things, because I don't.
Yeah, he's not a bad.
I want to like characters.
Yeah, he's not a bad character, but as a person, you don't personally like him.
Yeah. I want him to improve because it's from his perspective. Of course, I want the protagonist, the perspective character, to be someone that I can agree with, or at least like respect to some degree. But we'll see.
I bet this is all a pretty happy situation for you, since you're always going on about how witches exist. But keep this to yourself for now.
他人にまで押し付けるんじゃねえ。
Don't try to force that on other people.
こいつ前から気持ち悪いやつだとは思ってたけど。
I know I've been creeped out by this girl for a while now.
おかしいぜ。どっかおかしいぜ。
But there really is something wrong with her.
バトラは思わねえのかよ。ケンジさんは
Don't you think so too, Battler, Genji?
熊沢さんは
Kumasawa.
母さんはどうだよ。
What about you, Mom?
マリアは犯人の正体を知ってて隠してる。
Rhea knows who the culprit is and she's hiding it. No, she isn't.
She keeps telling you, but you're not believing her.
確かに直接手を下してるわけじゃないかもしれない。
Okay, maybe she hasn't done anything
で
directly.
も間違いなく犯人の一味だぜ。
But she's definitely working with the criminal.
そうさ、スパイさ。
That's right, she's a spy.
私たちと一緒になんかいさせられないぜ。
We can't let her stay with us any longer.
She's a fucking 10-year-old or a 9-year-old or whatever.
不謹慎な話を慎むべき時もあることを知りなさい。
What do you mean you can't let her stay with you any longer? Where's she gonna go? What the fuck? Maria, you must realize there are times when indiscreet discussion is best avoided.
これ以上混乱に油を注ぐような真似が過ぎれば。
If you keep adding oil to the fire, even I will get very angry. Oh, you weren't done speaking yet. Fuck you too.
Natsuhi glared at Maria with frightening eyes. Maria was used to Aunt Rosa's loud style of scolding. She apparently hadn't built up a resistance to Aunt Natsuhi's quiet sort of scolding. She shrugged and kept her mouth shut. desolate feeling filled the room. Felt as though things would just get more complicated if anyone spoke. How many people have already died? 6 people in Dad's group. With that, both Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi, Aunt and grandfather. There are a whole 18 people on this island supposedly, and 10 of those people have been killed. More than half of us.
Congratulations, you can do basic arithmetic. Clap, 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 clap.
And right now, there's absolutely no proof that the remaining 8 people will be safe.
Sorry, I shouldn't be like jabbing at Battler like this, but this is why we're putting me as the representation of Beatrice.
Yeah.
This is why. Oh man. At any rate, this is no time to quarrel.
犯人が神出鬼没に屋敷内を出入りしていることが間違いなくなった今。
Now that we are certain the culprit can enter and leave the mansion at will and strike out of nowhere.
私たちは明日まで身を守ることだけに専念しなくてはなりません。
We must give our undivided attention to surviving until tomorrow.
夏日おばさんに極めて同感だぜ。
I agree strongly with Aunt Natsuhi.
犯人探しは今夜ゆっくりできるさ。
We can figure out who the culprit is at our leisure tonight.
今はどこで籠城するかを考えた方がいい。
For now, though, we're better off finding a place to barricade ourselves in.
Yeah, like what I'd do is I'd get like a bunch of like basic food, you know, like crackers, dried meats, cheese, whatever the fuck, and like take them into the room with you. So like, and assuming that the room also has a bathroom, so probably one of the guest rooms, and just like barricade that and like hang out there. Of course, they're probably not going to do what I suggest, because what I've been suggesting is that they follow Nazi's instructions and stay in the fucking parlor the entire time. But they didn't do that, and now half of them are dead.
As I said this, I pointed out the clock to everyone. It's already 8 at night. We had been receiving shocks over and over again since the early morning, and our bodies and minds were both completely tired out. Yeah, that would tire out anyone.
Yeah, like you all go together to the kitchen, grab some food, and then like all go like file into a guest room together.
There's still a long, long time until tomorrow. We needed to find some place to barricade ourselves in so we could rest our bodies and get even the smallest amount of relief.
私も同感ですが、私も含め、もうみんな体も心も限界まで打ちのめされています。
I agree. Everyone is already pushing their mental and physical limits, myself included. Yeah, you basically tried to keep alive somebody who was basically pierced through the chest almost all the way through.
Yeah, like you were doing your best to like keep someone alive who was more or less dead on spot. And you actually succeeded for a couple minutes too, so which is very impressive, honestly.
I believe it would be wise to take that into account as we move forward.
そういうこった。敵はマスターキーに準ずるものを持っている公算が高い。
That's right. There's a high probability that the enemy's got the equivalent of a master key.
シャノンやカノン君、ゴーダさんはマスターキーを持ってましたか？
Were Shannon, Cannon, and Goda holding master keys?
はい。
Shannon might have been, actually.
勤務時間中だったなら身につけていたはずです。
Yeah, very easy for them to get like a hand on those keys then. Yes, they were supposed to have them on their person during work.
現場をいじらない方がいいってんで、そこまでは調べなかったのが、誰かの鍵が奪われている可能性は否定できねえな。
We didn't want to disturb the scene, so we didn't investigate that closely. We can't eliminate the possibility that someone stole a key from them.
そもそも犯人はバラ庭園倉庫のシャッターを開けるために一度使用人室を訪れている可能性があります。
In the first place, we know the culprit may have visited the servant room at some point to unlock the garden shed shutter.
そこでマスターキーをすでに入手していると考えて間違いないでしょう。
It's conceivable that they obtained a master key from there earlier on. I was also just thinking that.
There were many servants serving the Ushiramiya family. Because of that, there were several master keys. Furthermore, every time one employee started or finished working, the keys were passed between servants. We had to acknowledge that this had probably gotten a bit sloppy at times in the past.
仮に殺された使用人の誰かのポケットから 鍵束を拝借したとして。
And if they borrowed a bundle of keys from the pockets of one of the murdered servants,
その鍵でも開けられない安全な場所はあるのか?
is there any safe place that even those keys couldn't open?
私たちはお仕事の都合上、すべてのお部屋の鍵を預かっております。
Because of the nature of our job, we have been entrusted with keys to all of the rooms.
お屋敷もゲストハウスもすべてです。
All of them in the mansion and in the guest house.
Yeah, like I said, a guest room because like there's an attached bathroom and you just push one of the beds in front of the door. Boom, done.
意味がないってわけだ。
So in other words, no matter where we hole up and lock ourselves in, it'd just be pointless.
上等だぜ。鍵なんかいるもんか。来るなら来やがれってんだ。
Fine, who cares about locking up? If you're gonna come out, bring it on, damn it.
返り討ちにしてやるぜ。
I'll beat you at your own game.
敵は正面から来ない
Give me
よ
a。second. I'm gonna cough a lung up real quick. Clear my
Okay.
throat. So just, I'll still be here. Don't worry about it.
The enemy won't approach us from the front.
最初の6人はともかく、母さんたちやカノン君、
Don't know about the first 6, but if we look at what happened to my parents and Conan,
そしておじい様の霊を見る限り、敵は孤立した人間だけを狙ってる。
even grandfather, the enemy has only gone after isolated
一
people.
部屋に固まっている僕たちのところへ、堂々と乗り込んで来られるほどの力はないんだよ。
They don't have the power to assault all of us openly in a secure room.
そうだな。兄貴の言う通りだ。ひょっとすると、おばさんのライフル銃が抑止効果として成立してるのかもしれないぜ。
That's right, it's just like George says. Maybe Aunt Natsuhi's rifle can serve as a deterrent to stop them from attacking.
なら良いのですが。
You know, like it's sort of maybe Beatrice didn't attack like the whole group at once because she wanted to have a little bit of fun with it. You never know. Anyway, I hope that is so, but
マリア、言いたいことがあるんだろうが、そいつは飲み込んでしばらく黙ってろ。
Maria, I know you want to say something, but keep it to yourself and stay quiet for a while.
now she's pouting, of course.
Maria probably wanted to say something about how witches weren't afraid of things like guns. But if she were to say it out loud, the atmosphere here would start to get pretty edgy. I noticed and decided to put a stop to it.
よろしいでしょうか。一箇所だけ。使用人の鍵束でも入れない場所が。
The study.
Yep.
However, Beatrice, or the culprit, has already proven they can get into the study without the key. Without even using the door, for that matter. So I don't know if that's a good fucking call or not. I doubt it. Anyway, if I may, I do know of just one place that cannot be entered even with the servant key rings.
それはどこです？
Where is that?
はい。
Come on, Natsu.
親方様の書斎です。
That would be the master's study. There's a lot of books in there, too, about, like, what Beatrice can do. So, hey, study up, bitch!
I'm against this. I don't even want to think about going in Grandfather's creepy room.
あの部屋に入れる鍵は何本あるんですか？
How many keys can gain access to that room?
2本です。1本は常に私が。
There are two. I always have one on my person.
もう1本は
And I
親
assume
方
the other
様
one
のお
was
持
in.
ちでしたが、
Yeah.
先ほどボイラー室の中からこれを。
The other was held by the master himself, but just now I found this on the corpse in the boiler room. Damn, then, like, like clearing my throat didn't actually work.
Genji took
I
out
think it's good.
Yeah, Genji took a handkerchief out of his pocket and opened it, showing us the burnt and filthy study key. Then he showed it alongside his own key, which he had once lent to Natsuhi.
本来なら警察のために鍵も残すべきだったのですが。
Normally, it would have been proper to leave the master's
書斎
key
の留
for
守
the
は
police.
必ず守るようにと仰せつけられておりましたもので。
But because of the master's orders to protect the safety of the study, I borrowed it for the time being. Phoenix, stop it!
なるほど。
Like he keeps like trying to jump into my lap from the floor, going all around the chair and trying to get at an angle that I'm not going to notice him.
He ain't as slick as he thinks he is.
I see, which means that Kinzo's study is the only place where we can be safe.
そういうことになりますね。あの
It would
怪し
appear
げな
that way.
匂いの部屋に一晩も立てこもるなど考えたくもありませんが。
I don't even want to think about being shut up in that strange room all night.
あの部屋が一番安全であることを今は認めなければならないようです。
But it appears we must acknowledge that his room is safer than anywhere else right now. Just use a fucking guest room with the damn bed pushed in front of the door.
その安全な部屋に閉じ込められたじい様を犯人は連れ出して殺してる。
Even though grandfather locked himself up in that safe room, the culprit brought him out and killed him.
絶対安全とは言い切れねえけどな。
You can't be certain that it's truly safe.
バトラ君の説のおじい様がうまくレシートをやり過ごして自分の意思で部屋を出た。
According to your theory, grandfather cleverly found a way around that receipt trick and left a room of his own free
と
will.
考えるなら、
George, that was just an
同情の
example.
価値はあるかもしれない。
There's many different ways it could happen.
If so, the room might be a good place to barricade ourselves in after all.
楽観的すぎだぜ、兄貴。
You're too optimistic, George. However, at the same time, thought he brought up a pretty interesting point. After all, this gives us a chance to question the enemy, Witch herself, about how the sealed door had been opened. We assume the culprit...
It does have an attached bathroom, so, like, you know, it could happen.
Yeah, it works the same as a guest room, really.
Yeah, but the problem is, like... I mean, the problem with the guest rooms is also the same as that somehow Beatrice got in, or the culprit got in and did it anyway. But, like... You just gotta, like, try anything.
Yep. We assume the culprit used some technique to kidnap grandfather from his study. They'd have to show us the same trick again if they wanted to assault us in the study. And that'd give us a chance to make the culprit prove how they did it right before our eyes. If she's really a witch, we'll be forcing her to use her little magic trick to open the door right in front of us. But that's probably impossible. You spin the chessboard around, it's obvious the culprit is acting in a way that'll make us think they're a witch. If she really is a witch, all she's got to do is appear in front of us and wow us with a colorful display of magic. Since she's avoiding doing that, everything must be the work of a fake witch who wants us to think she's real.
There are like 100 different reasons I can think of that, like, a witch wouldn't, like, just do it anyway. And of course, like, some of them could potentially be tied to the setting and how its magic works, but also, like, just generally speaking, assuming that the magic will work at any time that the witch wants, it's very easy to be like, yeah, she just wants to, like, scare the shit out of you for funsies. Because she's a witch.
Therefore, a culprit who used a technique other than magic to defeat the closed room couldn't open the door before our eyes.
じいさんの部屋ってのは8人で押しかけても大丈夫なくらいの広さなんすか?
Is grandfather's room big enough to stuff 8 people in?
はい。ベッドにソファー、毛布類もありますので、贅沢を言わなければ十分に夜を越すことができます。
Yes, there's a bed, a sofa, and blankets. So while it is not luxurious, it will be more than suitable for spending the night.
流しにご不浄。冷蔵庫に酒棚もあります。
There's also a sink, a bathroom, a refrigerator, and a liquor cabinet. I really wish they'd use the Oxford comma.
Yeah, that's fair.
そいつはすげえぜ。しかし、おかしなもんだな。
Oh, that's incredible. But isn't that weird?
自分の家の中にさらに自分の家を作ったってのか?
You're saying he built another house inside his house?
島を丸ごと買って自分の夢をすべて実現しきったじい様の最後の家にしちゃ随分手狭なんだな。
It's pretty cramped for the last house of someone like our grandfather, who bought a whole island and realized all of his dreams.
そうですね。いつの頃からか、お父様にとっては屋敷内ですら心を許せる場所ではなくなってしまったのでしょう。
They use the word heart somewhere in there, but I don't know exactly where in the sentence. I would assume, like, in the at peace part.
Yeah, I would say
probably. It's probably just like an idiom that translates to roughly that.
Yeah.
Anyhow, that's right. After some point in time, Father probably couldn't feel at peace in any other place, even inside the mansion.
そこに引きこもっていたのを私たちは嘲笑い、そして今度は私たちがそこに立てこもろうってわけだ。
We always sneered about how he shut himself up in there, and this time we're the ones who are gonna shut ourselves up.
Far be it for me to imply that Kinzo's actions at any point are ever reasonable and normal, and like a decision a normal human being of a sound mind and body would ever make. But you know, maybe he was hiding for a reason, Jessica.
Jessica spat the words out.
ジェシカちゃんは立てこもるより犯人を探しに行きたいという感じだね。
Jessica, it sounds like you'd rather go search for the culprit than stay shut up somewhere.
もちろん、こっちから探しに行って見つけられるなんて思っちゃいないぜ。
Of course, I don't think we'll be able to find them if we just start searching on our own.
結局は待つしかない。
In the end, we can't do anything but wait.
ならどこで待ったって同じだろ。逃げも隠れもしない。
And it doesn't matter where we wait, does it?
あくまでテレビでも見ながらのんびり現れるのを待とうじゃねえかよ。ベアトリーチェ様をよ。
Not gonna run away or hide. Why don't we just take it easy in the parlor watching TV or something while we wait for this Beatrice to appear?
現れなければ現れないで十分です。
Perfectly fine if she doesn't appear.
犯人を暴くの
Oh,
は
yeah.
私たちに必要がないからです。
I just need like the mind gif. Going on quick play, you know? There's no need for us to be the ones who exposed the culprit.
正論ですな。
Something that Battler didn't notice, actually, is if it was one of the 18 people on the island that are still, or of the 8 people that are still alive anyway, if it was one of those 8 people that killed Cannon, and they ran out through the courtyard like that, their clothes would be wet from the rain. At least like a little bit. And no one's been mentioned as being somewhat wet from a sprint through the rain, so like...
Yeah, either that
I meant to say that earlier in the courtyard scene, but like I just slipped my mind.
Yeah, either that or they have the best poncho and bags on their shoes.
Yeah, like they'd have to like a full raincoat sort of deal with like rubber gaskets or something too.
Mm-hmm.
Something. And then like you'd still find those laying around somewhere. I don't know. Like it would be pretty obvious if it was one of the 8 people at this point, I think.
Well said. We shouldn't take needless risks before the police arrive.
ありがとう、南條先生。私
Thank you, Dr. Nanjo.
お父様の書斎に移るべきだと思います。
I think we should move to Father's study.
確かに、お父様が連れ出された可能性があり、絶対の安全が保証されているわけではない。
True, we have no proof that it's safe since Father was taken out of there.
しかし、バトラ君の推理の
However, I can't deny the possibility that...
自ら書斎を出て、外で襲われた可能性も否定できません。
As Battler reasoned, Grandfather left the study of his own accord and was attacked outside. I got some big doubts on that one, but like, sure.
Well,
let's just assume that it's possible.
A while back, I proposed that strange theory as a stopgap measure, but just as Aunt Ava said, even though that trick would be possible, I couldn't explain what motive could have made Grandfather sneak out of his own study in such a troublesome way. Plus, Grandfather couldn't even have used that trick unless he knew that receipt was wedged in the door.
Yeah, I don't think cameras are small enough for CCTV, there we go, CCTV footage to like play for him in an unnoticed way, right?
Yeah.
Cameras are definitely... We established on one stream that CCTV footage was possible, but like the cameras would not be small enough at this point in time.
Yeah, no. It would have to be like a servant telling him through the door. Basically.
Yeah. I guess you could like hide a camera in like a ventilation vent, like right above the door, pointed at it.
But even then.
Yeah. You'd barely be able to see anything through the vent slats.
Plus, Genji,
like,
Genji would probably know about it.
Yeah. He would definitely, because like he would have been in charge of setting it up in the first place, right?
Yeah.
It's fucking Genji, like, come on.
Aunt Ava hadn't pointed out that last part. but it's clear how absurd the theory was. So does that mean the sealed door formed a closed room, just as Aunt Ava claimed? Is it an undeniable fact that Aunt Natsuhi was the culprit?
It was like, now we can have cameras like so small that they're like literally like the head of a pin, and you can just like stick in a corner somewhere where no one's ever gonna fucking notice it, and just point at that stuff and like run fiber optics through the wall. But you couldn't do that 40 years ago.
Yeah, no.
Not really. Even with the shit that the military was hiding for their own purposes, like, you couldn't do that sort of thing.
If Aunt Ava were here now, she'd probably make that claim openly and blow my strange theory away. But anyway, I had to admit that a room with both a bed and a toilet that all 8 people could be shut up in, and with only 2 keys, both of which were gathered here, had to be the safest place in the mansion right now. At the very least, I figured this would be better than just staying shut up in the parlor and hoping nothing would go wrong. Wait, we've been safe only because we've been shut up in the parlor? What if leaving that room and moving to an unexplored location is actually more dangerous? It's useless, it's all useless. Flimsy head is about to break out in a fever.
At least he admits that his head is flimsy.
Keep spinning the chessboard around, right and wrong. We'll keep switching places over and over, and I won't be able to believe anything. It seems like the culprit is one of the 18. I want to believe in Beatrice. And once I start believing Beatrice, I start wanting to find the culprit amid the 18. That keeps spinning around forever. In the end, my thoughts won't have taken one step from where they started.
This is the problem with that kind of logic that Kiri taught you, Battler. Like, if you can't establish even some basic principles, some basic ideas, then you can't do anything. You are paralyzed.
How far back in the past was it that Kiri taught me about the chessboard thinking? That concept of examining the situation by spinning it around and thinking from the enemy side. I don't remember being so interested by it back then. I used it to guide all my thinking. By the way, Kiri was Dad's co-worker back then. Never dreamed that she'd someday be added to our family. And Kiri, tell me something once? It's feeling she once said that while this chessboard thinking was one way to look at things, it certainly wasn't all powerful. It wouldn't be good to rely on it too much.
チェス盤思考ってのはね、昔本で読んだゲーム理論というものを私なりに解釈したものよ。
Chessboard thinking is my own interpretation of something called game theory, which I read about in a book long ago.
とても面白い
But that's not what game theory means!
バトラ君も大学に入ったら挑戦してみると
I didn't realize that's the source of it. Like, Kiri, what the fuck are you doing?
It's a very interesting subject, so you should tackle it yourself when you get into college, Battler.
ぜひやってみたいっす。それを勉強してチェス盤思考をもっと鍛えたらどんな相手の手の内も読めるみたいで楽しいじゃないっすか。
I really want to try it. If I could study and perfect my chessboard thinking, it'd be fun to be able to read into any opponent's moves, wouldn't it?
でもね、盲信しちゃダメよ。
You can't believe in it blindly.
ゲーム理論は非常に奥深く複雑な学問なの。
Game theory is a very deep and complicated
チェス
subject.
盤思考はその上辺だけを私なりに解釈した考え方に過ぎない。
Chessboard thinking is just my interpretation that skims the surface of game
バト
theory.
ラ君が想像するほどに相手の手の内を読み切るには相当の勉強が必要よ。
Yeah, like a quick interruption here. Like, game theory assumes, and this is the flaw of it, that everyone involved in a situation is going for optimal solutions at all times and is perfectly rational. People are not perfectly rational, ever.
Yeah, and that's honestly what they're getting at here. In order to thoroughly read your opponent's moves like you're imagining, you need to study your
し
opponent.
かもチェス盤理論は応用の効く便利なものではあっても完璧ではない。
Additionally, while chessboard theory is convenient and practical, it isn't perfect.
便利ではあっても弱点が多い。
It has many weak points despite its convenience.
弱点
Weak points?
ええ、チェス盤思考の基礎はゲーム理論。
Yes, chessboard thinking is founded upon game
ゲ
theory.
ーム理論は突き詰めると数学に行き着くの。
When you thoroughly investigate game theory, it boils down to math.
数学の弱点は何か知ってる？
Do you know what the weak point of math is?
ノイズよ。
It's noise. Math, when you write 1 plus 1 equals 2, That process will always result in 1 + 1 = 2, no matter how many billions of years pass. Nothing more, nothing less.
Not necessarily true. Just gotta get that in as someone who knows just like a little bit of mathematics stuff. Like, you can create situations in math where 1 + 1 does not equal 2. All right, just gotta get that out there. It's not true. Battler wouldn't know this, and like the author probably wouldn't know this either. I just gotta say that though.
That's because there's absolutely no noise mixed in. For example, unlike math, the Japanese language has noise mixed in. Kanji are a good example. Old kanji and new kanji are slightly different, which represents an introduction of noise created by the changes between time periods. Isn't history the same? There are dozens of policies that seem foolish in the modern era, but were meaningful at some point in the past.
Yeah, or at least they were trying to be meaningful.
Because the rules of chess are fixed, when a pair of experts are discussing one particular layout, it's possible they could reach the same conclusions, whether they're from 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. However, if the rules of chess had gone through massive changes over time, it's possible the discussion about the same layout would have changed as well.
その通り。人の世の事象は本来ノイズだらけなのよ。
That's right, events in the world of humans are normally full of noise.
人の感情だってそうでしょ？
Aren't human emotions that way?
全く同じことが起こったからといって、人は必ず決められた反応を示すとは限らない。
Even if the exact same thing occurs more than once, there's no guarantee that humans will always act in a predictable fashion.
それを数学の理論で当てはめ、相手の行動を読もうとする時点で、すでに理論には弱点と限界があることを知らなければならない。
The moment we try to use a math-based theory to predict someone's actions, we must be aware that our theory has built-in weaknesses and limits.
手っ取り早く言うと、
Fucked up thing is, like, you could use math to predict someone's actions and all that stuff perfectly, but the kind of math that you would have to use is so precise and heavy that, like, a human could never do it. I don't think we can even conceive of a computer that could do it at this point in time.
Yeah, no, and, like...
It's the kind of shit that you would need to actually, like, simulate the person and the situation and all the people around them and all of it. All at the same time.
Yeah, and even if you do that, it, like, even the slightest difference can result in a different course of action being taken, which causes other courses of actions to be taken by other people.
Yeah, it's like what we call quantum randomness, more or less. It's like a bit being flipped by some random bullshit somewhere. Like what happened in that one weird fucking speedrun where there was that glitch, where there was a solar flare, and like an electron hit the exact point on the fucking cartridge or whatever at the exact right time for a glitch to work. And no one has ever been able to replicate it since because of that.
Simply put,
shit like that.
Chessboard thinking is extremely weak against noise and fickleness, as well as mistakes or incorrect knowledge. That's right, Kiri definitely said that. Chess has always been a game where both sides play by the same rules and fight with the same conditions for victory. That's why it's possible for both sides to predict the other's moves. It's possible to read your opponent because you can always suppose they'll make the best moves they can find. But what if your opponent is fickle or a bit tired, makes a move that can hardly be called the best? Or what if this game actually has a special rule, some unknown thing that only the enemy knows about and can use? In fact, what if the opponent actually has some goal other than victory?
Yeah, there we go. Finally got it. You finally got there, Battler. I know you've been dealing with a lot of psychological and emotional shocks today, but damn it, it took you a minute.
Think from your enemy's perspective, that's the basis of chessboard thinking. It means if you misread your enemy, the answer you draw from this process will be complete rubbish and useless. So far, I've used chessboard theory to guess several vague bits of information about the culprit hiding behind the case, or so I think. However, I don't know anything about the culprit. Am I just playing around in a labyrinth of thought?
Yes. Yes, you are.
If Kiri were here at a time like this, she'd probably be able to notice something with her much sharper thinking ability. Till the very last moment, Jessica resisted moving into grandfather's study. But in the end, Aunt Natsuhi persisted and we decided to move there. Everyone was completely wrapped in paranoia by now. Kumasawa had prepared dinner at one point, but during the time we discovered the deaths of George's parents, both the kitchen and parlor had been left empty. Someone suggested that food might have been poisoned while we were gone. Because of that, we were unable to even touch the food that Kumasawa had taken the trouble to make for us. The manner in which the first 6 were killed was still unknown, but it certainly could have been poisoned.
Alright, go ahead. Just like tip something over on accident.
Okay.
I'm good. Nothing broke.
Certainly that would allow even a single person to carry out the murder of 6 large adults. Furthermore, this idea made it easy to imagine there being only a single culprit, one who'd be afraid of Aunt Natsuhi's rifle. And this was very good for our emotional stability. But the fatigue and hunger were even harsher than we'd imagined, and Kumasawa made a proposal, and we all went together to the kitchen. There we gathered some canned food and other things that'd be hard to poison to take in with us.
There you go.
All Kumasawa's efforts to reward us with just a little dinner on this savage day regrettably came to nothing. Food piled up on the serving cart looked just a little sad.
Yeah, eat out of a can. It's fine. Just like eat out of a can at your desk like a fucking hobo, like I do.
We all started.
I've genuinely stuck like a can of beans over my fucking kettle and let it heat up that way, and then ate it at my desk.
Fair enough. We all started to climb the stairs. Aunt Natsuhi was in the lead, where they stared into the darkness with both eyes and the barrel of the gun. Once we dragged ourselves up to the 3rd floor, just as Aunt Natsuhi had warned us of beforehand, there was a mixture of a chemical smell and a sickly sweet aroma, stench hanging in the air that felt like it was eating into our heads.
なるほど。こりゃ一晩もこもったら頭痛にでもなりそうな匂いだな。
I see, this kind of stench probably would give you a headache if you were shut in with it for a whole night.
今更ながら、じい様の書斎に反対したジェシカに賛成だぜ。
I know it's a little late, but I'm with Jessica. I vote against going into Grandfather's study.
Too late now, bitch. Get in there.
It felt like the stench was floating out from this magnificent door. The door to the forbidden study, which should defend against any who would enter. While Genji unlocked the door, Maria stared at the doorknob with great interest.
Oh, すごいドア.
Incredible door.
Sugoi door. All right.
Yeah.
Capture actually got that right.
Oh yeah, there's a scorpion here.
Oh yeah, so there is.
So
Along with an 8-pointed star too, or a wagon wheel maybe. I don't know which. I'd need a closer look at it to be able to tell, but could be either one.
いかめしくて冗談の通じなさそうな。
Hold on a second.
いかにもじい様の書斎にふさわしい扉だよな。
It looks old and strict and like it'd stop any jokes cold. A perfect door for grandfather's study.
霊的な悪意を退ける力が
Okay.
とても強く込められて
I think it was Egyptian that the scorpion was from that would stop magic stuff, right?
Yes.
The 8-pointed star is also Egyptian.
Nice.
It's supposed to represent the 8 deities, 4 male gods and 4 female gods, known as the Ogdoad.
Gotcha.
However, a universal meaning of such stars is that they stand for life, from our birth to death, and the wisdom we all possess, no matter how rich or poor we are. So it represents the cycle of life, more or less, along with 8 divinities, which is very interesting, and I see why it was used here, along with the scorpion. That's protective right there. Maybe he did just straight up leave his fucking thing, and then Beatrice got him afterwards. I don't know.
Yeah, he's got wards.
Assuming those wards are also on the
ベ
windows
ア
in
ド
A,
リーチャ
right?
はこの扉を開けられないね。
The power to ward off spiritual menaces is strong here. Beatrice probably couldn't open this door.
お？それどういうことだよ？
Oh, what does that mean?
That's what it sounds like, nerd.
Maria pointed at the doorknob. Scorpion crest. a design like a magic circle arranged around the scorpion was inscribed there.
There's also some little bits around the scorpion.
That design, that's right. Isn't it just like those keychain charms Maria gave Jessica and me yesterday?
火星の5の魔法陣は強力な魔除け。
It's the pinnacle of Mars. Let me see. Yeah, it's got one of the versions of it has a scorpion in it.
There we go.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. There is a bit about the song here. 1 second. What's that? I can't fucking read that many Roman numerals, dude. But whatever it is, it's verse 13. Who so great a god as our Elohim? Which is interesting.
This magic circle.
No, that's the third. That's the third one. Hold on. Thou shalt go upon the lion and adder, the young lion and the dragon shalt thou tread under thy feet. Sorry, I don't I don't do Middle English very well, or early modern English. Interesting. Okay.
しかもこの魔法陣は相当丹念に作られていて、力がよく満ちている。
Is this? Yeah, I think this is the one from Solomon's stuff. This is the one with the scorpion in the middle. It is. That's the one. Okay. Anyway, let's see. The fifth magic circle of Mars is a strong ward against magic. Additionally, this magic circle was very diligently constructed and is full of power.
魔の者であるベアトリーチェにとって、この魔法陣はとても厄介だろうね。
Such a magic circle can be quite troublesome to beings of magic like Beatrice. Yeah, like the one that was on Natsuhi's door was probably just like she went to go open the door and went, alright, fine, I'll go do another one. But this one is more like, oh fuck, I actually can't get in.
Mm-hmm.
この部屋なら、ベアトリーチェのマッシュから逃げられるってことだろ?
Isn't that comforting? Are you saying we can escape even Beatrice's clutches in this room?
うちの魔女様は実に頼もしいぜ。
Our little witch here sure is reliable.
What would be very interesting and very funny, I think, is once they cross that door, she no longer went into witch mode.
That would be interesting.
That would be pretty cool. I doubt that's going to be the case, but it would be like a great little bit there.
And how did Beatrice get grandfather out?
Okay, like all the adults here can probably say is like, okay, yeah, he's obsessed with Beatrice's smile, so like, if she was outside the door knocking and said, hey, I'll smile at you if you come out, and then he opened the door, like, that would absolutely do it.
Oh, 100%.
He would 100% fall for that shit.
バトラが推理した通りだよ。ベアトリーチェは中に入れない。でも彼女には魔法があるし、使い魔だっている。
Just as Battler reasoned, Beatrice can't go inside. However, she has both magic and familiars.
それらを使って、おじいさまが自分から書斎を出てくるように仕向けることはできる。
Using them, she might have been able to get grandfather to leave the study of his own accord. Yeah, all she had to do was like forcefully manifest through some means or another. And then like tell him, hey, I'll smile at you if you come out.
吸血鬼は十字架が怖くて近づけねえけど。
Come on, Battler.
1 second.
Yeah. No worries. Just make myself some, like, strawberry milk real quick. Because I have a, like, milkshake mix. Hidden in the corner. I don't use it very often because I don't, like, I can't drink milkshakes. Because, like, I have, like, minor to moderate lactose intolerance. But I have lactose-free milk right now, so I can just do this.
I've read about that in manga. I've seen a bunch of scenes where vampires were frightened of crosses so they couldn't get close.
使い魔たちはへっちゃらなんで、使い魔に襲わせるみたいなシーンを読んだことがあるぜ。
But their familiars were just fine, so they had their familiars attack.
Yeah, because familiars are fundamentally just normal animals that are magically linked. So, like, you give them the orders before they go inside the anti-magic protection, and boom, there you go.
Yep. The scorpion keychain.
Those scorpion.
charm?
Yeah,
Oh,
wait,
yeah.
wait.
No, that's you.
Yeah, those scorpion keychain charms I gave you yesterday also had the 5th magic circle with Mars on them. Really, not just a scorpion. Interesting.
この島を出るまでの間を守ってくれるだけなら十分だった。
The power dwelling within them was weak, but they should be enough to protect you until we leave the island. Do you want to run back to the guest house and grab yours? Although it sounds like you've lost yours, right?
サソリのキーホルダーのお守り
Scorpion keychain charms.
昨日私が母さんに渡したお守りはマリアにもらったものだったんだよ。
Didn't you tell her that yesterday?
No,
I think she told her that yesterday. Like, she said, like, she got it from Maria, but, like, she felt like a Nazi would get more use out of it today. I thought that's what she said, at least.
Yeah,
Maybe I'm just, like, misremembering.
Yeah, the charm I gave you yesterday was something I got from Maria.
ドアノブにかけると魔除けになるとか言われて、私より母さんの方がいいかなってあの時は思って。
I heard it would repel magic if you put it on your doorknob, and at that time I thought maybe it'd be better if you had it.
Oh, that's way thicker than I expected it to be. Damn. This is actually like shake mix and not just like strawberry milk mix. Fuck. Fine by me, I love this shit, but still. Damn. Is that so? I thought it was an odd thing for you to be carrying around. I'm gonna have to look at the fucking VOD for that, because I could swear she said it. Or at least maybe it was mentioned in the narration that it was the one she got from Maria.
Nazi,
he put that on her doorknob.
Yep, that's you. I have to remember that.
夕べそう聞き、寝る前に扉の内側のドアノブにかけました。
Yes, last night after hearing about it from Jessica, I hung it from the doorknob on the inside of my door.
なら、夏日おばさんはとても幸運だよ。
Oh, that's pretty good. Then, Nancy, you're very fortunate. Or you're really fortunate, rather.
夕べ、ベアトリーチェは夏日おばさんに指一本触れられなかっただろうね。
If you did that, Beatrice probably couldn't even lay a finger on you yesterday.
ベアトリーチェはさぞや悔しがったと思うよ。
Probably. That's why the fucking door is all scratched up. She's like sitting there going, oh, this is fucking annoying.
Yeah, this is just a regular ass door. God damn it.
Yeah, it's not even Kenzo's door. Why the fuck can't I open the damn doorknob? Son of a bitch. I'd be swearing at least. Fuck. I think Beatrice must have been really annoyed.
Yeah, and to think it was from, like, her own disciple kind of thing.
Yeah. I wonder if she'd be proud of Maria or annoyed even more that Maria got in the way.
Probably a bit of both, and, like, she doesn't care which order they die in.
That's true. Although the Twilights do need a certain number and group at a given time.
Yeah, like
but I guess like I guess the first 6 don't really matter all that much as long as you leave enough like of the right ones for the other Twilights, I guess.
Yeah, like instead of Natsuhi, you get Shannon.
Yep. Or instead of blah 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 blah, you get Goda or whatever.
Beatrice annoyed, couldn't lay one finger. Natsuhi thought back on that eerie scribble she'd seen that morning, as though someone had been tearing at the outside of her door with blood-soaked hands, and gasped in surprise. Could it be that this witch who called herself Beatrice to enter through the door to Natsuhi's own room?
It's taken them so long to get here on this stuff. Like, guys, I know you're not genre savvy, but please.
Well, yeah, that is the difference between hard-boiled and noir.
Yeah, I guess. Damn it. Like, it's just...
Granted, this isn't either of those kinds of stories, but it's that kind of... the difference between having a savvy, like, you know, having fucking John Constantine dealing with Beatrice.
Yeah.
And having these
man, if it was John Constantine here right now, like, there would be so much more shenanigans going on at all times.
Exactly.
That man does not know how to, like, shut up and stop speaking, like, bullshit. I love his character. In the few things that I've seen him in, I love him a lot.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Even if Keanu Reeves' version of him was, like, a little bit more, calm than I would have expected. Like he still got the bites in occasionally.
Yeah, and
it was very dryly delivered, but
yeah, and I fucking love the angel in that.
Oh yeah, Gabriel.
Yeah,
like the half angel. Oh man, she's awesome.
Yep.
The half demon is also really good. Very creepy in just all the right ways.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Ended up like getting absolutely fucking pasted, of course, but
Of course. But the magic repelling charm had been hanging from the inside, so she couldn't break through the door. She was annoyed, so she scratched at it.
よせよ、そういう話。
Wait, don't talk about
魔
that.
女なんかいないぜ。
Witches don't
いるの
exist.
は犯人。
The culprit
そ
does.
れも私たちと同じ人間だ。
They're human just like us.
それを確かめる必要があるってなら、八つ先にして血が赤いかも確認してやろうじゃねえか。
If you need proof, why don't we dice her up and see if her blood's red?
I know it's just like a saying / a concept, but like the idea that non-human things have to have blood that's not red is just weird because like all mammals have red blood.
Yeah.
And like a lot of creatures that aren't mammals have red blood.
This
like,
is true.
are you kidding me? Like, this is like arthropods and like some sea creatures that don't have red blood, right? It's like spiders, insects, other arachnids, crabs, and then like aquatic creatures that don't have red blood. And still, a lot of aquatic creatures have red blood too. And it's just like, what? What do you mean? See if their blood is red. Yeah, it's probably going to be red. Red's the most common color for blood. What the fuck?
Damn it. How could you do that to Canon? Genji unlocked the door. 8 people entered Kinzo's study.
None left.
Grandfather's study? I'd heard rumors about it beforehand, so I wasn't that shocked.
That is a fucking lot of booze. I knew that there was going to be a lot in here, but I never noticed that damn cabinet shelf before.
Yep, that is quite some amount of booze.
That is a lot of alcohol.
He had done nothing more than fortify it thoroughly with his occult hobbies. Grandfather's hobby had been chasing after pop idols. These walls might be buried beneath idol posters.
That would be really funny. I really want to see that. I want to see some fan art of that. If anyone has something like that, please send it to me. Like, send it to me in like a Twitch Whisper or like a DM on Blue Sky or like join the Discord and send it to me there. Something, anything. Please let me see that if you've got it. I want to see that.
Is the cursory Google does not.
Okay, you're looking for it. Okay, damn it. Were idols a thing in the 1980s? I think they were, but like...
Yes. Because, yeah, definitely they were in the 80s, because that was also something that Yakuza goes into.
Japan's idol industry first emerged in the 1960s and became prominent in the 1970s and 1980s due to television. Okay, so this is about the time period where things were getting really popular, which is why people are referencing it right now.
Yeah. And makes sense, they're getting a lot of Western music, some of their popular music kind of coming in their version of pop stars, so we see a kind of Japanese interpretation of that concept.
Yeah, because I think if this took place like today or even like 15 years ago, he would have said otaku instead of like an idol fan or whatever.
Yeah.
Because like manga weren't quite as big back then yet. I think they really took off in like the 90s or something like that. Don't quote me on that. I don't know for sure.
Yeah,
this seems right to me from like all the videos I've seen.
Yeah, though Battler does bring up manga and things.
Oh yeah, but like that's also because like he's a young man and still in school. Of course, he's bringing up like fucking comics and shit.
But
like,
yeah,
of course.
Yeah, but yeah, people definitely enjoyed idols in the 80s. Went to see idols a lot, even grown ass men.
That reminds me, I need to like finish watching Oshinokoi.
Yep.
I wish I remembered the fucking English name for that, because I don't. But like it's that fucking gif of the twins like doing the idol dance in their fucking Strollers will never not get me.
It's either my favorite idol or their idol's children.
Something like that. Okay, let's see. Oshi no
Well, no, I
Koi.
literally Googled it, and it's either one of those.
Oshi no Ko. Okay, yeah. All right, fair enough. Yeah, because Ko is like the suffix for child.
Yeah.
And you'll get that a lot. Like in the child of a Yuki Onna is called a Yukinko, which means like snow child.
Yeah.
You just like put it on the end of whatever the fuck that you want it to like to refer to as a child.
Even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that this room was a bundle of all his pastimes. Even so, I couldn't help but remain dumbfounded by the smell of his creepy medicine and the sweet stench that seemed to melt my head.
Yeah, here we go. Let's open image in new tab. Here we go. Like ready for the fucking flashbang because like the background's white. It's this. Look at this. This is amazing. I love this. The anime is not as happy as this GIF implies. Do not watch it unless you're ready for some fuck shit.
Yeah, but and like you
I'm not gonna say anything else about the show. Just be ready for tragedy if you watch it.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing you're not seeing from this version of the GIF is all the people looking on like, holy shit, those babies are good at dancing.
Yeah, like in the actual show, they were just like, are these babies real? What the fuck? Which is just really good. I like it a lot.
Yeah,
I also like their designs as twins. Like they each share like the star shape in their eye that their mother had in both eyes. Like,
yeah,
I think that's just like really good touch.
Yeah, and yeah, that's a type of dancing common at idol shows now. Using glow sticks like that. I forget what it's called, but yeah, that's a common thing to do. Not as like expertly as that, but
yeah. Especially not from a baby, like from like literal babies.
Yeah,
they're not even toddlers yet. They're like the actual babies. They're like 6 months old or something like that in this GIF. I don't remember exactly, but they're somewhere around there. God damn it!
I could watch that GIF all day, but probably
yeah,
best to move on.
Yeah. Like it's made even worse for me because I used to be a raver, so I would actually see shows like that in person called like light shows.
Oh yeah,
and,
yeah.
Like people do all kinds of weird shit with their glow sticks and like poi balls and other like light bullshit, and like you would be like high out of your fucking gourd, staring at these things just like in a daze, and it was brilliant. I miss it.
Yeah, I've been to
probably a good thing that I don't do that.
Yeah, I've been to a surprising number of raves, just knowing me. But I've actually, but I've actually been to a couple because some conventions I go to usually hold at least one rave a night.
That is fascinating. Like, I did not know raves were like occasionally done like legitimately. Because I'm used to the shit where it's just like in some random motherfucker's backyard, where it's like 30 people all drunk and high out of their fucking minds, blasting music across the entire goddamn forest.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, that's what I'm used to. You know, the depictions of raves and like cop TV shows and all that shit. That's what I know.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, no, like legitimate. Go in. Pulse pounding anime music, people with lights.
Oh man, it wasn't even like anime music for me. It was like downright trance and EDM and shit.
And I'm sure there was some of that mixed in there too, but obviously it's just
like a formative experience for my musical taste. Like there's a reason why like 8-bits and I Love 64 and Stalkers and like all that other shit that I play on stream is the thing that I choose most of the time.
Yeah, granted. Probably not as wild as the more unofficial raves, but still, basically
we had people wearing nothing but fishnets, and I mean nothing but fishnets.
Yeah, that's fair.
Under black light and like in the dark with nothing but fucking nothing but like poi balls and fucking glow sticks and shit.
Yeah, so
occasionally like body paint that was glow in the dark.
Yeah, had some of that too, though. So it's basically more clothes, probably less drugs, but I can't say that for sure. And yeah, it was fun times.
Oh god, so I remember one time, I was high for 3 days off the one thing that I did that night.
Oh, jeez.
So, like, if and when you ever meet me in person, you'll notice that I run my nails across stuff all the time. Like, especially, like, my jeans or, like, bumpy walls, like drywall that's been, like, I got the speckling on it. You'll notice I do that, like, on bricks, too. And it's because, like, when I went to school like that time, because there's no period aside from, like, holiday breaks where you get, like, more than 2 days off, right? So I did this on, like, Saturday, and I was still half gone on Monday. And, I found that when I ran my nails across the brick walls of, like, the painted over brick walls, so, like, the edges were smooth and all that, and wouldn't catch and cut, of the school, like, it would send vibrations up my fingers and into my hand and into my arms and all that stuff that, like, just was really nice, and it just, like, permanently changed my fucking brain chemistry, I swear.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, yeah, shit like that will change your brain chemistry.
Gods. Like I said, I do kind of miss it, but also it's probably a good thing I don't do that anymore.
Yeah, I can't imagine that would necessarily do great for your health, necessarily.
Yeah, no, not at all. So, like, if you're getting into that sort of thing, don't do it more than once a month. Seriously, do not. You will burn your brain out. Hell, once a month is probably too much. Like, probably, like, every 2 months, maybe 2 or 3 months. That'd be fine, but...
Yeah,
again,
that's...
like we always say, all things in moderation. Even moderation. So when you party, don't go too hard, alright? Make sure you don't fucking kill yourself or, like, give yourself permanent disability by partying too hard.
Yeah, that wouldn't be very good. Just this little bit. Alright. When the door was closed, it automatically made a clunk. Let's see, this is the auto lock that's activated whenever the door is closed. There were only 2 keys that could open this door from the outside, both of which were in this room. In other words, it had become a closed room. Shutter, the receipt, the chain, and now the auto lock. This 4th door had the most magnificent lock yet. This was doubtlessly a closed room. Just to make absolutely sure that the room was secure, we checked all over for ways in or out. The window was tightly locked. That should have been enough, but just in case, we tried knocking all over the walls. After all, we had talked about there being a hidden door in this room, but we couldn't find anything suspicious. Grandfather's study was very large. Even though we called it a study, it wasn't really a single room. We divided up into 4 basic sections: a study section, a bedroom section, a toilet/bathroom section, and a section for cooking that had a sink. Let's see, this study really does has enough to live in it. Now I see how...
Okay.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm just, like, finding a music thing from one of the raves that I went to. This is the one that got me into EDM and trance, and I'm just gonna, like, post that in chat, and then I'm gonna send it to you.
Alright, I'll check that out later then. Now I see how Grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. Yeah, it's basically an apartment. A larger apartment than some people live in.
Yeah, it's larger than, like, where I live.
It seemed Grandfather wasn't in the habit of watching TV because there was no television or even a radio in this room. I would at least have a radio for, like, the weather and stuff. Granted, I can't survive without a computer, but, like, if I were Kinzo, I'd go, yeah, I'd kind of like to know what the weather report is.
That's true.
We can't do anything except pass the time listening to the sound of the rain until tomorrow morning. Dr. Nanjo looked closely at the chessboard that sat on the table in front of the sofa and muttered. Apparently the partly finished chess match he'd been playing with Grandfather until yesterday. Black Had the white pretty well cornered, and it looked like a checkmate would be reached within a few moves. The last part of the endgame.
Sorry, I accidentally opened my Windows Explorer, my File Explorer thing, whatever. And I just had to check real quick to make sure nothing touchy was shown.
Okay.
Because, like, for those of you who don't know, I'm an artist, and that means I draw naked people sometimes, just like for figure drawings and shit. And I have to make sure that it doesn't actually come up on camera at any point, otherwise Twitch is gonna slap me with that big old TOS.
Yep. Even though checkmate had already been had almost been reached, the endgame had been rushed, and in the end was never completed.
金蔵さん、やはりこの勝負は決着がつきませんでしたな。
Kinzo, it seems we weren't able to see this match through after all.
南條先生。
Dr. Nanjo.
わしは長く金蔵さんの友人だったが、金蔵さんのことを知っているのは半分だけでしかなかった。
I was Kinzo's friend for a long time, but I never knew about more than half of
金
him.
蔵さんにはいつも聡明な金蔵さんと何かの狂気にとらわれた金蔵さんの二人が同居していたように思う。
I believe two Kinzos existed, a wise one and one trapped by some madness.
わしは金蔵さんのことを何も理解してはおらんかった。
I never understood anything about him.
特にベアトリーチェ様のことになると人が変わったようでしたっけね。
Especially when it came to Lady Beatrice, it would seem like his personality changed. Direction of Kumasawa's upward gaze, a portrait of Beatrice could be seen. It's not massive like the one hanging in the entrance hall, but small, made for this room. Grandfather probably spent every day in this room, and so much of his time, talking to the witch in that portrait. Who was Beatrice to grandfather in the first place? Right now, you couldn't just explain it away by saying it was a story made by the parents to frighten children away from wandering into the forest. While eating the canned food we'd brought from the kitchen, we talked together about who Beatrice was. Whether the culprit was Beatrice herself or someone pretending to be her, whether they were a witch or a human, that was besides the point. The woman in this portrait was strongly related to the roots and background of this case. Couldn't talk about this case without talking about her.
Fucking character thought it said Dr. Nacho.
Yeah, I've gotten that a couple times, I think.
I didn't even notice until now. That's really good.
母さん、エヴァおばさんたちの部屋で犯人の手紙を拾ったんでしょ？
That's right, Mom. You picked up the culprit's letter in Aunt Ava's room, right?
ええ。まだ開けていませんでしたね。
I still haven't opened it.
開けてみましょう。
Let's give it a try.
Aunt Natsuki took out that Western envelope. Genji pulled a paper knife out of a drawer in the study desk and handed it to her. While watching her
letter openers in English. Sorry.
While watching her open it, George grimaced slightly. After all, it was a letter left at the site where his parents had been murdered. There was a good chance its contents would say something unbearable to George. Aunt Natsuki also seemed to realize that, so she glanced over the contents first without reading it aloud. We were a little frightened that she might grimace after reading something shocking, but she just frowned unhappily. What does it say?
不愉快な一文があります。私たちを挑発するつもりなのでしょう。
There is one unpleasant... Oh, go ahead.
Wait.
Whoopsie.
There is one unpleasant sentence. It must be trying to provoke us. Look, you one nerd.
Natsuki, after deciding that the contents could be shown to the children, set it openly on the table. Everyone stared at it at the same time. Praise my name.
I do like that phrase in Japanese. Like, it's good in English too, but like the sound of it in Japanese is very specific. It's really good.
Oh yeah.
Waga no tateo. It's... Ah.
What the hell? That's annoying.
ベアトリーチェの勝ち名乗りみたいなものだろうね。
Probably Beatrice declaring herself the victor. Damn it.
大方、また怪しげな魔法陣でも出てくるのを期待してたんだろう。
I'll bet you were hoping another weird magic circle would show up.
魔法陣ではなかったけどね。想像は裏切られなかったよ。
It wasn't a magic circle, but my expectations haven't been betrayed.
どういう意味でしょう。
What could it mean?
自分の存在を
Now I kind of want to
誇示
listen
した
to
いの
Florence
でしょ
the
うか。
Machine. Damn it. Because of that phrase, praise my name.
Wonder if she wants to tout her own existence.
そう考えるのが妥当でしょう。この手紙で初めて私たちは昨夜の手紙の主が犯人であると理解できる。
Sorry, pop my ankle. That seems reasonable. With this letter, we now know that the author of last night's letter is the culprit.
ここに書かれている内容よりも昨夜と同じ封筒でというところに意味があるものと思います。
I think the identical envelope is more significant than what is written here.
封筒も風浪も間違いなく親方様が使われていたものです。
Without a doubt, this is the type of envelope and sealing wax the master used, which means Beatrice has access to this room. Because I don't think those envelopes and wax are like anywhere other than here.
私には何が何だかわかりませんよ。
Don't know what's going on
こん
anymore.
なことは後ろ宮のお家にお仕えして以来初めてのことです。
This is the first time I've seen anything like this since I started working for the Oshiromiya family.
I should fucking hope so. If you've seen a lot of stuff like this working for the Ishirumiyas, there'd be something really wrong going on here.
Going by last night's letter, Beatrice is claiming to be grandfather's oldest confidant.
じい様も常々そう口にしてたんですよね。
Grandfather often said the same thing in the past, right? Looked to Genji and Kumasawa, who nodded together.
ってことは、じい様の次に詳しいのは源氏さんと熊沢さんってことになる。
Guess that means you two know more about her than anyone except grandfather.
話してくれないっすか。
Could you tell us?
私は長いことわざと耳にしなかった
I
話
don't
です。
think they could say anything more than what they said in the kitchen already, right? Like, it would just be like repeating that Beatrice is real. Whether you believe her or not, she's real. Anyway, for a long time I've purposefully avoided this topic.
ですがこの期に及んではそうも言っていられません。
But now that it has come to this, I can no longer do so.
源氏、知っている限りを話しなさい。
Genji, tell us everything you know.
Genji didn't answer. Did he remain silent despite his knowledge, or did he know nothing at all? Still, I had a good guess. The ghost story of the witch Beatrice had long been deified among the servants. It had probably been very close to grandfather and his occult hobbies, so there was a good chance that he'd been indoctrinated with even weirder things, and had increasingly come to deify the witch. Grandfather's most trusted servant, who had sworn loyalty to him, might be the most influenced by the illusion of the witch that grandfather had created. So there was only one reason for Genji to remain silent. He could speak, but it would definitely cause a backlash, so it was better if he kept his mouth shut. Wasn't like we'd believe him anyway. Something along those lines. A short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak bluntly and unrestrainedly, and that had earned her a scuffle with Jessica. Natural for Genji to keep his silence.
お父様の愛人ですか。
Was she father's concubine? No, but I think he wished she was.
His concubine. That could be possible. For ordinary poor people, polygamy isn't only viewed negatively from a moral perspective, it's also an unmaintainable financial situation. That's if only one person has a job.
Yeah. Assuming that, at least. But, you know.
But that isn't the case for the very rich. Possible for them to have another lover in addition to their real wife. Can't deny the possibility that grandfather had another woman in his life besides grandmother.
かもな。ばあ様は生きてた頃よく疑ってたらしいぜ。
Maybe. When grandmother was alive, I hear she was pretty sure of
浮
it.
気相手がいるってな。
She thought he was cheating on her.
俺はてっきりそれはじい様の想像の中の魔女のことを指してるんだとばかり思ってたんだが。
I always thought she meant grandfather's imaginary witch.
そりゃなんとも面白い話になってきたぜ。源氏さんは俺に言ったよな。
Now this is getting really interesting. You told me, didn't you, Genji?
ベアトリーチェはこの屋敷ができる以前からじい様に仕えてたって。
You said Beatrice has been working for grandfather since before the mansion was finished.
お屋敷が竣工したのは昭和27年と聞いています。
I heard that the construction of the mansion was completed in Showa 27, or 1952 for those wondering.
ってことは、ベアトリーチェという人は30年以上も昔からおじい様と連れ添っていたということになるね。
That'd mean this person called Beatrice was in a relationship with grandfather since at least 30 years ago.
その30年前の愛人、もしくはその縁者や隠し子が何かの恨みがあって何らかの復讐を企んだ。
Could that concubine of 30 years ago, or maybe a relative or hidden child with that person, hold some kind of grudge and be planning revenge?
Alright, give me a second. I gotta feed the cats real quick. It's time.
ありがちなストーリーになってきたじゃねえか。
See, this is starting to sound just like your standard Western mansion mystery.
I am back inside the curtain. 一番納得できる筋書きです。
It's a filthy topic, but the easiest line of reasoning to accept.
どうですか、源氏。
What do you think, Genji?
おそらく親方様に恋愛の感情は終わりになられたでしょう。
The master surely had feelings of deep love for her.
亡くなられた奥様より愛しておられたに違いありません。
There could be no mistake that he cared for her more than his late wife.
ベアトリーチェってのは何者なんだよ。
Who is this person called Beatrice?
そして今はどうしてるんだ。
What's she doing now?
Oh, you know, shenanigans.
お屋敷ができるより前にお亡くなりになったと聞いています。
I have heard that she passed away before the mansion was completed.
すでに死んでいる？
She's already dead?
はい。親方様は大層深く悲しまれ。
Yes, the master was deeply stricken by grief at her
ベ
loss.
アトリーチェ様を蘇らせる方法として黒魔術に傾倒なさっていったのです。
And he devoted himself to the art of black magic as a means to revive her.
親方様はベアトリーチェ様を心の底から愛しておられたのです。
The master loved Lady Beatrice from the bottom of his
こ
heart.
のような狂気に駆り立てるほどに。
It was that madness which drove him to do all that you see here.
As Genji said this, he spread his arms as though asking us to look at this room, filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. We were all at a loss for words. Normally, black magic seems like it'd just be creepy, and it's really hard to imagine why someone might be so enraptured by it. Since Kinzo was just an eccentric who had restored the Ushiromiya family amidst his madness, nobody had tried to understand him. The only thing on Grandfather's mind had been the loss of a beloved woman, and his inescapable sorrow. Earlier, this room had seemed creepy, but in an instant, it had changed into something we could understand completely. Creepy books, magic circles, medicine, all of it. All existed simply because he wanted to revive the face of a single woman who had left this world over 30 years ago.
一度だけ深く酔われた親方様にベアトリーチェ様のお話を聞かされたことがあります。
The master only told me about Lady Beatrice's story once, when he was very drunk.
詳しいことは忘れてしまいましたが。
Although I've forgotten the details.
それはもう女の私が聞いて羨むような深い深い愛情でございました。
It was a deep, deep love enough to make a woman like me jealous.
金蔵さんは後宮家の当主を継いだ時、当時まだ生き残っていた後宮家の長老たちの意向で亡くなった奥さんとの結婚を決められたのです。
When Kinzo succeeded the headship of the Ushiromiya family, his marriage to his late wife had already been decided by the few surviving family elders.
つまり後宮家にとって得になる女性との結婚を強制された。
So he was forced into a marriage with some woman who would benefit the Ushiromiya family?
さようです。金蔵さんはお家復興のためだけに当主に据えられ、すべての重責を背負わされたのです。
That is correct. Kinzo was installed as the head who would revive the family, and had to bear the entirety of that heavy responsibility.
そんな金蔵さんがどこでどういう経緯でベアトリーチェと知り合ったのかはわかりかねます。
Do not...
Yeah, I actually agree with Battler's description here of like the room turning into something that they could all understand easily, because like who among us would not do some weird shit to bring people back to life if they could?
Oh
like,
yeah,
even
absolutely.
I would do some shenanigans. Like, and I've threatened to do so against people that I know. Like, if you die, I'm gonna fucking resurrect your ass.
Yep, absolutely. It's something we can all understand. There's a reason it's in so much media.
Yeah, like as lacking in emotion and how difficult it is for me to care about people, like even I've done that. So I can only imagine what it's like for more neurotypical people or people with neurodivergences that don't mean that they lack a lot of emotion like I do. Like genuinely, I can only imagine what it's like.
Yep. Do not pretend to know the details of when or where Kinzo first met her.
Like, my grief literally disabled me. It literally crippled me for the rest of my life. So I can only imagine what it's like for other people, you know?
Yeah. Guess it'd be rude to say any more than that. That was when Grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. Just how deep was his affection for her? That was easy to see just by looking around us. This room was covered with piles upon piles of things having to do with black magic, and Grandfather spent every day shut in here, immersed in his research and isolated from the outside world, never regretting 1 minute of it. Couldn't help but recognize the depths of Grandfather's love for Beatrice.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna keep my headphones on, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh my god, I didn't get a text message or anything, so don't worry about that. Just go.
I had it all.
Real quick.
I had it all wrong, Genji.
何をでしょうか?
What do you mean by that?
私、使用人の人たちが魔女を問診するのは、じい様の気持ち悪い黒魔術趣味に感化されてるからじゃないかってずっと思ってきた。
I've always thought that maybe you servants believed blindly in the witch because you were influenced by Grandfather's creepy black magic hobby.
違ったんだな。
But that's not how it was, right? By acting as though Beatrice's soul at least had been restored and existed inside this mansion, I might have hoped to soothe Grandfather's heart. Closed eyes.
I mean, it's also real, but you know.
Closed
They don't know that
eyes
yet.
and the expression of one remembering something from the distant past. Genji had broken his long silence. Making that confession, probably felt like he was betraying his one and only master in the most serious way, even though that person was already dead. Beatrice has revived as a witch. She is in the mansion even now. Genji had said it. I believed it. Had made people believe it. And would take that with him to the grave. This might have been the last service he could offer up to his master. The legend of the witch, the mysterious tale of Rokenjima that was still whispered amongst the servants. Its true nature was a sad lie. That was an act of kindness towards grandfather, who lost the person he loved above all else.
私はお父様の前で魔女を否定する話を何度か口にした覚えがあります。
And he still said you had the one-winged eagle in your heart, so don't worry about it. And I don't think it offended him all that much. I remember denying the witch's existence in front of father on multiple occasions.
今ならそれがどれだけお父様を傷つけていたかわかります。
Now I finally understand how much that must have wounded him.
今の僕にならわかるよ。
Right now I can understand very well.
シャノンを蘇らせる方法が黒魔術だというなら、
I thought I could revive Shannon using black
僕
magic.
は今すぐにもこの部屋の次の主となって研究を始めるよ。
I'd immediately become the next owner of this room and start researching.
Spoilers, George. You might be able to. I don't know how magic works exactly, but it might be possible.
兄貴。
George. Another strand of tears dripped from George's eyes. Maybe his tears were infectious. Tears rose to Jessica's eyes too, and she sniffled.
ベアトリーチェは言っていたよ。もうじき、
Beatrice has said
蘇
it.
ることができる。
Very soon she will be able to revive people. Which is, it's weird that like Genji and Kumasawa are saying this right now, even though they can literally see Beatrice. They can see her, but I guess it's an easier way for them to for everyone else to accept the story. I would assume, at least.
Yeah.
Because they would have to rehearse that shit to be able to all stare at the same place. Without looking at each other, you know?
Yeah.
You'll be able to meet them, she said. Yeah, this is definitely like a Maria believing in a heaven sort of deal.
Yeah.
And having it at least semi-prove to her. Because unlike with most religions, the deity, the savior figure of your religion is probably not going to speak to you personally and prove that it's real, right? Jesus is not going to come down and talk to every single fucking Christian, no matter what denomination, even if it's supposedly the right one. Jesus is not going to do that.
Yeah.
Because that's not what a religion is, really. But people might believe that he's done that. The difficulty is in finding people who can corroborate that story easily and without any holes in it. Like Kumasawa, Genji, Kanon, and someone could have done. And now most of the servants who could do that are dead. No.
Very soon the
Kumasawa
door.
and Genji are still alive, but whatever.
Very
They'll be dead
soon the door to the Golden Land will be opened, and the Promised Land that glitters gold. The souls of all the dead will be resurrected along with the love that has been lost. Then I will sleep in a world of peacefulness for all time.
そう言ったのか。
Oh, that was her saying the line, but it didn't have her nameplate, but whatever.
I think that that Battler was just remembering the
マリアに手紙を渡した
not remembering but paraphrasing the riddle.
Did she say that to Beatrice who gave you the letter?
信じないよね。
You don't believe.
You don't believe, do you?
Yeah.
ここにじい様がいたならきっと喜んだろうな。
If only grandfather were here, I'm sure he'd be
正
happy.
直ベアトリーチェが蘇ることにさぞや踊り上がって喜んだろうな。
I'm sure he'd
Just about fucking was yesterday too. As soon as shit started, he was just like, "Oh yeah, let's go. Let's fucking do this. I am ready."
I'm sure he'd be jumping for joy now that Beatrice is about to be revived.
俺は信じたぜ。
In that case, I believe.
じい様が半生をかけて研究したことで蘇り、愛した女の魂が蘇ったと信じて寿命を全うできるって言うんなら。
Grandfather
It's
gave.
actually
俺も信じ
kind
た
of
ぜ。
touching, right?
Oh yeah.
Just a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. Willingly believing a lie as an honor to someone who gave up everything for
Yeah.
that lie. Like, of course, it's a lie from his perspective, but it wasn't for Kenzo.
Yeah.
Or in reality, because it's real.
I want to say a lot, but I can't. So we're gonna move on.
I know. Like, there's a couple things that I know about Beatrice and what's going on here that I can't say either. And I want to, but I can't because that's spoilers and we haven't gotten that far yet.
Yep, so we better move our asses.
Yeah, like, I'm about to say it to you in DMs, but,
If Grandfather gave up half of his life for this research, trying to resurrect the soul of the woman he loved, spending the rest of his life believing, I'll believe too. Yeah.
Yeah, that. I want to talk about that because that's really interesting and cool and like a fun little twist, but we can't. We gotta wait.
Yep.
バトラー。
一人の女性をずっと愛し続けた気持ちが周りにも伝わり真実となる。
When you love a single woman for so long, the people around you catch on to it, and it becomes the truth.
I wish that were true, George. You were very naive about that, but sure.
Maybe you could say they're just being polite for the sake of your feelings.
This is something that we know very well, being LGBT.
Uh-huh. We're right here. Now, I'd like to call that magic.
He gets it. He gets why we called ourselves witches all the time. why fucking like LGBT people are like so drawn to like using the witch aesthetic, you know, sort of deal, like the supernatural magic bullshit, because like it feels like magic to us, or at least we want it to be magic, because everyone else has denied it so heavily. We want it to be magic. It's something that they can't understand, that they can't get because they don't have it.
It
isn't just being polite. It really is magic. She's a witch.
やっぱり誰にもベアトリーチェの姿は見えないんだね。
It looks like nobody can see Beatrice after all. It would be an interesting twist also to have Maria be the only one that can genuinely see her. But I don't think that's actually the case because like we've already gotten some scenes where that's heavily implied that the servants could see her.
Yeah. Some time passed, so he listened to the sound of the rain, considered what kind of love and madness must have possessed the owner of this room as he spent half of his life here.
If you ask me as a woman, then while I'd like to be understanding a father's feelings of true love, it did leave mother in an awkward position. Yeah, but you can't really control that sort of thing. And it was an arranged marriage anyway, like neither of them were going to be happy with that no matter what happened.
I agree, cheating is cheating, no way to make it pretty. Yeah, like, even being in that position, you just have a frank as fuck discussion.
Yeah, like you have a discussion with your arranged spouse, but like also you can't force yourself to love someone or force yourself not to.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, like absolutely handled the wrong way. Cheating is cheating. But have a frank discussion about, hey, I'm not in love. You're not in love. I'm just gonna disappear every now and then, and we can just pretend things are going okay.
Yeah, just like, don't worry about it. We'll be fine.
Yeah, that's right. Gotta feel sorry for grandmother. Yeah, because it did seem to bother her, especially later in life.
Maybe she loved him and he didn't love her back. I don't know.
Yeah, it's possible.
She's dead. He's dead. We're not going to find out. Well, maybe he'll survive.
ベアトリーチェとおじいさまの間に子供がいたなんて話はある?
So, have there been any rumors about a child between Beatrice and grandfather? Keyword Beatrice has been hidden in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect some relative of hers.
いえ、そのような話は聞いたことがありません。
No, I have not heard of anything like that.
Here's a good question, actually. Do we think Genji is capable of lying?
Yes, but under certain circumstances, and without Kinzo around to give him orders on new lies, I do not think there will be many more. They will be, if there will be small ones like the implied lie just now, where he said that Beatrice has been dead for 30 years, but earlier he also said that Beatrice exists.
Yeah.
So, that small implied lie there being that Beatrice is still alive, even if she's bodiless right now.
Yeah.
But, again, we know the reason for that. But we can't say it yet.
仮にいたとしたら、最愛の人の忘れがたみとして、きっと全ての愛情を注ぎ込んだだろうね。
There was one, a memento of his most beloved person. He surely would have given them all of his affection.
So, trouble. My hair is a little longer than my avatar would imply right now. It's a good 2 inches longer at the moment. But I've got my ponytail in the same place on my skull as my avatar, just because I changed it earlier in the match. But the problem is, my ponytail is now tickling the back of my neck whenever I turn my head. Just under my hair, I can feel it just sort of skimming across very lightly, and it's kind of weird. It's been a very long time since I had this happen. I haven't had my hair this long in 10 years.
Fair enough.
Normally it's this tiny little tuft out of the back of my head like you see on the avatar there. But not today. Not lately.
Since he ended up immersing himself in black magic instead, maybe we should assume that there was no such child. Come to think of it, that reminds me of a rumor I heard. You know it, right? That story about how grandfather heavily supported an orphanage called the Fukuin House?
よしなさい。それはお父様を冒涜する中傷に過ぎません。
That is nothing more than slander which would desecrate father. I don't know about that. This could be an interesting thread to follow.
Tell us, Aunt Natsuhi.
隠し事はなしなのはおばさんもだと思うっすよ。
I think you'd agree that this is no time to hide things from each other.
くだらない話です。お父様はその施設に莫大な援助をし、社会勉強の一環として当家の使用人雇用枠を開放していました。
It's a worthless story. Father made massive donations to an orphanage and had the orphans employed as servants at the head family to give them some on-the-job experience.
それをお父様に汚らわしい趣味があると吹聴する愚か者がいたというだけの話です。
Pardon me. The story in question is simply some drivel spread by fools who claim that father was using those orphans for some filthy hobby. Yeah, I was about to say. Human sacrifice, yay!
For a while, some
Super
guys
fun.
even said he was collecting human sacrifices for his black magic.
いつもこの部屋で怪しげな実験や儀式を繰り返してたわけで、私も半分は信じてたところがあったぜ。
And he really is doing weird experiments and ceremonies in this room all the time, so I half believed it myself.
Let's assume that there isn't a loop and these people aren't all going to die or come close to dying or what have you, and just say that Jessica is going back to school in a couple days. What the fuck is she gonna say? She's like, oh yeah, 80% of the people on the island died over the weekend, so
Yeah.
Both her and Battler, what are they gonna say? And George at work?
Yeah.
Most of the remaining people work here, except for George and the two kids, right?
Well, I mean, George is gonna have to go back and say, okay, I own the company now. Let's see what we can do.
I know there was no will, but my father just sort of got murdered. Don't ask, it's a long story.
Yeah,
read the news when it comes out.
Yeah, and if you try to take this company from me, I will kill you.
Yes. Fucking hell, like, it's Natsuhi. I think Natsuhi's the only remaining adult of the family still alive, right?
That is correct.
Oh, now that Kanon and Kinto are confirmed dead, can we look at the family tree? I forgot about that, actually.
Kanon?
Yeah, okay, over the chest. Makes sense. How presumptuous of lowly furniture like that. Bruh, you ain't gotta, like, clown on him like that, Beatrice. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Alright, yeah, he's fucked up. The old sorcerer's wish vanished before it could be granted. He always knew that this was one possible result of his risky gamble. I think, knowing Beatrice, like, she's just gonna kill him every fucking time.
We will find out.
Fuck this guy. Yeah. It depends on, like, whether or not, like, he stays within his warded room or not next time.
Yeah, if he stays in the warded room, it's gonna be difficult.
Mm.
And the servants...
But doing that, he's also never gonna see her smile again, so...
Yeah. The servants who came from the Fukuin house are...
何人かいますが、親族会議中のシフトでは、シャノンとカノンの2人でした。
There are several of them, but Shannon and Cannon were the two scheduled during the family conference shift.
Resurrect Beatrice. Brought in servants from an orphanage as human sacrifices?
確かにじい様が使用人として選ぶのはいつもシャノンやカノン君くらいの若い子ばかり。
After all, everyone grandfather selected as a servant was young, about the same age as Shannon or Cannon.
私だって。
Yeah, but like, he's recruiting from an orphanage. Of course they're all gonna be about the same age. Like, they're all children. What the fuck?
I was sure it was because grandfather had some bizarre hobby.
Jessica! 言葉を慎みなさい!
Jessica, mind your words. Yeah, seriously, what? Why would you believe that shit, Jessica?
Natsuhi scolded
they're
her.
All from an orphanage. Of course they're gonna be the same age. What?
The atmosphere instantly went sour and everyone fell quiet. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices. Sacrifices. Human sacrifices brought over from an orphanage. What is it? The words like sacrifice don't pop up often, and yet I've seen or heard that word recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me.
He shall choose the 6 sacrifices. Sorry.
Hey, Beatrice. What do you know?
Everything.
I'd arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as massive as the one in the entrance hall, but that portrait, which must have been drawn by some famous painter, still just as intimidating in the smaller size. Below it, just like in the entrance hall, was the epitaph that supposedly hinted at the location of the hidden gold. The penny has dropped, ladies and gentlemen. It's only
Finally! Fuck!
It has taken them the entirety of episode 1 to reach this conclusion.
Oh my gods, finally! Thank you, Battler. Holy shit! And you had to actually look at it to figure it out, too. What is wrong with you, man?
Well, a lot's been happening.
Yeah, I know. But, like, as soon as, like, 6 people died, I would have, I'd have been like, oh, the 6 sacrifices for the key. Aw, fuck. You know?
Yeah.
Damn it, man.
Sacrifices here.
Son of a bitch.
Literally, because it was pretty early in episode 1, we went over the epitaph. And then, way later, at this near the tail end,
like, they even had a long discussion about, like, what the 6 sacrifices meant.
Yep. The 2 that were close. What the hell, Battler? You're creeping me out. 6 sacrifices.
What are you suddenly screaming for, your little fucking nerd? What?
The eldritch horror has suddenly occurred to him. Truth.
The eldritch truth. It has been seared upon his brain.
Both my eyes were wide as plates. Everything's been predicted right there from the very beginning. Everyone crowded
Okay,
around.
Captioner, how did you get set alarm for 5 seconds from for fuck's sake? How did you do that?
Jesus. Wow.
That's one of the more bizarre ones that we've seen so far. And it's not even the OK Google one that just like shows up sometimes.
Yeah, that is a strange one. You have to wonder if it's just suddenly firing off things that Google's, obviously trained it to do.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Everyone crowded.
Anyway,
Everyone crowded around, and the same expression of shock rose to all of our faces. That's right. Right there in the epitaph. On the first twilight, offered the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. There's no doubt. 6 people died in the beginning.
そしてシャッターに書かれた魔法陣じゃねえ、ヘブライ語でも生贄を捧げると書いてあった。
Even on the shutter where
Finally.
the magic circle was drawn, where the Hebrew was written, it mentioned the
Even if you
offering
don't
of
get it from the 6
sacrifices.
people, even if you don't get it from the 6 people, you'd think they'd get it from the fucking Hebrew psalm. You know, like, come on, dude.
I've been saying
Thank you,
that.
Maria.
I've been saying that from the beginning.
I knew she was gonna be over in the corner being like, "Oi, what am I, chopped liver? What do you say fuck me for?"
That's right, Maria said it right at the start. Right after we found the 6 bodies, when Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she said it. The culprit isn't human. It's just a sacrifice that's chosen by the key.
これは黄金の隠し場所なんかじゃねえ。
It has nothing to do with the location of the hidden
黒魔
gold.
術か何かの
But it
復活の儀
does.
式の手順なんだ。
It's the instruction
But
for...
it does, though. Oh my god.
It can be both,
You guys got
Valor.
the letter last. Yeah, it can be both. It's the letter from last night, talking about you must solve the riddle to get the gold. You have to solve the riddle to stop her from killing everyone and get the gold. That's the
It's the,
damn you.
It's the instructions for a resurrection ceremony using black magic or
確
something.
かこの碑文には大勢の死が必要になるはず。
After all, this epitaph requires a large amount of deaths.
確かにざっと読むだけでも6たす2たす5で
Even reading through it quickly, there'd be 6 plus 2 plus 5.
13人は死ななくちゃならないことになってるぜ。
13 people who must die.
Magic
普段は
number.
この島には
Yay.
何人いるんですか？
How many people are normally on this island?
Not
使
that
用
many.
人のシフトにもよるでしょうが、お父様、夫に、私にジェシカ。
It changes depending on the shifts of the servants, but there's father, my husband, Jessica, and me,
そして使用人が2、3人。
and 2 or 3 servants.
昨日今日は
Yeah,
5
not
人
enough
ほどい
typically.
ますが
It had to happen
普
now.
段はそこまでいません。
Today, yesterday, there were 5 of them, but there normally aren't that many.
ってことはだ。この儀式を実行しようとしたら、普段じゃ生贄が足らないってわけだ。
Which means that normally there wouldn't be enough sacrifices to carry out this ceremony.
いや、
Yeah, because even if you had more servants on the island when the conference wasn't going on, the conference added like 12 dudes.
Yeah,
You know?
absolutely. And if it's about stakes, all the heirs and stuff,
Yeah, potentially ruin your family for this. Blah, 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 blah. Which I still don't think that, like, risk is an actual part of the magic here, but we'll see eventually, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think it's at least a component, but maybe not as foundational as Kinzo thinks.
It might be a component of the specific tradition of magic that he's using.
Yeah, it could also
But
be that.
not all magic, right? Like, because that would just be weird. There's too many traditions across the entire world that have nothing to do with risk or gambling or anything like that for magic to actually be. If
Yeah.
magic is real, then it must be real everywhere and not just in one certain place. It's the same thing as choosing, like, which religion is true in your setting. You can't really do that because there's always holes in them. You have to, like, pick and choose between all of them, really.
Yeah. Wait, there's that rumor that grandfather was collecting servants from an orphanage to be used as sacrifices in some creepy ceremony.
Even if it's as simple as something like,
oh yes, the angels of God posed as gods in certain cultures, blah 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 blah. Even if it's something like that, like you still have to pick and choose. Unless you're being a total fucking dickhole, which is also possible, but I try to encourage authors not to do that.
So what does this mean? He increased the number of servants to increase the number of sacrifices? Waited for the annual family conference when even more people would gather? Isn't now the only time of the year the ceremony could be held?
You are finally beginning to understand, Jessica. Your eyes begin to open and you learn to see.
Yes, that's why it's held in autumn and specifically in October.
Finally. Yes, let's go!
When Jessica screamed this, Maria broke out in that creepy laugh, looking truly pleased.
Mood, Maria. Mood.
人は運気を試すためにある種の確率に願掛けをすることがない。
Yeah, they're referencing the legend of winning a game against death to keep your soul. I don't know where that legend came from, but it's at least a couple hundred years old, like 100 or 200 years old. I don't know for sure, but I will look that up after we're done reading this bit here. Haven't you ever heard of people making bets to test their fate?
Like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny. Or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if a coin lands heads up. Many little superstitions like that.
Let's get chess with death. Let's call it that. When did the legend of chess with death? There we go. Let's see. Okay.
With examples dating back to Greek myths from the 5th century BC.
Yeah, at the very least, there's images of a man playing chess with a skeletal death in a medieval church painted in the 1480s in somewhere I cannot pronounce. But it's in Stockholm. Tabi Kirka, maybe? I don't know. Which means Tabi Church, which is in Tabi. Or Tabi? I don't know.
And of course, gambling with the gods has been around since forever. And supernatural entities in general.
Gambling with the gods and or other supernatural entities has been around since we conceived of gods and supernatural entities.
And gambling, but gambling probably came first anyway.
Yeah. Like, it's pretty easy to figure out how people would make bets and start gambling, right? Get fucking a pack of wild young hunters, 18, 19 years old, trying to show off and be strong and everything, way back in the day when we were still more or less what most people would call cavemen, being yeah, I bet I'll catch a buck today. And then the other guy's just oh yeah, well I bet I'll catch a bear.
Yeah, and basically go from there.
Same shit. It's super easy to come up with the idea of betting.
Sometimes when your luck is down and you get bored and you roll the dice and get 3 6s, you want to believe it's a portent of some miracle. When flipping a sandal...
In my game system, that would be a very bad thing.
Yeah. When flipping a sandal, you have at worst a 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that's a small miracle.
I actually have the numbers in my head of that. It's a 1.54% chance for that to happen. And I know this because I'm designing a TTRPG. For those of you who don't know, AWRPG is a tabletop game that I'm designing. And we use a 3d6 roll under system, which means you have a set skill or effective skill, and it's called ESL or SL, depending. Effective skill level is including your bonuses and shit. But skill level is just your attribute plus your bonus plus your roll bullshit, whatever.
Yeah, and if you are interested in that on my side of the channel, I've done a little shout out for Cat here. You can go to their stream. Their Twitch.
You scroll down below the Twitch player. There'll be a link to the Discord. You can just join it. You can actually just spectate us, like talking about how to design the game in public. Like you probably can't. I don't think you can participate in that discussion. I think it's like cut off to the public, but you can like read it. It's still like readable for everyone.
Yep, exactly.
And we use a 3d6 roll under system, which means like if you roll 3 6s, you fail. Just no matter what, you fail. That's called a critical failure because you rolled an 18. So what you really want to do is you want to roll as low as possible. A 3 is a critical success no matter what's going on. Unless, of course, the thing was impossible in the first place. It's, like no amount of rolling well is going to let you walk on water unless you actually have the ability to walk on water. It's just you're not going to get supernatural abilities from having really high rolls. You may still have supernatural abilities, but not from the high rolls. And I just have that number in my brain because of that. It's a 1.54% chance for you to roll 3 1s or 3 6s. It's like I want to say it's a 50% chance to roll above or below if your skill is set to 10, which makes it a decent challenge. I have the chart somewhere, but I don't have it up right now because I'm not working on a RPG at the moment. But I do have like a bunch of probability charts that I use to like dictate where how to, or at least inform how to help balance the game, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do so much of that when I do make a game in RPG Maker.
Oh yeah, dude, oh my god. So I need a dice calculator that you can set custom rules for, because you probably remember this, but at one point I was trying to stress test the disease rules. And the way that diseases work, just like in real life more or less, is they infiltrate your body and they start giving you symptoms, and those symptoms lower your ability to fight back eventually because you can't intake enough fluids, or your body's too hot to be healthy, or whatever. So your effective fortitude score, your physical healthiness, goes down over time every time you fail a roll until it reaches 0 and you die. I just try to be at least a little simulationist with the diseases at any rate. I don't like magic diseases that manifest symptoms as soon as you get hit with it. That's bullshit to me. Anyhow, I was trying to stress test this idea, but I couldn't find an app or a program or anything like that to input the rules and just roll a bunch to see survival rates of any given disease and see if they were about where I wanted or not. So what I had to do was just sit there for 3 days straight doing nothing but rolling dice, noting down when something succeeded versus failed, and then which ones survived and fought off the disease and which ones didn't, and then get hundreds of these together so I could get a decent statistical chance of what's going to survive. But I had to do it manually, and I still hurt inside when I remember this.
Yeah.
I'd have to make a custom calculator for it if I wanted to do it myself, because I don't know how to make. I'm not skilled enough with programming to make a plug and play version of it. I'd just have to fucking hard code the shit, which would not be good. It would still take me weeks, which would be longer than I had to do it manually anyway. So fucking god damn it. I hate it. I hate making this shit by hand. Someone make me more tools, please, for the love of all the gods. There's a reason why it's taking so long to get out. It's because I have to do shit like this. I don't have a team to help me. It's just me, Mel sometimes. Mal helps me on setting stuff. And fucking Trig and Nate, and that's it. That's all I got.
Yep.
Anyhow, magic works the same way. You must pray earnestly for an extremely unlikely result.
そうして蓄えられた祈祷の念は奇跡の出目が現れた時魔力をもって具現化される。
Then the feelings from all those stored no, you got it right the first time. Stored up prayers gain magical power and become incarnate.
おじいさまがしようとした魔術は多分そういうもの。
It does sound, even here where she's describing it, it doesn't sound as much like gambling, but it sounds like
fervent belief and like willpower transformed into reality sort of deal.
Yeah.
Like maybe it's just like the verbiage they're choosing, but it's really not implying like gambling to me.
Yeah, it's at least implying you've got to risk the odds. But even then, she puts more emphasis on fervent prayer. And
yeah, it's the fervent prayer, the feeling, and the emotion, and the will, and all that. Like, maybe it's because like gambling has that psychological effect of making you more desperate to bring out more emotion. Maybe.
Well, yeah,
I can definitely see that.
Yeah, I guess like that's the thing about the risk that, you know, your cursed doll will be found in the woods. Your risk that, you know, you're putting something on the line for this.
Yeah, normally in old magic, the thing that you put on the line is like the upfront cost. Like you cut off your finger or sacrifice some amount of wealth or whatever, or someone's life or an animal's life, some reagent, whatever. You sacrifice and pay the price up front. Like you don't risk having to pay the price, right? Although in this case, he did pay the price up front. He paid the price in the 13 lives that have yet to be fully collected, but he still paid the price.
Yep.
I think that the risk he was taking there was whether or not he'd be one of them, which he could easily safeguard against.
But
if he just didn't leave the room. But
Yeah.
then again, like, he wouldn't know that the 13 were dead yet and that it was real because he's locked up in this fucking room.
Yeah, so he'd have to leave eventually.
Yeah,
But
and of course, Beatrice being Beatrice, she'd probably just like off him right then and there anyway.
Yeah, and then he can't, you know, wait too long, or the typhoon will pass and the moment will be over.
Especially if Beatrice like chose him as one of the 13 sacrifices and then was just like, well, I guess it won't work if he doesn't come out. Because then, like, it's a win-win for Beatrice no matter what happens. She gets to fuck over Kinzo, or she gets to live.
But anyway, continuing on.
Yeah, the magic that Grandfather was trying to perform was probably like that.
鍵が無作為に選ぶ生贄の抽選
The key randomly selected sacrifices in a lottery.
それに万が
It's gotta be like a
自分
magical
が当
key,
たるこ
right?
とがない
Because
ように
otherwise every
この島
loop
に
would be the
最も
same.
人が多くなる日を選んで儀式を
Like, it can't be a person like, even Beatrice. Well, I guess Beatrice would probably remember the loops, wouldn't she? Because she's all magic and shit. I know you can't actually tell me if Beatrice remembers the loops, but I assume she does. So to reduce the chance that he himself was selected, he chose the day with the greatest number of people on the island to carry out the ceremony.
バカバカしい。これらが全て怪しげな魔法の儀式の過程で起こった事件だと言い出すのですか。
Ridiculous. Are you saying that this entire situation was caused by a mere ceremony for some bizarre magic? Far greater tragedies have been committed in the name of, like, some supernatural force. Alright.
That's what he yelled. She couldn't quell the fear that a scorpion charm might be the only reason she was still safe. If I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it from my doorknob, would I have been killed mixed in along with those 6? And the strangest part is, even though I hung the charm from the inside of my door, I couldn't get through that door. Culprit noticed the charm from outside the door and gave up trying to open it. Human couldn't have perceived that. The charm meant to stop something that was not human, and exactly that. Impossible, impossible, impossible.
It bears repeating the possibility you put forward last week sometime, or maybe it was last Thursday. I don't remember which. Or the last Thursday we streamed on anyway. Where the culprit opened the door, saw the charm, and went, oh, alright, I should fuck with this a little bit. And then closed the door and, like, fucked up the doorknob.
Yeah,
like, that's
exactly.
always possible. But I get that she's all, like, in shock and also panicked. So, she's not thinking clearly.
But Natsuhi, the epitaph certainly does continue to fit even after that.
第二の晩に残されし者は寄り添う二人を引き裂け
On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the two who are
これ
close.
はエヴァ様たちのことを指しているのでしょうか
Could this be talking about Ava and Hideyoshi?
悔しいけど、そうだと判断せざるを得ない。
Painful as it may be, we must reach that
そ
conclusion.
して、母さんたちを殺した犯人は、続く第三の晩の言葉を手紙に書き、その場に残したんだからね。
And after the culprit killed them, they left the words from the third twilight in a letter there.
そうだな。第二の晩を実行し、第三の晩をその場に残した。
That's right, after carrying out the second twilight, they left the third twilight in that
第
place.
三の晩は、まさにさっき夏代おばさんが読んだ通りだぜ。
The third twilight was just like Aunt Natsuhi just read. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. If you read it that way, it just keeps going on, doesn't it? On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and
Yeah,
kill.
like, fucking... I'm trying to figure out what the Twilights actually, like, represent. Right? Like, they can't be a literal twilight because there's not enough days for that, even if you count, like, the morning and the night as a twilight, which, of course, like, they do count as both twilights. You could also consider the twilight of a life, where it's, like, the ending moments of a life, but, like...
I think...
There's not enough people for each of the twilights left to kill someone each day.
Okay, so here's my thinking on it. It could either be, by twilight, they mean hour, or...
True, could be.
They mean a twilight where the realm of normal people, where witches do not exist, and the world in which witches do exist, reach that twilight where they exist simultaneously.
Could be, yeah, like the hours or time periods where she can interact with the world normally, or at least to some extent.
Yeah, or situations in which she interacts with the world, even if they're not hour by hour.
Yeah.
And those are my two possibilities. George's parents were killed with those demonic ice picks gouged into their heads, but if they were the second Twilight, someone else must have been gouged in the head. That's grandfather. He was burned in the incinerator, and our eyes were so drawn to that part that we didn't notice. But his forehead, no, his head had been gouged.
Gouge the chest and kill. Okay, canon. I thought maybe he wasn't involved in the sacrifices because, like, he was killed on a whim.
But no,
I guess she just, like...
Yeah,
she just, like, killed him in the way that she should have for that Twilight.
Yeah, he was by himself. Grandfather was the victim of the fourth Twilight, then Canon was. On the fifth
Is it
Twilight.
stomach next, or is it, like, legs?
Gouge the chest and kill.
犯人との突発的な遭遇による犯行だと思ってたけど、違う。
Thought Kanon's case was an unexpected encounter with the culprit, but that's wrong.
誰か一人をおびき出し、胸を貫くことを初めから狙っていたんだ。
From the very beginning, they planned to lure someone out alone and drive something through their chest.
Yeah, I was wondering why Beatrice would have needed to slam the door to draw someone in there in the first place.
Mm-hmm. And there you
But
go.
that makes sense if she was trying to,
lure somebody to look. And also, if we're talking about a human culprit, just a thought, because we talked about the possibility of someone running out in the rain, but then their clothes would be wet or there'd be some hints. They could have pulled the same maneuver that Battler talked about with Kinzo's study, in that they opened the door, but they didn't run out. They actually hid away in a corner somewhere.
Yeah, could be. We didn't actually get, like, a really good layout of the boiler room, so there could be, like, a little nook someone could hide in there easily.
Yep. Alright, this is you.
Yeah. The culprit has followed the epitaph this far. Does that mean 3 people still have to die?
On the 6th Twilight, gouge the stomach and
Yeah,
kill.
stomach, okay.
On the 7th, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th, you gouge the leg and kill.
Man, the knee and leg ones are gonna be pretty fucking nasty.
Yeah, though maybe they'll get lucky and have that happen post-mortem rather than be the thing that killed them.
I doubt it, honestly, because like the spikes have been the thing that killed everyone else so far, except for the first 6, of course.
Yeah.
Or that we know of anyway. Maybe maybe they did have a spike in their head at some point.
Yeah, though, I mean, it could be that Kinja was killed by burning and then the spike was gouged in.
Also true.
Because otherwise you might think the spike would get warped by the flames too much.
It depends on the metal. Because a boiler room is not going to get hot enough to really fuck with, like, steel. Iron maybe, but not steel.
Fair enough.
So they did say specifically that the boiler was not very hot.
Yeah, that's fair.
And it doesn't need to be very hot. It just needs to be hot enough to boil water.
Yes, you could read it that way.
いや、そいつはどうかな。
Well, I wonder about that.
あと3人が死ねば、第9の番になる。
After those 3 die, it reaches the 9th Twilight.
見てみろよ。
Take a look. On the 9th Twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive.
私たちはベアトリーチェにみん
We're all,
な殺される。
we're all gonna be killed by Beatrice.
Yeah, that's the idea, Jessica.
結局何人いようが、最後には全員死ぬってことじゃねえか。じいさまは何が目的だったんだ。
I don't get it. Wouldn't that mean everyone dies no matter how many people there are? What was grandfather
こ
after?
の儀式じゃ。じいさま自身、何をどうしたって生き残れねえじゃないか。
Doesn't this mean the ceremony would kill him too, no matter what?
What would be really funny is if the Golden Land that's referenced here is the loops themselves, because people just keep coming back to life at the beginning of the loops. So she's technically raising them from the dead after, you know, an interpretation of that. And like everything is nice and fun for Beatrice, not everyone else. It's okay if no one's left alive. On the 10th Twilight, we finally arrive at the Golden Land.
On the 10th Twilight at Journey's End, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time, which shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures.
おじいさまは死を恐れてなんかいなかったんだよ。ほら、4つの宝の2番と3番を見てごらんよ。
Grandfather wasn't afraid of dying. Look at the second and third of the 4 treasures.
一つは全ての死者の魂を蘇らせ、一つは失った愛すらも蘇らせる。
One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls, one shall be the resurrection of the love that was
つ
lost.
まりおじいさまは
The resurrection of
儀
Beatrice
式の途中で死んで
on
しまっ
the
た
on the third one.
やがては復活できると信じてた。
Sorry, that implies some things. Ignore that if you haven't gotten past this point in the story. That implies some things.
So grandfather believed he would eventually be revived even if he died partway through this ceremony?
バカバカしいぜ。妄言だぜ。
Ridiculous, that's insane.
死んだらそれまでだろ。
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering what the fuck the love that was lost was supposed to be, but like I finally put that together. Like I had all the information, I just didn't think of it.
Ridiculous.
I'm doing the thing that fucking Battler did, and I complained to him for. Fuck. Shit.
That's insane. When you die, it's over,
死
right?
者は生き返らない。
The dead don't come back to
人類
life.
が何千年もかけて追い求め、結局は未だに成し遂げられない奇跡だぜ。
Isn't that a miracle humanity's been chasing after for thousands of years and still haven't accomplished?
つまりこういうことだろ。死後の世界で再会できて蘇ることができるとか、そういう類だろ。
So is this what it means? Something like you'll be able to meet them in the afterlife where they'll be restored?
Yeah, that's one possible interpretation of that. Sure.
ジェシカの言い分通りだとするなら、こいつはつまり
What you're saying now is right. Would that mean
追い
that
先短いじいさまが恋に狂っての自殺まがい。
grandfather, whose remaining life is slim and who's been driven mad by love, is committing suicide?
壮大な無理心中ってことなのか。
No, a massive force suicide? A massive force group suicide?
Genji's like,
その可能性は考えられるのですか？
Genji, is such a thing possible?
わかりません。親方様は時に千年の未来を見越されるほどの聡明なお方です。
I don't know. The master is a man who sometimes has the wisdom to see 1,000 years into the future. Big doubt on that one, but I'm sure it's just an exaggeration.
私にはそれが狂気としか映らないこともあります。
However, there are times when that appears to be nothing more than madness to commoners such as myself.
それってイエスって意味だよな。
Hey, should we take that for a
熊
yes?
沢さんはどうなんだよ。
What do you say, Kumasawa?
Jessica, Jessica, I think that means
私は何
I
も
don't
知り
know.
ません。
I don't know anything.
知りませんとも。
That's right, I don't know.
知っていたなら、今日この島にいると思いますか？
You think I would be on this island today if I did know? Good point.
Yeah, I would have quit my fucking job if I were Kumasawa and I knew about that
お
shit.
休みしていますよ。
I would have faked an illness or done anything to take the day off. That's right. I mean, yeah, technically you could
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
you could just take literally the day of the ceremony off.
Oh yeah, sorry, I got the flu. Don't worry about me. You know?
Yeah, and she was literally
It's coming out both ends. I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah, and she was literally off the island, being the one to greet them. You could have just went, "Hey, enjoy your ship. I'm gone."
Yeah, I'm taking the day off. Don't worry about it. I just built up
お
vacation
じい
days. It's
様の
fine.
長年の友人である南條先生のご意見は？
What about your opinion, Dr. Nanjo? You've been grandfather's friend for many years.
源氏さんに同じです。
I feel the same as Genji.
金蔵さんは凡人をはるかに超越した方だった。
Kenzo was a man who far surpassed ordinary
そこ
people.
にある種の人間離れした力すらも感じることはありました。
I've even felt a sort of inhuman power from him at times.
私にも金蔵さんが何を考えてこの碑文を残されたのかわからない。
Even I don't know what Kenzo was thinking when he wrote that epitaph.
一つだけ言えるのは、仮にこの筋書きを作ったのがお父様であっても、実行しているのは別の人間だということです。
All we can say is that even if Father did write this script, someone else is carrying it out.
確かに少なくともじい様とカノン君を襲った犯人は他にいる。
That's right, at the very least, there's another culprit who attacked grandfather in
しか
Canada.
もそいつはこの碑文通りまだ事件を続けようとしている。
Furthermore, that person is still continuing the crimes, just as the epitaph says.
僕たちが深く考えなかった最初の手紙、あれにはなんて書いてあっただろう。
The letter in the beginning that we didn't think deeply about. What was it that was written there? Got back to the recitation of the letter last night. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside it. She had proclaimed that, according to her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything of the Ushiromiya family as interest. Then she had also revealed a special clause: if someone discovered the location of the gold grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. When the letter was read, grandfather was still alive. But at that time, it had already been sealed with the wax by the head's ring, which meant grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice while he was still alive. If we take a straightforward approach, maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract with grandfather, guaranteeing her that right. In other words, this was the same as saying grandfather knew of and approved of the contents of that letter. In other words, it's basically a joint message from Beatrice and grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. There's a lot of in other words in here. In other words, grandfather and Beatrice were demanding that we try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. If we couldn't, they were saying that the massacre would be carried out according to the epitaph. What does that mean? What do they mean? What do they want? Don't have a clue what it means.
Hey, Natsuhi. It's time to show off the gold.
ベアトリーチェからまた手紙だよ。
Look, another letter from Beatrice.
なんだって？
Huh? What did you say? Maria was pointing at the top of the table where the canned food everyone had been eating just now still lay. Was there an envelope from Beatrice? Certainly was sitting there, but so what?
What in the...
Natsuki let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hand and the table, as the envelope she had just opened was still grasped in her hand. Why is there still an envelope on the table?
Like, everyone was even looking at each other during all this. There was no time for anyone to slip a fucking envelope onto the table either. That's great. That's perfect timing.
Yep. No one
I'm
was
guessing a familiar of Beatrice's, like, dropped it off.
Yeah, no one was looking at the table, but that also means if they were looking at the epitaph and not the people, they have to suspect the people they weren't looking at.
Yeah.
What the hell? What's going on, Maria? Where did that envelope come from?
今見たら置いてあった。
Just now I looked and it... Well, that's kind of you.
Yeah. Just now I looked and it was lying there. And she's not using her fucking...
Oh, never mind.
Oh, what the... They're starting to mix it up pretty good.
Yeah, so it's hard to tell. I think I might just leave Maria to you from now on.
Alright, that's fine. Although I do like the back and forth with the different personalities between the two of us. That is kind of nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, when he starts switching back and forth more obviously, we'll switch it back up, but I think for now we can say she's kind of in witch mode.
Yeah, alright. That's fair.
Because we can't predict the ooze anymore. It's...
Yeah, there is that trouble.
I don't know anything.
Poor Kumasawa. He's like, oh no, leave me alone.
This isn't funny, there's only the 8 of us here. There's no way some 9th person snuck in. There wasn't enough time during the few seconds that we gathered around the portrait, right?
This is why you barricade doors, even if they've got a lot of locks on them. Damn, Nazi! Get back, all of you! Back against the wall!
Natsuki was pointing a rifle at Genji and the others, bellowing at them. Genji was overpowered, his face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course, I felt the same. A few moments late, I reached the same conclusion Natsuki had. Till just a few seconds ago. There had been no letter like this on the table. Nobody entered this room. That means someone among us placed it there during a few seconds when everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait.
Atler, open that envelope and read what's inside.
Sure. Picked it up. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized this was an as-yet unopened envelope, an unknown envelope. Without relying on a paper knife, I tore it open and pulled out the letter inside.
If it's, like, in quotes, do I read it? In this case, since I read the one for Maria as well?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that then.
The contents were as follows. Oh, they're just straight up using her voice. Yeah.
Yeah, I like her voice. I like her voice because the first time we heard this one, I think Maria's version was in Maria's voice, but like with
closer to the cadence, basically.
Yeah, with Beatrice's tone and cadence. Are you enjoying the riddle of Lord Kinzo's epitaph? As you were all probably aware, you have very little time remaining. Please abandon any naive hopes of escaping after the storm passes. This game can only end with my victory, or yours. When time runs out, I will win by default.
There will be no ties.
そこをどうか誤解なきようお願い申し上げます。
Make sure that you do not misunderstand your current situation.
That's what it says.
It's a short one today.
Yeah. Gosh, Battler, you should go into voice acting.
Yeah, you're really good at this. Holy shit, dude. Could you give me lessons?
Yeah.
Because like that's impressive to be able to like just drop into that and drop back out. Like, goddamn.
That's what it says.
この手紙を誰が置いたかは明白ではありません。ですが、疑わしき人物を絞ることはできました。
It isn't clear who put this letter there. However, I've been able to narrow down the list of suspects.
あなたたちです。
It's you all. How is it all of them?
奥様。
Madam.
それはあんまりにございます。
That's just too horrible.
私は肖像画の前に行く直前、ここに缶詰を置きました。
Just before
I moved towards the portrait, I set a can of food down here.
その時、このような怪しげな手紙は決して置かれていなかったことを確認しています。
At that time, there definitely wasn't anything as strange as this letter there.
そしてその時、すでにジェシカとジョージ君、バトラ君は肖像画の前にいた。
And at that time, Jessica, George, and Battler were already in front of the portrait.
そして彼らはこの手紙が現れるまで肖像画の前を離れていない。
If Maria wasn't 10, I would be like suspecting her so fucking hard.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't leave the spot in front of the portrait until the letter appeared.
つまり、あなたたち4人の中にその手紙を置いた人物がいる。
So the person who set that letter down is one of you four.
ベアトリーチェがいる。
Beatrice is here.
おお、ベアトリーチェはマリアたちじゃない。ベアトリーチェはいるの。
Well, I guess we can predict it here, so we aren't Beatrice. Yeah. Beatrice exists.
お黙りなさい。あなたたちの中の一人が疑わしいのか、全員が疑わしいのかわかりません。
Silence. I don't know whether I should suspect one of you or all of you.
しかし、確実にあなたたちの中に犯人が混じっている。
But without a doubt, at least one of you, one among you is the culprit.
そうだぜ。19人目なんかいるわけがない。
That's right. There can't be a 19th person. There's no way witches exist.
カノン君を殺したのだって。
Even when Cannon was killed.
そうさ。熊沢さんなら説明できるよ。
Yeah, that could be explained if Kumasawa was the one who did it.
熊沢さんは本当はカノン君と一緒にボイラー室に入り殺したんだ。
Truth is that Kumasawa entered the boiler room with Cannon and killed him.
そして後から来たらもう倒れていたと嘘をついた。
And then she lied, saying he had already fallen when she got there.
誤解です、お嬢様。
You're making a mistake, milady.
私がなぜそのようなことを。
Why would I do something like that?
Yeah, like the servants don't really have much to gain here, right?
Yeah.
From killing everyone.
I don't have the slightest idea how my parents were killed in that closed room.
母さんたちが殺された時、使用人の人たち以外の全員にはアリバイがあった。
But when they were killed, everyone except for the servants had an alibi.
なかったのは使用人の人たちだけ。
The only ones who didn't were the servants.
でも本当に疑ってもいいんだろうか。
But does that really mean it's okay to suspect them?
確かにそれを言い出したら全ての件でアリバイはないが。
Yes, now that you mention it, they have no alibi for any of the cases. Should we really be so quick to make the judgment? This time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious. Only one of the four of them could have set the letter there in our blind spot. Can't tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the four did it.
夏井さん、どうか落ち着きなさい。
Natsui, please calm yourself.
今日一日いろいろなことがあった。
A lot has happened today.
心が参っているのはよくわかります。
I understand how much strain is on your mind right now.
南條先生をお疑い申し上げるのは非常に心苦しいです。
Dr. Nanjo, it truly pains me to call you suspicious.
お父様の主治医として、唯一無二の親友として。 長くお父さんと
However,
共
you
に
are
あられ
father's personal doctor and his closest friend.
ベアトリーチェのことも知っているかもしれない。
You have been by his side for many years, and you may even know about Beatrice.
何かの古いしがらみを知っていて隠しているのではありませんか？
You'd be hiding some kind of old obligation.
そんなはずはない。落ち着きなさい。
Of course not. Calm yourself. Pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frantically pleading his innocence. Probably a normal reaction that anyone would give if they were suspected. Kumasawa was the same. For since Jessica voiced her suspicions of Kumasawa murdering Kanon, Kumasawa had been totally flustered. That was why Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold. Natsuki pointed the barrel of the gun.
Genji,
I think he's just like been through this a few times. You know, he's been through some shit. Like he's kind of old. He lived through the war. You know. Genji, you were grandfather's #1 subordinate. Was Beatrice an illusion you showed to father with you as the performer?
そうお疑いいただけるのは、奥様が私を
He's about to hit her with that, like, it's an honor to be suspected bullshit. If by suspecting me, you recognize me as the master's greatest servant.
このような場ではありますが、
Yep.
とても名誉なこと
Yep.
だと存じ
I knew it. Then I counted a great honor, regardless of the circumstances.
しかし、この手紙を置いたのは私ではありません。
However, I am not the one who put the letter there.
それを私が鵜呑みにできると思いますか？
Do you expect us to just accept that?
お前が首謀者に決まっています。
You must be the ringleader.
あるいは熊沢も南條先生もその共犯かもしれない。
Maybe Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo are your accomplices.
マリアちゃんもです。
You should just add the 10-year-old and Maria-chan too. Just fucking add the 10-year-old for no reason. Alright, fair enough.
Not content to suspect just the adults, Aunt Natsuki pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria, too. Do not point a rifle
Right,
at the 9-year-old.
Yeah, do not point your gun at the child, please.
Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Or maybe she thought she would be fine even if she was shot.
マリアちゃん、今この場ではもう幼いから疑いの枠から外すという段階にない。
By this point, we can no longer remove someone from suspicion just because they're young. I don't know about that.
ずっと持ってきた疑問をもう一度ぶつけさせてもらいます。
So for the last time, let me ask that question that everyone's had since last night. She's gonna ask her, and she's just gonna give you the same
バラ
fucking
庭園
answer.
であなたに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは誰です？
Yesterday, who was the Beatrice that handed you that letter? Or who handed you that letter, rather?
マリア、ごまかすんじゃねえぜ。
Maria, don't dodge the question.
この際はっきりさせろ。
Make it clear.
お前に手紙を渡したのは誰なんだよ。
Who gave you that letter? She's just literally... She's not a liar. She's going to say what she believes.
Yeah.
だから何度も言ってるよ。
How many times do I have to tell you?
ベアトリーチェだよ。
It's Beatrice,
1000年を生きる黄金の魔女なんだよ。
the 1,000-year-old golden witch.
姿を知りたければ後ろを振り返ればいい。
If you want to know what she looks like, just turn around.
ほら、
It's weird that
そ
she
こに
can
いるよ。
be in here. With that, I guess she could have like.
I think she's meaning the
went in while the
portrait.
door was open. Oh yeah, that's true. See, she's right there. Yeah. If she could get in, like it would have to be like when the door's open, right, and the ward was broken for a second. Like in heavy air quotes, broken. So, you know, it's just like a door being opened. You can open a ward and then close it back. It just depends on how you build it. Building it into a door is obviously the easiest way for that to happen. See, she's right there. Beatrice is.
バカにしてんのかてめえ。
Don't mess with us, Maria.
よせジェシカ、マリアもよせ。
Enough, Jessica. Maria,
状
too.
況が分かってんのか。
Don't you understand the situation?
そんなこと言って何になるってんだ。
What are you hoping to gain by saying stuff like that?
無意味な挑発はよしやがったんだ。
Stop stirring each other up pointlessly.
マリアにはわかんないよ。バートラたちは誰が犯人ならいいの？
I don't understand. Who do you... Oh, well,
Hey,
that's you.
yeah, that's me. I was wondering if there's going to be more text scrolling by before I started speaking. I don't understand. Who do you all want the culprit to be?
自分たちの中に犯人がいると信じたくない時だけベアトリーチェを信じて。
You only believe in Beatrice when you don't want to suspect one of your own.
親しい人を殺された恨みを晴らしたい時だけ暴力をぶつけられる人間の犯人を信じたがってベアトリーチェを否定する。
When you're trying to settle a grudge because someone who's close to you has been killed, only then do you want to believe in a human who can attack you with violence and deny Beatrice.
だから見えないんだよ。
That's why you can't see her.
ベアトリーチェはいる。
Beatrice exists.
お前たちには見えない。
You all can't see her.
黙りなさい。あなたが犯人を決めつけたくはありませんが、この状況を不愉快にさせて楽しんでいる利的行為者であることはもはや疑いの余地もありません。
I don't want to label you as the culprit, but there is no longer any doubt that you enjoy making the situation unpleasant and are providing assistance to the enemy. And Marie is just like, I don't have to! She's right behind you! God damn it!
Yeah.
ならどうする？
I don't have to tell her anything. She's right behind you, dude. She's like sitting on that windowsill, just staring at you. Then what will you do?
マリアを撃つ？
Shoot me?
別にいいよ。
I don't mind.
もうすぐ黄金鏡の扉が開かれる。
Very soon the door to the Golden Land will be opened.
そして全ての死者が蘇る。
Then all the dead will be resurrected.
今や死は恐れるべきことではないんだよ。
Right now, death is nothing to be afraid of.
母さん、やっぱりこいつは怪しいよ。
Like, the only way you could fuck up with this ritual, if you believed in the magic at least, was for everyone here to kill themselves.
Yep.
Just like right now. Just like, done. Sewer slide. All of it. For everyone.
Mom, she really is suspicious.
一緒になんかいられないよ。
We can't keep her with us.
でも夏日おばさん、どうか落ち着いて。
But Aunt Natsuhi, please calm
マリ
down.
アちゃんを撃つ理由は何もない。
How do you isolate a child? Like, what the?
There's no reason to shoot
ど
Maria.
うか冷静に。
Please remain
手紙
composed.
は挑発するけど、何も恐れることはない。
The letter was meant to provoke us, but it's nothing to be
犯
afraid
人
of.
だって明日が怖いんだ。
Even the culprit is scared of what will happen
警
tomorrow.
察が怖いんだ。
They're scared of the
この
police.
島は今、無秩序に支配されているけれど、それは台風で隔離されているからだけに過ぎない。
Right now, this island is free from the reach of the law, but that's only because it's isolated by this typhoon.
台風が過ぎれば、秩序が戻ってくる。
Once the typhoon passes, the law will return.
だからおばさん、撃っちゃいけない。
So you mustn't shoot.
なんでジョージ兄さんはそんなにも冷静なんだよ。
How can you say still calm, George?
この4人の中に犯人がいる。
What would also be really funny if Maria just like, you know, leaned over a little bit and like, hey, there's another letter. There's another letter. Then they just all like turn around and like, oh fuck, how?
One of these four is the culprit.
いや、あるいは4人が全員来るかもしれない。
No, maybe all four of them are working
こ
together.
の中にエヴァおばさんたちを殺した犯人がいるかもしれないってのに、なんでそんなに冷静なんだよ。
How can you stay so calm when one of these four might be the culprit who killed your parents?
僕だって犯人を見つけて殺してやりたい気持ちはあるさ。
And I have the desire to find the culprit and kill
で
them.
も、それは単なる蛮行だ。
That would be simple barbarism.
僕は罪の裁きを秩序に任せる。
I will leave the judgment of crimes to the law.
だから、どんなに
Obligatory ACAB.
Yeah.
引き金を引いてはいけないんだ。
Granted, that doesn't necessarily mean the judiciary, though oftentimes it does.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like a generalized statement. Like, it's not going to hold all the nuance that we want it to have.
True.
It's 4 words, you know, like, we would have to make, like, you know, that one fucking subreddit that's like, when the sun shines through a dress just right, or whatever, you know, and it's
Yeah.
like fucking, like, 20 words long, and they just compressed it into that one fucking acronym. It would be like that if we wanted to have all the fucking, nuance that is actually in that phrase.
True.
Right?
Yeah. So no matter how suspicious they are, you mustn't pull that trigger.
ジョージの兄貴に同じだ。
Feel the same as George.
夏日おばさん、ここはちょいと冷静になろうぜ。
You
Natsuhi.
guys seen enough death for one day?
Yeah, get a hold of yourself
You've
for a
seen 10
second.
bodies. Like, chill a little.
Anyway, it'd be bad to shoot.
こういう時はよ、頭を後ろに反らしてクールになるって3回唱えるといいらしいぜ。
In times like this, I hear you should tilt your head and back and say, stay cool 3 times.
はっきりさせておきます。魔女などいない。
Let me make this clear. Witches don't
こ
exist.
こは六軒島で、ここは後ろ宮家の本家屋敷です。
Not in Rokenjima, not in the Ushiromiya mansion.
後ろ宮家
But
代
they
表、
do, though.
後ろ宮夏日として宣言します。
I declare it as Ushiromiya Natsuhi, representative of the Ushiromiya family.
ここには魔女などいない。
There's no witch
ベ
here.
アトリーチェなど認めない。
I won't accept Beatrice.
何を企もうとも、娘たちには指一本触れさせない。
No matter what you're planning, I won't let you lay one finger on my daughter or the rest of them.
それが母としての、当家代表と
That's
しての
fine.
務め
All
で
of the kids can survive this. There's only 13 that needs to die. So that's my duty as a mother and as a representative to the family. Or as representative to the family, rather.
Those words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. Like their daughter, Aunt Natsuhi would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason George and I were standing on this side was because, by coincidence, we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached the portrait, I would also be at the other end of that gun barrel treated like a criminal. But even though part of me was thinking that chasing all the suspicious people from this room would finally guarantee our safety. Genji and Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo, all of them were on Grandfather's side. Maybe you could say that once Maria started blindly believing in Beatrice, she was also on Grandfather's side. That's right, they're all suspicious. Is this really okay? We throw out all of the suspicious ones in such a lawless way. Will we still have the right to defy the lawlessness of the witch?
I finally get all the memes, what people were talking about, like with visual novel music going like needlessly hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're not even at like the hardest music yet.
Because like I also heard it in Slay the Princess, you know? But like Slay the Princess has some pretty lofty like themes and shit. So I would expect it from that. But this is just sort of like this isn't even actually hitting all the lofty themes yet. You know, it's still got that fucking raw music.
Mm-hmm. Natsuhi didn't tell them to leave with her own words, but with wordless pressure, she induced them to say that themselves. Because if Dr. Nanjo didn't say those words, this cold silence would surely continue forever.
落ち着きなさい、ナスヒさん。
Calm yourself, Natsuhi.
だが気持ちはよくわかる。
Still, I understand your feelings well.
私だって今朝からの異常な事件続きで頭がどうかなってしまいそうだ。
I myself feel like there's something wrong with my head after all these strange repeated
だか
incidents.
らわしらを疑いたい気持ちもよくわかる。
So I understand well why you want to suspect us.
もし本当に南條先生が無関係なら、私は無礼極まりないことをしているのだと思います。
You really have nothing to do with this, then my actions now would be beyond rude.
ですか。今だけは分かってください。
However, please understand, just this once. Everyone leaves and like the next morning they all come back and like Jessica's the only one still alive.
Very well, let's leave the
どうで
room.
すかな、源氏さん。
What do you say, Genji?
客間に戻ってチェスの続きといきませんかな。
Shall we return to the parlor and continue our chess game?
それをお望みでしたら、ぜひ。
If that is what you wish, by all means. Zehi there means more like a
私は
very
嫌
well.
ですよ。
I don't
Just
want
kind of
to.
interesting.
この中に狼がいると分かってて部屋から追い出されてしまうんですよ。
After all, that means we'll have to leave this room knowing that the wolf is among us, right?
嫌ですよ、奥様。どうかお許しください。
I don't want to, madam. Please forgive me. Obvious that Kumasawa was trying to say. she was innocent, then she was being ejected into dangerous territory along with the culprit. The current situation, urging her to leave this room along with the suspects, was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. However, Kumasawa really was suspicious just for being the first one to discover that Cannon had been murdered. At that time, everyone except Kumasawa had an alibi. Unless we could prove the existence of some contraption, or the existence of some 19th person, Kumasawa was by far the most likely suspect. Didn't want to believe it. However, Aunt Natsuki and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help suspecting her as well. We didn't say anything to stop Aunt Natsuki from trying to aggressively chase him from the room. It had stopped her from shooting, but we were passively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa.
大丈夫だよ。ベアトリーチェは敬う人には優しいから。
It's okay. Beatrice is kind to those who respect her. Yeah, but you're also leaving the warded room, so like
って信じてるもん。だから
anyone
きっと
but
大
you
丈
know
夫だよ。
you'll still have to. 3 of you will still have to be sacrificed unless like somehow Beatrice gets inside the room. Who knows? Anyhow, you believe that Beatrice exists, so it will definitely be okay.
マリアは客間でテレビを見るよ。
I'll watch TV in the parlor.
一緒に見ようよ。
Let's watch it together.
ここ、テレビがなくてつまんないもん。
It's so boring here without TV.
Yeah, so I do think in part this witch persona is Maria trying to have a veneer of competence.
Yeah, like we were talking about that earlier with like the trauma response. Like the stressful situation put her like into this sort of deal, like the mention of witches plus the stress plus blah 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 blah.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, it's a trauma response. She's trying to guard herself, and she's also kind of being suspected of murder, or not murder, but helping a murderer at least.
Yeah.
Looked like Kumasawa found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening. However, the 3 other people had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't fight the flow and had to agree, crying as she went. Hopefully it'll be quick for you, Kumasawa.
Hopefully. Maybe you'll get the gut one, and not the knee or the legs.
Well then, Natsuhi, that will be all for tonight. Let us meet again tomorrow.
Okay, I don't want to imply that, like, getting stabbed in the stomach is a quick death. It's not, but it's a lot faster than bleeding out through the legs.
今夜だけは分かってください。
Yes, please understand, at least for tonight.
警察が来たら全員に今夜のこの無礼を必ず謝罪しますから。
When the police come, all of us will surely apologize for our rudeness.
チェスもよろしいでしょうか。できたら安全なところに。
You may play chess, but do it in a safe place if you can.
頼みます。
Genji, I leave them in your hands.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
仕方ありませんね。
Can't be helped, can it?
子連れの熊が一番恐ろしいと言いますから。
They always say that the most frightening bears are those with their children.
Yeah, it happens.
Yep.
源氏も熊沢も本当に申し訳ありません。
Genji, Kumasawa, my sincere apologies.
また明日お会いしましょう。
Let us meet again tomorrow.
マリアちゃんも
Maria, too.
冷たいおばさんをどうか許して。
Please forgive your cold aunt. Not gonna apologize to fucking Nanjo at all. Poor bastard. Like, he's done so much for this family, and he doesn't even get that kind of...
Oh no, she gave an apology first. To Nanjo first.
I thought it was for Kumasawa and Genji.
Well, yeah, that was Kumasawa and Genji, but just before that, because Nanjo was the one who proposed it, she said, please understand for tonight, and we'll surely apologize tomorrow.
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
I forgive you.
Just slipped my brain.
奥様、この部屋の鍵です。
Madam, the keys to this room.
2本すべてをお預けします。
I will hand both over to you.
Genji pulled out the 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them to Aunt Natsuhi.
それから、 私が持っているお屋敷内の鍵束もお預けいたし
And I will also hand over my bundle of keys to the inside of the mansion. I mean, you could just get another, but you know, fair. It's a sign of trust. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, he took out a bundle of about 10 keys of various shapes and handed it over. To the servants, those keys were probably proof of their position. Being placed in charge of those keys meant that they were trusted, relied upon. When they were forced to return them, it meant they had lost that trust. Thinking about it this way, to Genji, who had worked here for a span of many years, there could be no greater shame. However, Genji's usual indifferent expression remained on his face.
源氏、私はお前をお父様がお亡くなりになったら長年の苦労をねぎらって退職を許すつもりでいました。
Genji, I had planned that after father passed away, I would reward you for your many years of hard work and allow you to retire.
なのにこのような仕打ちを
To treat you like this
私は心より恥じます。
makes me feel ashamed from the bottom of my heart.
私は親方様より今日までの日々はそれに対するご恩返しの日々であっただけです。
I have already received the master's favor. Everything I have done until today has been in repayment for that.
どうかお気に病まれませんよ。
Please, do not worry over it.
それでは参りますかな、皆さん。
Well then, shall we, everyone?
おやすみなさい。
Good night to you all.
おやすみ。バトラもおやすみ。
Good night. Good night to you too, Battler.
マリア、ちょっと待て。
Maria, wait a
Why are you
sec.
dragging this out, nerd?
Knowledge of guilt made me call Maria back. I groped around in my pocket and took out that scorpion keychain.
これ、魔除けなんだろ。
This repels magic, right?
身につけとけ。
Wear it.
おバトラ、確か落としてなくしたって。
Didn't you say you dropped it?
あんときゃ、なんか尺になって、なくしたとかほら吹いただけだ。
Yeah, I knew it.
Back then, I got
I knew
ticked
you
off
did
and
that.
just bluffed that I'd lost it.
お前の大切なお守りを、なくすわけねえだろ。
There's no way I'd lose that precious charm you gave me.
I can't remember if I actually said that back when he claimed to have lost it or not, but I thought it, for sure.
Maria silently took the charm. I was unable to say anything after that.
それでは皆様、おやすみなさいませ。
Well then, everyone, good night to you. They're gonna go out into the parlor now, and then everyone but fucking Maria is gonna be dead.
We watched them leave, our expressions completely worn out, and we weren't even able to respond. Till the door closed and we heard the auto lock, we were unable to breathe. Then we were finally allowed to take a breath. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I had been gripping the whole time, which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. They had been
Oh no.
tightly stuck together, so I had mistakenly thought it was only one. There were no characters on the second sheet. The thing drawn there was a magic circle written with red ink like blood.
Well, at least you have all the books to go through.
Yeah, at least
to figure it out.
Yeah.
Even if you don't have Maria now.
Just like how every magic circle up until then had been different, this magic circle was one I'd never laid eyes on before. Inside the circle, a large triangle and a small triangle were fit together in a simple design. I would call that an array of 3 triangles, but maybe that's my Zelda brain talking.
Yeah, probably.
Well, I guess it does look more continuous than the Triforce does, so... But, just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it held some kind of meaning. I wanted to know what that could be, but we had chased Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of magic circles, out of the room. Thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message. What's this magic circle mean? Damn it. tracing out all of the suspicious people, all we had to do was stay barricaded here until morning. Everything would probably be over. As the typhoon was past, when the seagulls cry, will everything be resolved? The letter which had unexpectedly appeared in the study forced us to reject that naivety. It had made it very clear that if time ran out, it would mean the witch's victory. Time runs out, is the witch planning to take on the offensive? This time, is she planning to display some fearful magic power?
Oh my god, that is such a good pinnacle to use!
Maybe something that could have been used to kill 6 adults at once? Mm-hmm. Yeah, because
that's so good.
Yeah, because I do know...
That one's so good.
Yeah, because I do know what it is. I don't know the specific name of it, but I know that it entirely fits to what just occurred.
Yeah. The third pinnacle of Mars. It is of great value for inciting war, wrath, discord, and hostility.
And it certainly brought that.
It's the one that I accidentally read earlier, actually. Who is so great a god as our Elohim? That's the one. I didn't mean to read that one earlier, but it's this one. Figure 27.
Wait,
oh my god.
When is time supposed to run out anyway? I don't know anything.
That's a hell of a coincidence.
This, we should finally be safe. Big doubt, but we are calling it there.
Yeah, we kind of got it. Like, it is 1:30 in the morning for me, and I've been going through since 1600 my time. We're done. We're done.
Yeah, we are done. You can join us again on Thursday, because I do feel the energy for it. So
that's good. Excellent. That is good news.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and keep going, and we might keep going until the end of episode 1. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see how many times we go off on tangents. Related tangents, but still tangents, which is, that happens. Anyhow, thank you all for joining us. We will be back on Thursday for all of this. I will be back tomorrow with Nate